Chapter 261, Merging/Weapons. The four barren planets surrounded Tersa's planet, their surfaces only a few hundred miles apart. These were entire planets, and one's much bigger than Earth. Without suspense, Dream commenced the merger. With a wave of his hand, the planets each slightly shifted. Then, their surfaces started to roil. Each planet was composed entirely of nanites that could be manipulated according to Dream's will. Thus, he engaged them. From each of the four planets, towers rose. The nanites flooded and stacked on top of each other, reaching past their atmosphere and into space. They grew to dozens of miles in size in only minutes. And with a bit of assistance from Dream, the nanites grew to over 100 miles in height. Nanites from Tersa's planet also began rising, and after reaching past the 300-mile gap, the two connected. A 300-mile bridge formed and widened from the four planets to Tersa. She didn't have to lift a finger as all the nanites from the barren planets flooded onto her surface. The other planets began to noticeably shrink as she noticeably grew. The surface of her planet expanded as material flooded it. Melody watched it all from a distance, unable to even mumble. She could never even imagine something like this, let alone think of watching it happen personally. She had no words to describe her awe at the display of science and power. That wasn't all, though. As all the nanites flooded to Tersa's planet, one of the four planets drifted down. Tersa watched as this planet touched the surface of hers. This contact didn't cause anything like an explosion. The planet merely sunk down through the nanites. Then, Tersa made contact with the terra core of the planet as it was sucked down to her own. When the two touched, Tersa extended out her power and pushed it into the core. Like this, she sought to absorb it. At first, this went well. The core was sucked into her, increasing her power. After several hours, the entire core was absorbed, increasing the size of her own core by a significant amount. Then, she went on to absorb the second terra core. This was also completed without a hitch. However, halfway through the third absorption, she felt full. Tersa's absorption slowed down as she struggled to eat more. Finally, it slowed to a crawl. Her absorption stopped when taking in any more began to hurt her. Dream obviously noticed this change. He viewed Tersa's core that had expanded to nearly 20,000 miles in size. Her planetary body had also grown to about 100,000 miles in size and was still growing as more nanites flooded from the 1.5 planets, yet to be absorbed completely. Too much. Yes, Master. My soul can only sustain so much. However, I can also feel myself expanding. It's like my soul wants to grow in order to fill the core. It's slow, but over time, I'll be able to absorb more and more. Is that right? Well, you certainly have time. Once all the material reaches your body, you can continue to absorb the rest of the cores. They'll just stick around. Of course. Tersa nodded. Normally, a terra core would grow over millions of years, slowly taking in turbulent mana from the space around it and turning it solid, adding to its massive mana body. Tersa understood this as she had experienced nothing but this growth for her millions of years of life. Now, though, Dream was providing terra cores for her to absorb, massively speeding up the process of her growth. Now the only thing limiting her was the strength of her soul and how fast it could grow into her larger shell. After several more hours, all the material finally moved to Tersa. Now, her planet was 130,000 miles wide. Within this massive planet of nanites was her own core as well as the other terra core and a half that had yet to be absorbed sitting next to her. Dream smiled as he saw this. Good. Very good. Now your situation is taken care of. It's time for me to focus on making weapons. I'll be doing that here. Also, I plan to use some of the spare terra core material you haven't absorbed yet. Use as much as you like. In fact, I can give you some of my own terra core. Thanks for the offer, but I don't want to hurt you. Oh, it wouldn't hurt me. Have you ever wondered how the mana crystal deposits are formed on the Azura planet? Tersa's avatar turned to Dream. He looked back at her, a bit surprised by her supposed knowledge on the topic. Yes, I have wondered. Basically, the terra core of that planet spits out chunks of its highly dense mana, thus forming the deposits. Of course, the deposits are tiny compared to their power, but across the entire planet and over many years, it adds up. I figured it was a way to help the people on the surface develop. Either way, giving you some of my core won't harm me at all. I see. But why shouldn't I just take it from the spare cores? Because my core is loaded with my power. The mana within those cores are empty batteries compared to mine. If you're making weapons, mine will save you lots of energy. All right. I'll take you up on the offer. Of course. Here. Suddenly, Tersa waved her hand. The next moment, a massive chunk of mana shot out of the planet, floating in front of them. It was easily 1,000 meters wide. If you need more, let me know. No, this will be enough. Thanks. Dream smiled at her generosity, taking the chunk of mana. Tersa smiled, happy to help him. After that, Dream descended upon the sea of nanites that comprised Tersa's planet. Looking around, he suddenly thought of something, seeing the endless horizon of metallic material. Start forming the planet. Dream spoke these words. As if they were the words of a god, the entire planet began to shift. Then, Dream saw the ground beneath him solidify before turning brown. It was dirt. Across the planet, land formations began to spawn from the nanites that could synthesize any and all elements. Oceans of mana were created while dirt and metal formed in the ground. Rock and stone rose from the dirt to form mountains taller than even Everest on Earth, and rivers the size of seas flowed across the horizons. Compared to Earth, the formations on this planet were even more extreme. Deep crevices, cliffs the size of mountains, oceans the size of the entire Earth, plains the size of countries. This planet was larger than even Jupiter, an entire 130,000 miles from one side to the other. The distance around the equator was over 400,000 miles, and the surface area was 13 billion square miles. This was dozens of times larger than Earth that had a mere 200 million square mile surface area. Dream couldn't begin to imagine the entire planet being colonized. Even with over 10 billion people, Earth still wasn't totally filled. There was still so much space that could be used. And now, a planet was just created that was exponentially larger than Earth. If Dream put the entire human race on a single continent on this planet, they wouldn't even begin to fill a small portion of it, let alone the entire thing. Dream thought about these things as Tersa's planet rapidly shifted from a metallic wasteland to an evolving ball of dirt and rock. As for life on the planet, Dream was planning on shipping plant life and animals over from the Azura planet. He still remembered what Luna had said about being able to tell the difference between his created life and natural life. But since he couldn't harvest the entire Azura planet and fill his, he planned on engineering some plant and animal life that would rapidly proliferate, turning the planet into a hospitable one with natural environments. With those plans, Dream waved his hands. Suddenly, factories rose from the ground all around him, shooting into the sky. These were the factories that had been constructed over time from nanites. There were also countless storage units, containing the fruits of Tersa's enchanting labor. Go and collect all manner of planets from the nearby planet. Don't attract too much attention, especially that of class SIXS. I want the seeds of life planted here where they can grow. Now come here. With those words, the ground shook. The next moment, tens of millions of ships rocketed from the surface of the planet. Each ship contained hundreds of bots, all of them enchanted to have at least Class 3 power. Half of them were at the Class 4 level, and there was a small portion above them at the Class 5 level. This armada shot up from the surface, flooding into the space outside of the planet. However, they eventually stopped, waiting. The next moment, Dream felt a small earthquake. He turned to see a massive metal ring shoot into the sky. There were 6 other metal rings right behind it. Each of these rings were easily a mile wide. After flying into the air, they stopped in space, lining up one in front of the other. They were pointed at the Azura planet. After lining up, they sparked with astronomical power. Space began to warp between them, forming a vortex from the first ring to the frontmost 7th ring. Finally, this vortex stabilized. It never tore open the chaotic void, instead only accelerating and folding space. With that, the armada approached the rings. The huge cloud of ships funneled into the mile-wide entrance of the rings. Then, upon passing through the first ring, the ships were rocketed forward with beams of light. Space wrapped around them and accelerated them to extreme speeds, shooting them straight toward the Azura planet. Dream nodded as he saw this. His planet of nanites hadn't been idle while he was gone. This was what they had made. The only thing limiting their constructive ability was Dream's personal input. After all, Only he could build and operate devices capable of shuttling through the chaotic void. He could barely enchant spatial devices such as those rings that could be operated by Tersa. After seeing everything work, Dream turned his attention back to himself. A small table rose in front of him, placing the huge mana chunk beside him. He got to designing the most powerful weapons he could. He pondered. Two things proved to be useful in wounding a Class 6. Extreme bolts of energy and spatial attacks. I don't have the personal energy to effectively and instantly kill a Class 6, but I can build weapons that can. The only problem I face is harvesting their souls. I noticed earlier, but I don't believe you actually wounded the soul of that Class 6 you almost killed. The soul of a Class 6 is a core, an amalgamation of their entire being. It might be possible that even after destroying their entire body, they might not yet die. The only problem is actually destroying their body, because it'll take you draining every bit of energy they have to the point that they can't defend themselves in order to get to their soul. Sophia chimed in with her evaluation. In his fight with that old Class 6, Dream had used all of his nuclear fusion marbles and was only able to seriously wound the man. Given time, he could kill him, but in that time, the old man was able to cower behind his friends. Dream had to make sure he could dish out enough energy in order to force the Class 6 to expend all of theirs and then destroy their body before harvesting their soul. And this had to be done before they could run across the planet for help. Dream agreed with Sophia's evaluation. Basically, his energy output needed to surpass their total. However, the problem was that he may not be able to catch one of them alone. They knew his power and knew he was preparing to kill them all. Thus, they would stick together. Dream needed to accumulate weapons surpassing the total energy pools of multiple Class SIXs. Such a feat wouldn't be easy. Well, I'm pretty sure only I can constantly build weapons containing all my power. They're likely just waiting, perhaps gathering a few consumable items to help combat my attacks. But those items are limited. I can build such things without reserve. Even if it takes a year, they will be worn down. Hopefully it doesn't take that long though, and I can do this in one shot. I just need a few souls. Granted, I would prefer to have as many as possible. I wonder if anyone sells Class 6 souls? Perhaps that Blood Drop clan? Worst case, I can see if they have any for sale. There's no way people haven't harvested souls before. Dream mumbled to himself. At the same time, a small marble of mana was plucked from the huge core chunk next to him. He gazed at this marble before setting it onto the table in front of him. Raising his hands, a line of energy extended from each of his fingers, piercing into the marble. Enchantments were written into the marble of atomic mana, Dream feeling the bursting power within it. Tersa was right. The material from her own core was much stronger than the spare material from the other barren planets. This is good stuff. All right, first, let's make some fusion marbles for my gun again. That worked rather well. Only this time, I want to add some spatial effects to the gun. Let's make it so that space folds after the bolt of energy is fired, vastly multiplying its speed. I can also use that to make its path unreadable, so it's harder to block. I'll make a few hundred of those rounds. Then I can make some heavier weaponry. Those marbles are only half an inch wide. What if we increased its size to 10 feet? I can make a few of those giant things along with a small cannon to fire them. Oh, you should also make some long-distance weaponry. How about orbital gamma lasers? I like that idea. Have a few satellites constructed by the nanites. Arm them with the most powerful focused lasers you can build. I'll enchant them later. Cane construction. And what about spatial weapons? I was thinking I could make another pistol, one that shoots bullets of ether that tear into the chaotic void upon impact. With that, I can let physics do the destroying for me. I just need to charge the bullets enough so they can tear into the void deep enough and do plenty of void sucking. Void sucking? That's a creative way to put it. Sophia responded oddly as she drew up some plans for this new pistol of his. Anyway, 2 pistols that work with energy in space, plus some death rays in orbit around the planet. Anything else? For weapons, not really. There's not much else that can reach the extreme destructive power that I need. However, I do have some ideas for Aegis. Come on out, my trusty armor. My lord. Aegis appeared with Dream's word, forming beside him and bowing. Dream turned to him and pondered. You're due for an upgrade. Enchanted material doesn't cut it anymore at this level. Your defensive systems need to work based on physical and magical concepts. Spatial manipulation is the perfect tool for this. Things like spatial severance will allow you to tank attacks from people like that Class 6 barbarian. I can also add some energy control to you. As for physical material, I think we can ditch it all. How about I form your body from mana material? I would be honored. I only wish to be of greater service to you, my lord. Shucks. You really know how to butter me like a biscuit, Aegis. Anyway, it's time to move on up in the world. With these ether and energy enchantments, you'll be invulnerable to Class Isix's. Given enough energy, of course. I can also optimize you for void shuttling. I shouldn't even have to supplement you with my power. With that Class 6 heart inside of you, you can generate ether by yourself. And with your soul, you can operate spatial enchantments independently. Hey, what if I implanted a Class 6 soul into you? That would be pretty cool. I'll have to see how many I get first, though. Dream trailed off as his hands went back to working. Aegis stood to the side, watching his lord create fusion marbles and then enchant them with transmutation effects. With that, the full physical power of the marbles could be turned into magical power, thus creating his nuclear bolts of energy that could punch a hole straight through a Class 6. But it took a lot of energy to enchant all the energy of a marble, especially with how he was making these marbles more powerful than the ones he built casually. With his power, Dream was only able to create a couple a day. Such a thing would require him to drain and fill his energy pool several times over. He was lucky that he had an energy regeneration boost from contacting those concepts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create nearly as much. As for why he didn't have many during his last fight, that was because he had been busy creating high-power weapons for all the Class 5s of the clan. He had only made those marbles in his spare time and hadn't expected to use them so soon. But now he was devoting his full effort toward building these weapons. He already knew how to make the most of his energy pool, so his time was maximized. Still, this went on for a while. An entire 6 months, in fact. During that time, Dream did nothing but enchant marbles. In the end, he came out with 400 enchanted fusion marbles. During the process of constantly enchanting, he was able to increase his proficiency with arcane transmutation, leveling it up from level 75 to 80. It wasn't much, but Dream was pleased by a greater understanding. At the same time, on the Azura planet, the Great War was beginning to rage. Chapter 262 Mountain. Dream spent around 2 weeks just getting the barren planets near Tersa for her to merge. Then, he spent an entire 6 months crafting fusion marbles. It was only 10 days after Dream had his battle that the Redeye clan launched their first attacks on the Blue Blood clan. Because the Blue Blood clan had pulled back all its armies, the Redeye clan was forced to meet them on their home turf. However, with Dream's ships and equipment, they had no trouble doing this. They exercised their fullest power, beginning their sieges on Blue Blood military strongholds and outer cities. Every battle was brutally fought. The Blue Blood soldiers did everything in their power to stop the advance of the Redeye clan. Unfortunately, they were outclassed. The Redeye soldiers were outfitted with far better weapons. Not only that, but there was a single person who was able to turn the tides of every battle. Melody. By now, every Class 5 of the Blue Blood clan knew who Melody was, and all the Class 4s knew her horrifying strength. She had been dubbed the Blood Princess, a woman capable of drawing rivers of blood alone amidst every battlefield she walked. Combined with her beauty and equally elegant attacks, she was a famous figure. Only, after the incident where she was threatened, causing Dream to show and beat one of the patriarchs into a quivering mess, her identity became a bit special. Normally people would become fearful of her, or at least fearful of Dream who stood behind her. But quite the opposite happened. Class 5s started to target her. Her head became a trophy that all Class 5s of the Blue Blood clan wished to attain. If they could kill her, they would make Dream angry with the Redeye clan for not defending her. This would put Dream between the two clans instead of on one side, dooming both in the process. More than that though, Melody was a powerful Azura genius who was the sister of a rumored demigod. These Azuras didn't care if killing her spelled their doom. It would be a glorious achievement, earning them vast prestige. To make the most of their lives in battle and emerge victorious over a great foe, that was an Azura's dream. Surviving to tell the tale was secondary to having actually spelled the legend. After all, people die all the time. A single person in the vast universe was nothing. Azuras understood their insignificance, so they didn't wish to climb to become some kind of god. Instead, they sought to make the most of their tiny lives. becoming the greatest Azura they could, facing their fears and conquering great conflict. They created their own small stories, and they did it all through strokes of their blade. And right now, Melody was that great conflict. She wasn't strong, but her name was huge. Even the class SIXS of the Blue Blood clan had called for her head. They had already earned Dream's ire. Killing his sister wouldn't make things any worse for them, who could already be considered dead. With all this, Melody found herself constantly under great threat. Whenever she emerged onto a battlefield, there would be a Class 5 that tried to take her head. Sometimes they would let her slaughter some thousands of Class 4s before ambushing her. Because the Redeye clan absolutely could not let her die though, there were always extra Class 5s in her fleet. Only, this merely served to make her battlefields the largest and most extreme. There could easily be a dozen Class 5s fighting on each side, and sometimes, one of the enemies would branch off and do battle with her. This forced her to fend them off, pushing her to her absolute limit of skill and power before one of her guardians got to her. After all, these Class 5s didn't pull their punches with her, every attack aiming for her life. Even a few seconds of battle would result in 100 exchanges and Melody's energy pool being depleted. But this extreme battle caused her to rapidly grow. After doing battle for several months, her skills increased in level while her personal level also went up a bit. She went from only doing a few seconds of battle to nearly a minute of battle with a mid-level Class 5. After some time, she welcomed the Class 5s that wanted to take her head. Like them, Melody had learned the philosophy of facing great conflict, and to her, the massive target on her back only served to help her write her own legend. For her own sake, she refused to rely on Dream, facing everything by her own power. Each and every fight with an overwhelming enemy was another stepping stone to greater power and prestige. She grew during every battle, yet she was never satisfied. She wasn't even happy when she was able to successfully repel a Class 5. This was because of the discrepancy between her and her brother. She knew that he was preparing weapons of unfathomable power in order to fight Class X, and here she was struggling with Class 5s that he could instantly harvest the souls of. Even if she advanced to be a Class 5 right now, she wouldn't come close to his power. This fact didn't bother her much before, but after that time he saved her from the old Class 6, the thought began to gnaw at her. Over the several months of fighting, it got worse. Finally, a week after Dream completed all his fusion marbles, Melody stepped off the battlefield. She looked at her wrist. On it was another soul connection that Dream had left her in the shape of a bracelet. This one was much more functional, incapable of being hindered by any kind of barrier. She could speak with him at any time. Open up a portal. I have a question for you. Suddenly, she spoke into the bracelet. 2 seconds later, a tier revealing the chaotic void opened in front of her. Melody stepped inside after a spatial power covered her. Not even a second later, Melody appeared on Tersa's planet, otherwise known as Tersa Prime. The place she was in was at the top of a massive mountain about 50 miles tall. She could see vast dirt plains all around her and huge seas. It was mostly barren, but the sight left her startled. She had only witnessed the merging of the planets, not the proper formation of one. This was a new sight. So what's up? As she stood there looking around, Dream pulled his attention away from his workbench. It took Melody a second to turn to him. He was in his mortal shell, looking like a normal man in his prime. It almost made her forget how unfathomable he actually was. I have a question. About what am I lacking? Melody asked straightforwardly. Dream was a bit surprised as he rubbed his chin. As a person? No, you ass. My power. My skills. I just turned level 381 a day ago. But even if I were to become a Class 5 tomorrow, I couldn't lay a single scratch on you. Not even 10,000-year-old Class 6 Azuras who have devoted their lives to the art of killing are able to hold you down. So what is it? What the hell did you do to come this far? And what don't I have that lets me reach even a fraction of that power? Dream sat back into a chair, his gaze piercing through Melody momentarily. Melody just stood there, waiting as he formulated his response. My power comes from one thing. My mind. Dream eventually pointed at his head. I've never told anyone this, and only my wives know. But not long before we entered that portal to come here, I touched 2 concepts. Concepts? Yes, actual concepts. Rules that govern the entire universe. I touched 2 of them. One was the concept of physical reality, otherwise known as science. The other was the concept of ethereal force, otherwise known as magic. Basically, I understood science and magic so much that the concepts that govern those things decided I was worthy enough to leave the smallest mark on them. They acknowledged my comprehension, and I have two skills that I've maxed out, the first being particle manipulation and the other being a skill that encompasses everything that has to do with magic. I've walked a path of manipulation, controlling all energy and material through sheer understanding. All right, Melody slightly nodded. This information was rather shocking, but she just kept listening. Dream rested his chin on his hand. Those are basically the sources of my power. Now, I don't expect you to suddenly become a nerd like me and study science, but if you're trying to reach the pinnacle of power, there's only one way to do so. You need to start using that head of yours and comprehend the very foundations of the skills you use. And I don't mean just learning how to swing a sword better. You need to understand why your energy moves the way it does, why it transforms, how it transforms, and know exactly what it is doing and trying to achieve. You need to find the why behind everything you do and comprehend a concept? Well, preferably yes, but start with a closer goal. Look, if I've understood anything, it's that true power doesn't come from the system that gives us levels and all that. It comes from understanding the universe around you, and through that understanding, you can learn how to wield more power. I'm able to contend with a Class 6 due to my attainments in ether manipulation, or spatial magic. That's because I understand the nature of space and dimensions. If you don't understand your skills or the whys behind their function, then you'll never get stronger because you can't wield power that's beyond your understanding. I hate to tell you this, but you'll need to start getting a bit academic. Melody was silent as she thought about his words. She knew that Dream was smart and that his powers were aimed at controlling things, but she didn't realize that they were that profound. To think he actually touched a concept, his understandings were unfathomably deep. But it also told her that if she wanted to reach his level of power, she had to elevate her mind to that level as well. How could you wield power that you didn't even know was there? If Melody could increase her understanding of the forces she controlled, then she could reach to higher heights, touching upon their sources and coming to wield their most profound and powerful forms. Dream spoke again. I've learned that Class SIXS form their soul into a core during their advancement, and this advancement gives them the ability to comprehend and draw upon the power of concepts. This means that true power doesn't come from mindless killing and leveling up. It comes from studying, from knowledge and wisdom. And from my understanding, concepts cover everything there is in the universe. I say this. If you want to get stronger, focus on the truth of the universe that you believe in. If you believe that death is the way of the universe, then walk down a road of pure death. If you believe that destruction is the way, then walk that way. If you believe in creation, then walk that path. Find what you believe in, jump down that rabbit hole, and dig to its darkest depths. The way of the Azura isn't a bad one. In fact, conflict is indeed one of the most prevalent truths of the universe, the thing that drives the growth and destruction of all living beings across the cosmos. But conflict is too broad a concept. Maybe narrow it down a bit. Start somewhere that you can see and understand, but keep an end goal in sight. Again, find what you believe in and devote your being to it. I believe that's how you're supposed to walk the road to true power. Dream relaxed into his seat with those last words. He already understood Melody's plight. He also understood that she was struggling with more than just a lack of power. She needed direction, a bigger goal to pursue. She needed a place to look that spelled out higher power for her. She didn't know where she could gain such power, and it likely scared her to think that she couldn't gain that power. Now, it was like something clicked in her mind. Melody sat there for a long while, pondering in silence. She looked at herself and all the things that comprised her, then thought about her philosophy. What kind of truths did she believe in? If she had to be like Dream and touch a concept, which one did she think would fit her best? It had to be one that was comprehensible to her, but also far above her. It would be the mountain she climbed and based her being around. Getting this far, her mind lit up. She smiled a bit and zoned in, looking at her brother. Thank you. Sure. By the way, I'm not going to be locked away for much longer. After I build another batch of ammunition and upgrade Aegis, I'm coming back. Give or take 2 weeks. That fast? The war hasn't really gone anywhere, and it doesn't have to. My emergence only concerns the Class SIXS. The clan can figure everything else out after I've harvested some souls. I guess I'll go back then. Tell Vela and the patriarchs I said hi. Smiling, Dream swiped his finger, opening the chaotic void. Melody rolled her eyes and stepped through, appearing in the center of the Redeye clan. Melody? After the portal closed behind her, Melody heard her name. She turned and saw Vela. They both stood outside the Hall of Elders. Hello, Vela. I just talked to Dream. He says hi. Oh, that's an IDAF. He also says he's returning in 2 weeks. I think he's almost ready to fight. Anyway, I'll be on the battlefield until then. I've got things to do. Melody quickly left with those words, flying off to board a military ship. Vela remained still, processing Melody's words for a bit. She then shook, turning and running back to the hall where she came from. Patriarch. All right, I think that's good. Looking sharp, Aegis. Dream spoke as he gazed upon Aegis. 2 more weeks quickly passed, and as he told Melody, he finally finished his preparations. Aegis stood there rigidly in his armor form. He was no longer the metallic gray armor he used to be. Now, his body was almost entirely black, and from the surface of his armor came tiny wisps of spatial fissures. These spatial wisps constantly distorted the nearby light and made Aegis look like some kind of dark ghost. This was Dream's improvement to Aegis. After building Aegis's mana body, Dream had enchanted Aegis, modifying his soul in order to enable him to operate spatial magic. After over a week of non-stop work, Dream was able to perfect Aegis's armor form. The result was this ghostly form. The entirety of Aegis's body was covered in extremely small spatial fissures that revealed the chaotic void. Dream had taken the mana atoms of Aegis's skin and arranged them into hexagons. Within each hexagon of mana atoms was a void fissure. Dream had created many layers of these hexagonal arrangements. Across Aegis's entire body, there were a few trillion of these hexagons and void fissures, creating a few-inch thick armor of chaotic void. To build this armor was extraordinarily complicated. Dream had to find out how to balance the pull of the void fissures within a mere atomic hexagon. There were only 6 mana atoms in a hexagon, and they needed to produce and maintain a void fissure while not collapsing in on themselves. They also had to be controllable. Aegis also had to be able to operate this by himself. And with multiple layers, Dream had to keep the space between each layer separate from each other, while also allowing their powers to support each other. He couldn't allow all the void fissures to merge together and destroy everything. So it was a delicate balancing act. Going even further, though, this armor had to be able to take a beating without failing and destroying itself. These problems plagued Dream, and it took many hours of design to come out with this working product. At first, Dream didn't intend to be so complicated with this. He had thought that he could just turn Aegis's body into a layer of chaotic void. But after Aegis almost exiled himself to the void, Dream had to develop a more manageable solution. With this arrangement of mana hexagons and atomic fissures, Dream was able to cut on the power costs while also allowing Aegis to manage the power of each layer. Aegis could focus more power on one area and could still launch attacks while the void armor operated. After all, if he were just a solid layer of void, then no attacks could be sent out. With this, both he and Dream would have an easier time throwing out attacks. Basically, the armor didn't get in the way and could give the same defensive power with much lesser costs. While it was more complicated to build, it was much more versatile, efficient, and in some ways stronger. Dream was exceptionally pleased with the outcome. Thank you for your blessing, my lord. Aegis bowed after adapting to his body. At the same time, the void armor deactivated, revealing his standard body underneath. Because Aegis's body was now mana atoms, Aegis could make them look however he wished. As Dream had discovered, mana wasn't so different from regular material, so with the right changes, it could be made to look and feel like any material he wanted. Aegis took advantage of this to build himself a different body. Now, he was a humanoid in a butler suit. His head was metallic with no defining features. He didn't even have a face. It was just a silver head, almost like that of a mannequin. As for the butler suit, it was a standard white and black. His hands were even equipped with white gloves. Dream couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this form. It seemed that Aegis really wanted to play the butler part. As for his head having no face or features, Dream didn't ask. Aegis was already his own soul, so he could have his own idiosyncrasies. Dream waved his hand. This is no blessing. You're your own man now, Aegis. I will always be at your service, my lord. If that's what you wish, I'll gladly accept your service. Now, we have work to do. With a spin, Dream turned to his nearby workbench. On top of it were two pistols. One of them was his standard Model 1911 handgun chambered in half-inch nuclear fusion crystals. The other was a new one he recently designed. Dream picked up the second pistol, feeling its frame. The pistol was designed after a revolver with a wooden grip and shiny gray metal body. Its design wasn't over the top, almost resembling the Colt Python. However, the noticeable feature of this pistol was the large barrel that was 2 inches wide. Because of this large barrel, the rest of the pistol was bulky. The best description for this pistol was a hand cannon. This hand cannon was his new spatial weapon. With it, he could fire clusters of ether, having them tear open space upon impact. This gun used the chaotic void as a weapon, and Dream had prepared many rounds to fire with it. Each round also didn't take nearly as much energy as the fusion crystals to build and enchant, so it didn't take many months to create a stockpile. Very nice. Pleased with his weapon, Dream slid the hand cannon into a brown shoulder holster. He then grabbed the 1911, also placing it in the shoulder holster on his opposite side. With those two weapons under his arms, he turned back to Aegis. I think I'm just about ready to go. You go head over to the planet. Find the patriarch of the Redeye clan and tell him I'm coming, and that I don't plan to wait very long before attacking. After that, you can find Melody and notify her. I'll meet you there in a bit. Understood, my lord. We shall await your arrival. Aegis bowed with impeccable etiquette. Then, he was suddenly sucked into the chaotic void, teleporting to the Azura planet. Meanwhile, Dream lingered on Tersa Prime, making last-minute finalizations. Chapter 263, Confidence. After Aegis left, he instantly appeared above the Hall of Elders within the residential I clan. Releasing some of his synths, he easily found not just one, but 3 Class XS gathered in a room. Taking a step, Aegis opened the void and teleported. The next instant, he appeared within the room. Of course, his arrival didn't go unnoticed. The 3 Class SIXS in the room immediately stood from their seats. Seeing the void fissure, they thought that it was Dream. However, they instead saw a faceless butler walk out. This was both confusing and shocking. I come at the behest of my lord Dream. Aegis spoke these words, causing the Class SIXS to perk up. One of the Class SIXS was Patriarch Thousand Sword, while the other was a handsome man with golden hair. This golden-haired man was Patriarch Star. As for the third, it was another really old man who looked even more ancient than Thousand Sword. Aegis got straight to the point, speaking in a slightly robotic and deep tone. My lord says that he is prepared to battle and will arrive not long from now. He also says that he is not willing to wait long before leaving to fight. He is prepared to fight with or without your assistance. However, from my own observations, I recommend that the Class SIXS of the Redeye clan do not tarry so as to ensure the upcoming battles are victorious. Additionally, should you withhold your assistance, my lord will not be pleased. For the sake of your potential harvests, do be diligent. Now hang on a second. Suddenly, one of the men spoke up. It was the ancient-looking man with wrinkles all over his face. He had a mean frown, facing Aegis with an outstretched finger. He spoke with a raspy voice. We don't need your threats, whatever the hell you are. This is our war, and the spoils already belong to us. Threaten our benefits, and you'll make an enemy of both sides. Now, let's not get hostile. There's no reason for us to create a divide between ourselves when things are going so well. After the ancient man lashed out, Patriarch Star stood between the two, mediating with a calm tone. Aegis was silent for a second before facing the ancient man. My lord doesn't wish to create a divide. However, if your greed prevents you from being of assistance, then I will personally ensure that your spoils are reduced, if not outright destroyed. There will be no treasures, no knowledge, and no resources for you to plunder if your lack of help disadvantages my lord. And if you seek to create an enemy of him, then know this. He requires the souls of Class X. Go against him, and there will merely be more souls for him to harvest. Choose wisely your actions from here on out. And again, do be diligent. That is all I have to say. My lord awaits your arrival on the battlefield. Saying that, Aegis turned, opening the void. The ancient man trembled in anger as Aegis disappeared from view. Well, he's certainly brash. Patriarch Star smiled wryly, not taking much offense. It was true that in this world, greed could get the best of people. Aegis just wanted to lay things out clearly for them. But there was a more important detail that he focused on. Patriarch Thousand Sword watched the area Aegis disappeared from, seeing the lingering spatial ripples. He wasn't angry like the ancient man, instead thinking the same thing Patriarch Star was. So even his butler can rip open the void. This man, he's absolutely a profound individual, Thousand Sword mumbled, and Patriarch Star nodded. At the same time, the ancient man calmed down, though he still sported a nasty frown. He needs to teach that butler of his some manners. It's unlikely that the butler holds different intentions than the Lord Ancestor. Still, he's right. We need to pool our strength in these battles. If we can wipe out those class access, then we'll ensure our future for thousands of years, possibly even gaining a chance to become one of the dominant clans of this world. We absolutely cannot leave this all to one man. We must step up. Patriarch Star spoke with burning ambition. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for their clan. If he passed this up or turned against the man who brought about this chance, he would be the greatest fool. Besides, could they turn against Dream anyway? He couldn't even be held down when in the heart of the Blue Blood clan and faced with two patriarchs. How could they do any better? It was obvious what they had to do. Patriarch Star turned to the two others, his eyes burning. Prepare the others. Gather our armies. We're launching an assault. This is do or die. After Aegis left those class SIXS, he went straight to Melody. He found her on a battlefield. At the moment, she was in an intense struggle with a Class 5 who wished for nothing more than to take her head. But even after 10 minutes, she was able to hold out. Compared to when she first started fighting Class 5s, she was much stronger. And during her entire fight, her face was somber, her eyes dark and focused. It was like she wasn't fighting a Class 5, but searching for something in her battle. Not only that, it seemed like her attacks were uncoordinated. Compared to her elegant and flowing attacks that she was known for, the attacks she released now were crude. It was almost brutish how she would occasionally swing her sword like an axe, or how it would strike at odd angles. But despite this crude form of hers, the power she put out was much greater. The Class 5 couldn't seem to wound her or force her back either. Each attack of theirs was met with perfect defense, canceling them out. Every movement of Melody's sword seemed to contain an indomitable power. Aegis stood to the side, watching her battle. Finally, after almost half an hour, the Class 5 began to overwhelm Melody, who had expended most of her energy. It was at this time that Durak, the main person in charge of watching Melody, flew over to help. However, before he could reach her, he saw a figure appear next to her. It was Aegis. Suddenly, as the Class 5 swung his sword at Melody's neck, a hand appeared in its path. The sword hit this hand, directly shattering into thousands of pieces. Melody was shocked before turning her head, looking at Aegis. Aegis? Hello, my lady. Aegis nodded. Then, his hand shot out, burying itself into the Class 5's chest. The next moment, spatial fissures erupted, and the Class 5 was obliterated. His body exploded into pieces before disintegrating. Melody watched with wide eyes as blue blood created a mist in the air. She looked Aegis up and down. You really have gotten stronger. Those upgrades were no joke. My lord has blessed me with strength and the ability to be of service. Right. So is my brother finally coming out? Precisely. Aegis nodded. Melody sighed at this and relaxed her body. Meanwhile, Durak, who saw this from the side, could only shake his head. It seemed there was another freak added to Dream's group of monsters. Aegis's appearance caused a bit of a startle, but when he didn't go wiping out all his enemies, the battle continued on. However, it wasn't long before the situation rapidly changed. Suddenly from the horizon, everyone was able to see a huge black cloud. At first it wasn't anything special, but as it got closer, the cloud grew, and everyone was able to make out what this cloud actually was. Oh my god! A blue-blood Azura looked in the direction of the cloud. He could see that the cloud was composed entirely of ships. These were the ships of the Redeye clan. It seemed as if every single soldier and army of the clan was approaching, and that wasn't a false assumption. The sun was blotted out as this swarm of ships approached the battlefield. One of these ships especially was eye-catching. It was easily 5 miles long, and on it were docks holding a few hundred other large ships. This was the largest flagship of the clan, the greatest weapon the clan could muster. Around this flagship were 6 other ships that were each a mile long. This armada was the greatest gathering of strength this clan could display. Then, from this flagship, 2 people descended. They were the 2 patriarchs of the Redeye clan. The battlefield seemed to come to a standstill when these 2 appeared. Then, without words, Patriarch Thousand Sword took out a weapon. It was a sword 6 feet in length, and it glowed with power. Silently, he brought this sword down. Throughout the entire battlefield, thousands of ethereal swords appeared. These swords shot out toward all blue-blood Azuras, Class 5s included. Toward this attack, the Class 4s didn't even have the chance to resist. The remaining few tens of thousands were directly annihilated. As for the Class 5s, they roared with their greatest attacks. However, the ethereal swords came down upon them all the same. They were all either instantly killed or put on the edge of death, and those who barely survived were killed seconds after by the lingering power in the attack. Melody's eyes were wide as she watched. Truly, the name Thousand Sword was appropriate. With a single stroke, the Patriarch had cleaned an entire battlefield, and it looked like it was a casual attack of his. After that, the 2 patriarchs looked at Melody and Aegis, who stood beside her. Patriarch Star spoke. "Melody, I'm not sure if you're able, but do tell Dream that we're ready to fight." "I can see that," Melody mumbled as she looked at the flagships. It wasn't that she was impressed, just that she was surprised the clan had such weapons. Just as she was about to respond to the Patriarch, though, a spatial tier suddenly opened in the sky. The patriarchs immediately looked at this tier, and they saw a figure come out. Clad in an old-school suit with 2 pistols holstered under his arms, Dream came drifting out with a neutral face. He looked around, seeing the huge armada floating on all sides along with the flagship. He rubbed his chin. "If you told me you had this, I could have made a better one for you. Dream, I am Patriarch Star. I look forward to the upcoming battle with you." Patriarch Star stepped forward. The 2 had never actually met, which was an odd thing considering the stakes of this cooperation. Unfortunately, Dream could be an isolated individual when he was focused on something. Dream nodded at Patriarch Star. "So you're the second one, huh? I see 6 more of you in that flagship as well. To think your clan had 8 Class XS behind it. Not all Class SIXS are leaders of the clan. 3 of them are our ancestors, while the other 3 don't seek such a position. Normally, they are in isolation or traveling about the world. But for this grand conquest, we've gathered together. Come, I'll introduce you," Patriarch Star explained before motioning to the ship. With that, Dream followed, Melody and Aegis behind him. The Azuras around the battlefield also went back to their fleets. Dream and the Patriarch boarded the flagship, entering the command room. It was here that Dream was faced with the 6 other Class IXS of the clan. There were 3 men and 3 women. 2 of the men and 1 of the women had old bodies riddled with wrinkles. They were obviously the so-called ancestors of the clan. As for the other 3, there were 2 women and 1 man. That 1 man was actually standing with 1 of the women in his arms, the 2 obviously intimate. As for the other woman, she sat to the side by herself. Dream looked toward the couple first, and they back at him. The couple quickly noticed Dream's ring as he sighed, shaking his head. "You 2 remind me of my own wives." "You have wives? I see that ring. Has something happened to them?" the woman in the man's arms asked, her tone a little empathetic. Dream was obviously married, and yet his wives weren't with him. That could only mean something had happened. At the same time, though, the 2 patriarchs were shocked. They hadn't realized Dream was married. Neither of them had gotten good looks at him and actually paid attention to his ring, so they missed this detail. Beyond that, though, who were the women that could actually marry this man? Everyone suddenly became extremely curious. Dream let out a small breath. Nothing bad happened. Hopefully. I've just lost them. They're gallivanting somewhere in the universe. They're strong and we have a soul bond. But I still worry sometimes." Dream spoke as he stroked his ring. He knew that Luna, Iris, and Alice all had amazing powers that had limitless potential. The universe they were in now would only make them grow. But he wasn't there with them, a fact he didn't like. He would occasionally think about them and worry about what could happen. In this universe filled with people powerful beyond comprehension, it wasn't certain that they could handle everything that came their way. Dream didn't like when things were out of his control like that, but there wasn't much he could do right now. I'm sorry. It must be difficult being separated from them. The woman spoke again. It was a sorry situation he was in, and she could understand his plight. Dream just shrugged though. Well, I can only do what I can. And this operation is one step forward in finding them. So I hope it goes as planned. You are? I'm Anna. This is my husband, Hunt. I see. Do be careful during our battles. I would feel bad if something happened to one of you. Either both of us fall, or neither of us does. Hunt suddenly spoke from behind his wife, his voice full of conviction. Dream smiled a bit at that, just nodding and turning to the patriarchs. All right, I've seen enough. Let's head out. Head straight for the heart of the clan. We can be there in no more than 40 hours. Actually, we planned on jumping between city dash. I can't say that I'm interested in your battle plan, Patriarch. Let's keep it simple. You fly every ship in this fleet straight to the heart of the Blue Blood clan, maybe leaving certain armies behind to start conquering cities. 40 hours from now, we start battling their class SIXS, and possibly a day later, you could have your enemy totally defeated. After that, you guys can personally go around and complete your conquest with absolute power and certainty. None of these small battles matter, Patriarch. Only our fight matters. Everything else is just symbolic, time-consuming, and a waste of resources. I mean, why go around killing your future populations? How about you kill less and then gain more when you have total control? Dream spoke while taking a seat. Patriarch Star couldn't really respond for a bit. He had a whole plan that involved conquering city after city, draining his enemy's strength before going in for the kill. But Dream just wanted to jump straight into the deep end. At the same time, though, there was truth to his words, and Dream's absolute confidence was a bit motivating. Thinking about it, with Dream here, there wasn't any way they could lose. He couldn't be pinned down. Even if it took time, he could keep coming back again and again, slowly breaking his enemy until he killed them. With such an ally, as long as they didn't get themselves killed, they would see the day of victory. Such reassurance was highly motivating. Patriarch Star eventually nodded. Very well, we'll do it that way. Set a course for Blue Blood City, the Patriarch announced, causing Dream to smile. With that, the entire fleet started to move, shooting off into the distance. Chapter 264, Decision. The armada of the Redeye clan shot across thousands of miles each minute. Like this, they weren't long to reach the first outer city of the Blue Blood clan. However, despite Class 5s coming out to meet them, the fleet didn't stop. Patriarch Thousand Sword simply ordered a large fleet to detach. This group went to meet the enemies, and nobody could stop the barreling advance of the flagship. This happened city after city. There were at least a dozen major cities of the Blue Blood clan that they passed, and each time, the Patriarch would order fleets to detach. Their orders were to conquer the city, killing major forces before grouping up and supporting other city sieges. Not only that, but one of the mile-long flagships were left every 4 cities, acting as mobile operating bases. This ensured the fleets could coordinate across the many cities. However, there actually weren't enough men to handle every city. There were 4 other cities in the deeper parts of the clan that only the main flagship would fly across. Instead of leaving these be though, the class SIXS took turns stepping out. First, it was one of the ancients that stepped out. The wrinkly old man dressed in red robes flew out of the ship alone as nearly 100 Class 5s came to meet him. This seemingly disadvantaged matchup made it look like the old man would be slaughtered. However, after the old man pulled out a spear, chaos ensued. The old man zipped around the sky, thrusting out his spear and instantly killing several Class 5s with every attack. It only took a minute for every Class 5 in the city to fall dead. The old man didn't even glance at the Class 4s as he returned to the flagship, the massive construct continuing on its journey. Then, the second city came. It was here that the couple stepped out. With Hunt using a bow and Anna using a spear, the duo faced around 200 Class 5s. With both of them, the battle didn't even take a minute. It was a mere 30 seconds before the enemies dropped from the sky like rain. Even some Class 5s who were hiding in the city were killed by Hunt's ranged attacks. Nobody was spared. And after the duo came back and smiling, the ancient who fought before them frowned. Dream chuckled as it seemed like they were competing. Come the third city, it was actually Patriarch Star that stepped out. With a sword, this man was able to annihilate over 100 Class 5s in a mere dozen seconds. His attacks were filled with blinding light and blazing heat, incinerating all enemies until their very souls burned. And while the number of enemies was lesser, Dream knew that those few hundred enemies were stronger than even the 200 that the duo faced. Overall, the Patriarch had performed much better. This caused Hunt and the ancient old man to huff. Patriarch Star smiled at them before looking at Dream. Dream met his gaze and tilted his head. "What, are you looking for an evaluation?" "Nonsense. I just hope our performances are satisfactory." Patriarch Star spoke with slight sarcasm. While he wanted to maintain good terms with Dream, Dream's casual attitude wasn't the most pleasing. It seemed like Dream was above them. So Patriarch Star wanted to show off a bit, regaining a bit of his image. Dream could obviously read his tone. Thus, he spoke with a small smile. "Well, if you didn't waste so much energy looking flashy, I might be a bit more impressed." "Waste?" "Yes. Here, I'll show you what no wasted energy looks like in the next city." Dream said that as he turned his head forward. Melody, who stood to the side, could only giggle a bit as Patriarch Star's eye twitched. Sure enough, come the fourth city, it was Dream who handled the enemies. All the class SIXS watched him intently. Nobody had actually seen his full power, so they were curious. However, upon arriving in the city, Dream didn't exit the ship. He stayed sitting in the command room as 80 Class 5s rose from the city and faced the flagship. Everyone looked at him oddly. They didn't doubt his power because the rumors were confirmed that he could beat a Class 6 into a mess. But did he not at least want to exit the ship to fight? Dream disregarded them. After washing his senses over the 80 Class 5 enemies, he raised his hand. Everyone in the flagship watched as he snapped his fingers. Flick. A sound was released. From his fingers, a wave rippled. This wasn't a sound wave, but a spatial wave. Then, without warning or sign, all 80 of the Class 5s outside dropped from the sky. They didn't scream, and there wasn't even any blood spilled. They just fell, their eyes still looking as if they were alive. Seeing this, all the Class X's felt a chill crawl up their necks. They hadn't detected anything from Dream's attack. It was silent, and all energy within the attack was purely directed at its destination. The only thing they saw were the souls of those Class 5s suddenly snuff out, like a breeze putting out matches. And that wind of death was released from Dream's snap. They couldn't understand what he had done. There. No wasted energy. If there's no wasted energy, then I wouldn't have even sensed your attacks, much less seen them blind me. Everyone was silent after Dream spoke. His words were true, in theory, but put into practice, it was extremely hard to do what he did. To control your energy to the point where nobody could sense it took an extreme level of skill and comprehension. All right, onward. Next city should put us in front of those Class SIXS. They've had half a year. I wonder what they've prepared. Dream rubbed his chin curiously as the flagship started moving again. At this time, the Class SIXS zoned in. They suddenly remembered that they would be fighting the most powerful force of the Blue Blood Clan, and they were doing it on the enemy's home turf. While half a year wasn't actually that long to prepare, there was no way they hadn't pulled out every card they had. The reckless battle they were throwing themselves into was actually an incredibly stupid act on their part. But this wasn't a normal situation. They had Dream with them. Everyone was curious about Dream's power, and they were hoping in their hearts that he was even more powerful than rumored. Like this, the flagship rapidly shot toward the capital city of the clan. At some point, they saw it in the distance. However, before they could reach the city, a beam of light suddenly shot out of its center and into the sky. This light rose nearly 100 miles into the sky. Then, it exploded, releasing an absurd amount of mana. This mana formed into a dome that covered the entire city, blocking the entry of the flagship. The flagship came to a halt outside the dome. At the same time, Class 6 auras shot out of the city. Dream quickly recognized two of them, the Old Man and Barbarian. Damn. Seeing the dome, Patriarch Star frowned. Dream titled his head, to which he explained. This dome, it's not just protective. If one enters it, they'll be subjected to an extreme amount of pressure. It can hinder the combatability of even Class SIXS. This is one of the more well-known artifacts of this clan. Well, it better be hiding a lot of its power, because if it's just this, it'll do nothing. Dream spoke with a bit of skepticism. This dome was basically enchanted mana, and there weren't many people that could trump Dream in enchanting things. What? You think a major weapon that a clan has used to safeguard their clan for thousands of years is just some garbage. Suddenly, one of the old ancients spoke. It was the man who had been subjected to Aegis's threat, and he still wasn't happy with Dream. Hearing this man, Dream just sighed. The next moment, he teleported out of the flagship, appearing in front of the dome. You've dared to step foot in our clan once more. After Dream appeared, the barbarian who lost his weapon to Dream roared in livid rage. Right after he finished speaking, though, the dome around the city shook. His eyes, along with the eyes of every other Class 6 in the area, went wide as they watched the dome rapidly retract. The walls rose back up to the peak where it shot back down the path of the beam that supported it. Then, this beam collapsed, shrinking down into itself. The moment after, the building that was the source of the dome exploded, releasing a directional wave of absurd power. Surprisingly, the barbarian found himself as the target of this wave. Taking out a weapon, he slashed at the wave. Still, the power behind this wave wasn't so easy to handle. The barbarian was blasted into the ground as he deflected the wave upward. Then, Dream drifted forward, peeking at the hole in the ground the barbarian was buried in. The Class SIXS in the flagship also came out at that moment, their faces surprised. After a few seconds, the barbarian came shooting out. You damned heathen. Heh, I'm sure if you had your main weapon, that wave would have been easier to handle, huh? You. The barbarian's face went red. Ever since Dream obliterated his weapon, he had never calmed the wrath that boiled in his heart. To an Asura, their weapon was everything. It was what shaped their being. To the barbarian, it was greater than a wife. And Dream had destroyed this in front of him, slipping away like a snake afterward. Even if he lived beyond the upcoming battle, even if he personally killed Dream, he would forever have to deal with this shadow of rage. I'm going to shit in your skull. Your corpse will be desecrated by the peasants who live in the gutters. Oh my, I'm pissing my pants already. Hey, you're the one who made your decision. Now I'm going to harvest your soul. Don't worry though, you at least won't be desecrated. That old man, on the other hand, his smile fading, Dream turned his gaze to the old man he almost killed. After meeting his gaze, the old man's soul shook. He still hadn't gotten over the horror of Dream's attack. He's not going to have an easy ending. Silence, you monster. I bet those people you call your allies haven't seen the endless death that rests within you. Patriarchs of the Redeye clan. This man is an evil being who has slaughtered entire billions below his level. Suddenly, the old man bellowed in retaliation. Hearing this, all the nearby Class SIXS were shocked. They looked at Dream. The old man continued. Such slaughter is against natural order. There is no power to be gained from killing those far below you. Thus, those heinous enough to engage in such mass genocide are to be killed without prejudice. It is the duty of even the slightly moral to rid the universe of this scum. Dream, is that true? After the old man finished, Patriarch Star gazed at Dream. His eyes were complicated. No matter what, only killing those at or near your level would assist in gaining power. Even evil beings couldn't simply gain power from doing evil deeds. To gain power, you had to kill those who also had power. This was a truth of the universe under the system. So if someone killed enough people, everyone would begin to question the reason for that person doing so. And generally, there weren't any good reasons for an excessive amount of killing. Only being evil or a person who found pleasure from killing huge amounts of people would result in that many deaths. And in this universe, even among the extraordinarily powerful, there was still morality. Sure, wars were fought all the time, but they always had a purpose. Conflict, the thing that drove growth and ruin, was a truth of the universe that everyone was subjected to. But if someone engaged in acts that brought only ruin and no growth, then they would be in direct opposition to the universe's natural order. By extension, everyone who operated according to natural order would be in opposition to these people. And an excessive amount of killing was one of the great indicators of such people. In this way, the Asuras were able to maintain a rather fantastic system due to their widespread ability. Death's knell. This exposed those who may have breached natural order. However, to this complicated situation, Dream only pinched his nose. He turned to Patriarch Star. Are we really going to discuss this now? I just want their souls, and they're your enemies. I think our interests are aligned pretty closely. But he's not wrong. This isn't something that can be overlooked. Dream. Release death's knell. But this will make things so unnecessarily complicated. You know what? Fine. Feast your eyes. Suddenly, Dream waved his hand in annoyance. The next second, he released death's knell. It was like the surrounding city suddenly turned into a graveyard. With winds of despair and fear, the skies darkened until it was no longer daytime. The Class X felt their souls chill as the deep abyss of death within Dream was opened. Then, ethereal skeletons emerged from the ground below. The spectating citizens were horrified as they saw wraiths and an endless army of undead. Only, because the power wasn't focused on them, nothing bad happened to the millions who bore witness to the ability. The atmosphere oozed terror and the darkness of pure death, comprised of both innocence and corruption. The Class SIXS who saw the deep abyss could surmise how many deaths formed that aura. It was at least a few billion. This was the greatest release of death's knell they had ever witnessed. As for Melody, who had seen this before, she was clenching her fists. Though, she was also confused. She knew her brother was extremely powerful. In fact, he was so powerful that tampering with the skill known as Death's Knell should be child's play for someone like him. He didn't have to expose the truth about himself, so why did he? Then, she saw Dream smile a bit. He spoke. Here it is, Death's Knell. If you want to know so dearly, I've killed a bit over 3 billion people. However, I'm not going to tell my story to you people. Patriarchs of the Redeye clan, you have two decisions to make at this juncture. Dream held up two fingers as he casually faced the gazes of every Class 6 of both sides. 1. You can believe me when I say that I was placed in a bad situation and took the number of lives I did for a good reason. Or 2. You can declare me an evil being based solely on this and make me your enemy. Make your decision. With that, Dream stood there silently. The two patriarchs gazed at him, their minds running quickly. Dream didn't need to threaten them. Not only did they know that making him their enemy would be a very dangerous decision, but Dream didn't care about making them a bit fearful of him. They would make the decision they did, and if they didn't want to think about the risks, then so be it. And Dream truly didn't care about their decision. To him, more enemies was actually a good thing because that would mean he could harvest more souls. Not only that, but there were really only 3 things he was truly concerned about: Melody, Aegis, and Tersa. Everyone else was a stranger that didn't mean much to him. Their deaths, even by his hands, wouldn't plague his mind. This was why Dream didn't bother concealing the deaths on his shoulders. While he wasn't an apathetic or cold individual, he couldn't concern himself with everyone and everything. Only the people close to him earned his concern. Everyone else would only receive his common decency and friendliness, until of course they made him their enemy. For a while, Dream stood between the two sides. The patriarchs thought long and hard about their decision. They were weighing their trust in Dream and the fact of the deaths on his shoulders. Did they believe in his word? Up until now, he hadn't revealed himself to be an evil being. Sure, he was blunt and a bit brash at times, but he wasn't evil. Didn't he want to stay out of the war at first? It was only when his sister was threatened that he stepped in and brought about this situation, but he was still a stranger. It wasn't like he had interacted with the patriarchs for years, and anyone could hide their true self. Looking back to Dream's sudden appearance in the first place, his origins were a bit suspicious. In fact, everything about him was shrouded in mystery. Nobody actually knew anything about him other than he being a master with spatial magic. The two went back and forth between thoughts, racking their minds. If this was anyone else, then the situation probably wouldn't be so complicated since evil people don't tend to dress so nice and act so friendly. Suddenly, though, after some time had passed, a woman stepped out. It was one of the younger Class SIXS of the Redeye clan. Neither an ancient or with the couple, she seemed to stick to herself and hadn't spoken at all. Dream? That is indeed my name. Dream nodded to the woman. She narrowed her eyes at him for a moment. I sense something in your death's knell, something other than the despair and fear. It's chaotic. Then your senses are probably correct. Do me a favor, though, and don't say anything else. Let your leaders make their own decision. If they don't want to believe in who I've shown myself to be, then that's their choice. Seeing Dream smile at her, the woman was silent and a bit confused. The aura she sensed was obviously that of the demons. Only, not many had ever come in contact with demons, so not even the patriarchs may know what their aura is like. However, If they knew that the deaths on Dream's shoulders had to do with the demons, it may clear up many things. Even just the mention of demons would give Dream the benefit of the doubt, but he didn't want that. The woman didn't know what he was trying to do. Either way, though, she had made her own decision. This man wasn't evil, and she wasn't about to make an enemy of him. She stepped back, no longer speaking. The patriarchs gazed at her, but when she didn't say anything, they turned back to Dream. Finally, they made their decision. Chapter 265, Battle. Dream, we stand with you. Oh. Patriarch Star gave his answer. It wasn't an easy decision, but a shallow judgment on his part could force things down a very bad path. For now at least, he didn't wish to walk a path of no return. Plus, he could tell that there was more to Dream's situation than he knew. Dream smiled at this. That's good. No, Patriarch of the Redeye clan. You are siding with an evil being. Hey, old bag, shut your hole. Suddenly, Dream snapped to the old man. Reaching for his holster, he rapidly equipped his 1911 pistol, pointing it at him. Seeing this, the old man's pupils contracted as he instantly raised a barrier of mana. Boom. Dream fired, shooting a white beam of light. When this beam of light exited the barrel, the power of space it was enchanted with made it zip around in unpredictable directions. Then, the old man was horrified to see it come from the side. The beam hit his body. He yelled, mustering up any power he could to dodge. But the beam still hit his arm, and despite the defenses he brought up, the arm was directly obliterated. Everyone watched as the old man's arm exploded into a blue mist before his body was blasted toward the ground, not unlike the barbarian earlier. Damn it! Seeing this attack, the barbarian cursed. The old man had spoken of these attacks of Dreams, but he had yet to actually see them. Now, it looked like Dream was even more powerful than imagined, and he truly did make preparations to kill them. But he didn't cave in. Today, the barbarian had prepared. Behind him, aside from the old man, were 7 other class Aegis. They were all affiliated with the Blue Blood clan, not unlike how the Redeye clan had its ancients or non-leader class Aegis. This was one more class 6 than the Redeye clan, and normally, it would give them a great advantage. But there was now Dream who not only made up for the number, but had power possibly able to kill multiple class Aegis. This placed the Blue Blood clan at a great disadvantage. Of course, the barbarian knew this fact beforehand. Thus, he had prepared himself. Rather unfortunately, though, Dream knew all about the barbarian's preparations. After all, who could hide from him on this planet? Dream smiled at the barbarian. All right, I think it's about time we start. However, I still sense a few auras back there. Mr. Barbarian, how about you call out your allies? I have a feeling you'll need them. Shut up. I need no allies to deal with you. You're really trying to play dumb in front of me? Fine, I'll call them out myself. Raising his pistol, Dream suddenly shot out another 3 rounds. These 3 rounds shot into 3 different directions, heading towards specific buildings in the city. Boom. After the rounds made impact, there were 3 distinct roars. Then, 3 people shot out of the city and into the sky. They were 3 class SIXS, and each of them now had new wounds. Patriarch Thousand Sword recognized these people with a scowl. You dogs of the Flying Sword Clan, what are you doing here? Patriarch Mountain Blade, you dare to call upon foreign clans? Thousand Sword turned his anger back to the barbarian, otherwise known as Mountain Blade. Mountain Blade just scoffed. Don't be a hypocrite, Thousand Sword. This war was only supposed to be for resources, and as soon as you gained an unlikely ally, you launched a conquest. For the sake of my clan, I have also made allies. Thousand Sword was quiet as he heard this. Technically, he was indeed using the help of a foreigner. Mountain Blade wasn't exactly in the wrong. Dream clapped. All right, enough. I think just about all our cards are on the table now, so I think it's time we get started. Aegis, if you please. Always, my lord. With a slight tinge of excitement, Aegis shot over to Dream. Then, everyone watched as Aegis's body turned invisible before enveloping Dream's own. At the same time, Dream released his cosmic form, grabbing his second pistol at the same time. With these pistols in hand, his full power was unleashed. Now, give me your souls, not before I eat yours. With a roar, the barbarian equipped his sword. Like that, he shot toward Dream. Patriarch Star raised his own weapon. This is it. All those of the Redeye clan, Lay siege. Charge. Suddenly, the flagship opened up. With echoing roars, tens of thousands of soldiers came flying out, shooting down to the city below where Class 4s and 5s of the Blue Blood clan laid in wait. Blood was quickly spilled as the two sides entered their biggest battle yet. The Class SIXS also stepped forth, facing their enemies. As if planned beforehand, the three allies that Mountain Blade recruited charged toward Dream. Dream didn't panic at this situation, only speaking to those behind him. I got them. Take the others. Very well. Time to fight. Patriarch Star didn't argue with Dream. With his own roar, he pointed his weapon forth. The tip started to glow as he found his enemy, shooting out to attack. The other Class SIXS, the three ancients plus the couple and single woman, followed behind their leader. Thousand Sword created ethereal swords numbering exactly 1,000. These swords all converging upon a single enemy. Like this, the battle ensued, kickstarting with fierce brutality and desperation. This was a battle that determined the futures of both clans, so everyone put forth everything they had. Bang, bang, bang. Highest in the sky, Dream rapidly fired his pistol. Around him, for enemies were dodging or eating his attacks. First was the barbarian, clad in metal armor and wielding another massive sword that he prepared for this battle. Then were his three allies. There were 3 men, and each of them wielded 2 swords. Interestingly, though, the way they wielded these swords was unconventional. The first sword they used was standard, swung around with their 2 hands, but the second was a flying sword that stuck by their side, supporting their attacks like it had a mind of its own. Dream had been initially surprised by this since it was quite new. Afterward, he became much more confident. If these were enchanted swords, then he could immediately take out a large portion of their fighting ability. Even more surprisingly, though, when Dream made contact with the flying swords using his will, he found that there were actually souls inside of them. Dream found these souls to be exactly the same as the souls of the wielders. It looked like these people put a piece of their soul into their weapon, thus wielding it like an extension of themselves. Naturally, this made it much more difficult for Dream to get rid of the swords. If they were enchanted, then he could easily reverse or destroy the enchantments. Nobody here was better than him at enchanting, after all, but with the souls there, they could fight his power with their own power. He would have to destroy the soul, and that wasn't much different from fighting another person. This was all surmised within the first minute of battle. After learning about this, Dream was able to formulate plans. The barbarian came from above, slashing down with his massive sword. Around the sword, rippling waves of mana were created, threatening to blow anything it hit into particles. Before the sword could hit Dream, though, his body slightly shifted, dodging the sword. At the same time, he fired his pistol in response. To this, the barbarian gritted his teeth. He didn't dodge or block, and the beam hit his shoulder. Surprisingly, though, only some of his flesh was blown up before the beam's power dissipated. What was left was the exposed muscle of the barbarian's shoulder. He still had his arm, solid natural defense, and powerful attacks. Unfortunately, you lack speed and technique, Dream muttered as his body shifted through space. Instead of teleporting through the chaotic void, he decided to just zip around, space bending and pushing him places faster than the others could keep up with. The 3 flying swords that constantly swung at him also constantly missed as if they were actively avoiding him. This was the power of space at work. Bang! Dream fired 5 more shots. These shots all zipped around space like flies, their targets unknown. All at once, the 4 attackers backed off, watching the beams of energy with vigilance. Then, the beams selected their targets. All of them shot at the barbarian, catching him completely off guard. He roared as he slashed at 2 of them with his sword. The 2 he hit exploded, taking out 2 chunks of his sword with them. As for the other 3, they came from behind. Like last time, the barbarian sought to tank these. However, he was shocked when the 3 converged before hitting the same spot on his spine. They exploded. BOM! The power of 3 nuclear bombs went off, all of their power being transmuted into magical power and impacting the barbarian's body. After a flash of light, everyone saw a new hole appear in the barbarian's chest. Mountain Blade let out a pained yell. Luckily, Dream didn't take the chance to keep attacking him. Instead, Dream started focusing on the others. The 3 flying swordsmen kept slashing at Dream while he shifted between their attacks. Nothing was able to hit him, and it frustrated them. However, they knew Dream's energy couldn't be infinite, so they wanted to wear him down while making him expend energy. If they could get rid of all his weapons, then they would be victorious even if he didn't die. Only, they were also starting to realize how terrifying their enemy actually was. They couldn't hit him even with all their power. Didn't this mean he couldn't be killed? The three swordsmen kept attacking, but their attacks always seemed to miss of their own volition. Then, Dream fired 20 more shots in succession. They backed off while raising all their defenses. Then, all 20 shots target a single person. The swordsman's eyes bulged as he mustered even more power. The attacks hit him from all sides. Boom. An explosion momentarily blinded everyone. However, Dream was immediately able to see what his attacks did. Without waiting, he started firing again at the same person. More attacks rained down. Seeing Dream fire more shots at the same person, the two others went to attack him, trying to stop him. However, he couldn't be hit, so he couldn't be stopped from firing. Over 90 shots landed on that single person in the span of less than a minute. Then, Dream stopped and the area cleared. The barbarian as well as the two other swordsmen glanced at the third swordsman who was target, a completely bloodied body with a dozen holes throughout. The man didn't even have arms anymore, and he was generally unrecognizable. No, damn you. The two other swordsmen were livid, throwing themselves at Dream with their strongest attacks. However, this time, Dream entered the chaotic void. The next second, he appeared in front of the almost dead swordsman. Dream's cosmic form raised his hand, plunging it into the man's chest. Ah! Suddenly, the man let out a horrifying scream. The entire battlefield froze up as everyone turned to Dream. His cosmic form was clear as his hand was planted in the man's chest. After a moment of hesitation, the two other swordsmen launched more attacks, as did the barbarian. However, with the body, Dream was able to zip around. Finally, under everyone's shocked eyes, Dream grabbed the man's body with his other hand and pulled. Like this, his soul was separated from his shell. Everyone felt a dreadful chill as Dream held up the swordsman's soul, dropping the body to the floor. The body didn't even hit the ground before it turned to dust, drifting off into the wind. The battlefield was momentarily silent as everyone gazed at the soul. It was a large golden orb, perfectly round and releasing boundless power. It was the thing that gave a Class 6 their power. It was their everything. Dream now held this soul in the palm of his hand. You were dragged into this, but you don't deserve great pain. Die peacefully. Mumbling those words, Dream sent in a wisp of his power. The remnant consciousness and will of the man inside the soul was quickly wiped out. There was a momentary flash of light in Dream's vision at that moment. Seeing this, he guided the light straight into his body. With that, the soul was now mere material. Dream wrapped it up with layers of mana, securing its integrity before putting it into his inventory. You fiend. One of the flying swordsmen shakily pointed at Dream. He had just harvested a soul. Dream turned to him. Relax. His consciousness is wiped. He's dead. It's not like he's going to suffer or anything. That's his soul. You monster. You are desecrating his very existence. Existence? His existence is nothing but dimensional energy. Whatever. I'm not going to lecture you. Without emotion, Dream raised his pistol again. The swordsmen gritted their teeth as they raised their defenses. Fight me, heathen. Just as he was about to fire again, the barbarian came roaring over. Dream disregarded him though, just moving around space as he fired at the second of the three swordsmen. Like this, another barrage started. The first swordsman watched as his friend was subjected to the same thing. More than anything, he was horrified that Dream had so many beams of energy to constantly fire. How could he power such weapons? It was mind-boggling. Damn, you forced me. Suddenly, the first swordsman roared. Then, he took out a device. Dream immediately noticed this. Shockingly, this device radiated the power of space. You should have pulled that out earlier. Shut up. Spatial cage. With a shout, the swordsman threw out the item. It was a large orb, and with an explosion, it locked down space. Dream quickly found himself unable to bend space anymore. He especially couldn't tear open the chaotic void. More than that though, Dream found his own body unable to move much. It's like he was being tied down by chains, vastly decreasing his speed. Wow, that's impressive. Very intriguing use of space. And is it locking down my position on the dimension? So this uses the dimension as well. It's like it wants to maintain where I am, and moving goes against some kind of law. Dimensional reinforcement? Die, you fiend. As Dream was analyzing the power that locked him down, both the two swordsmen and the barbarian came shooting over. Obviously, they weren't locked down, so they could still move as freely as they have been. Seeing their approach, Dream released his will. Like that, he was able to fight for absolute control of the forces around him. However, as this item apparently used dimensional concepts and not just spatial, he still wasn't able to tear into the chaotic void. Using mana, he quickly moved around, but obviously not nearly as fast as before. Because of this, he was subjected to the attack of two flying swords and the barbarian. Aegis, my lord. Suddenly, Aegis manifested over Dream. Because space was locked down, not even Aegis could use his chaotic void armor to defend. But his mana body was still filled with huge amounts of sheer power. Mobilizing this power, Dream put away his gun, raising his hand. 100 marbles appeared, all of which he instantly tossed out. They were his fusion bullets. Shit. Seeing these, the barbarian cursed. He didn't know that these were the bullets Dream was firing, but any weapon Dream brought out was bad news. Still, he continued forward, slashing down with all his might. The two swordsmen were the same. Then, the 100 marbles exploded. The entirety of their force was directed toward the three attackers. Dream stood in the midst of a cataclysmic explosion, watching the three get blown away. There was a flash of light brighter than any star. Several seconds later, when the dust settled, Dream looked between the barbarian and the two swordsmen. All three of them now had myriads of wounds, blood spilling from their bodies. There were a few holes through their torso and limbs, and one of the swordsmen had even lost an arm. As for Dream, he had sustained a bit of a heavy wound himself. There was a sword that was now impaling him through the chest. It was the flying sword of the swordsman he had bombarded but not killed. With all the swordsman's power, he had sent this sword forth, attacking Dream at the expense of taking heavier damage from the marbles. Without a word, Dream grabbed the sword, ripping it out of his chest. The sword vibrated as it tried to attack Dream's hand that gripped it, but when Dream sent in a burst of power, all that stopped. Ugh, no. Suddenly, the swordsman who was the owner of the sword fell to his knees, clenching his chest as blood streamed from his mouth. He had already been heavily wounded by Dream's attacks, but now, his soul had been hurt. Literally, the soul within the sword was a part of his, and Dream just destroyed it. It was no different from slicing a chunk of his soul out. After that, Dream obliterated the sword in his hands. The wound in his chest also closed up, though not before some gray blood dripped out. Dream had seen the attack coming, and with Aegis's help, he was able to keep his soul from getting too wounded. He had still sustained damage though, so he was no longer at 100%. Dream mumbled, "So I've used about 240 marbles. One of you is almost dead now. I wonder if I can kill the other two before I run out of ammunition. Ack, just die already." With a thunderous roar, the barbarian suddenly took something out of his inventory. Dream looked at it as he prepared his weapon. The thing the barbarian took out was a sword, only it was a much smaller sword than the one he used. It looked like a small stick in his large hands. Still, Dream could feel copious amounts of ether radiate from this sword. It also felt ancient, as if it had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Go to hell. Launching forward, the barbarian swung this sword down on Dream. He watched his space constricted around the blade, concentrating on the target and preventing it from moving anywhere. The chaotic void was even opened along the path of the blade, directly tearing through the spatial cage they were still inside. Finally, Dream was taking this weapon a bit seriously. If he let this blade hit him, then he could be torn in half. While this wouldn't kill him, it would injure his soul, and he could be put in a bad position. With the spatial cage locking him down as well, he wouldn't be able to run. If something didn't change, he could be cut down here. However, you severely underestimate me if you think I haven't prepared more than this one gun. Saying that, Dream suddenly raised his other hand. In it was the hand cannon, the weapon he had yet to use. He pointed it at a random point in the sky, pulling the trigger. Chapter 266, Harvest. When Dream fired into the sky, the barbarian was shocked. His spatial blade was going to sever Dream in two. So what was he doing? Not even defending. However, that random bullet Dream fired carried with it a strong spatial power of its own. Suddenly, after reaching a certain point in space, that bullet hit something and exploded into a messy ball of chaotic void. Crack. Suddenly, the barbarian saw spatial fissures erupt all around him. Then, these spatial cracks shattered apart. He suddenly felt the space in the area lighten up, and when Dream teleported out from under his nose, he felt his heart drop. No. Whoosh. The spatial sword hit nothing but air. The two swordsmen felt their eyes widen in shock. How? How did you break the spatial cage? One of them shouted in unfair disbelief. That spatial cage was actually able to lock Dream down, and the sword the barbarian pulled out should have been enough to at least wound him. But with a random bullet, Dream was able to shatter the spatial cage. They couldn't understand. Dream appeared a few meters away, stroking his gun. Know enough about space, and you too can escape from a spatial cage. There's always a power source, even for the invisible spatial cage. I just had to find it. I will admit, it took me longer than normal, but I was also analyzing the dimensional aspect of the cage. It gave me a few inspirations. No. As Dream spoke, the two swordsmen felt their fists clench. That was one of their greatest weapons. They had actually brought out several other trump cards to use on Dream, but when they understood his power, they realized that most of their trump cards were useless. After all, the barbarian didn't fully explain Dream's power to them. Not even he knew the full extent of Dream's power, only that he could wield the power of space. Now, they were realizing how much of a freak Dream was. In only half a year, he was able to create weapons that could kill them all. It was absurd. Damn you, Mountain Blade. What have you gotten us into? Shut up. You can't escape from him. So either kill him with me, or we die together. After the two swordsmen bellowed at the barbarian, he yelled back. They only gritted their teeth at this. Dream could teleport anywhere, so they truly couldn't escape from him. Now, it was do or die. Shit, kill him. Suddenly, one of the swordsmen brought something else out of his inventory. It was a stack of leather hides, and he threw them out at Dream. Dream watched as these pieces of leather exploded with waves of mana. However, he didn't even move, the mana just gliding along his body. It did absolutely nothing to him. That wasn't all. The other swordsman was the same, taking out beads and bombs and consumable weapons, throwing them all out at Dream in desperation. The barbarian also wielded his spatial sword, chopping out at Dream in an attempt to wound him. Utilizing so many weapons obviously had its effects on the surroundings. Wave after wave of mana flew out in all directions. It killed soldiers of both sides who fought below, and the city on the ground was devastated as huge fissures opened up. Many thousands of people who hadn't evacuated the city were obliterated in these remnant attacks. As for Dream, anything that utilized mana as an attacking mechanism was useless against him. He didn't even need to bend space. His will dominated all mana and pushed it away, not consuming much energy at all. And while he dodged the barbarian's spatial sword, he sent out plenty of attacks of his own. Dozens more beams shot out from his pistol, bombarding a person at a time. Dream sent nearly 60 rounds toward the nearly dead swordsman. Surprisingly, using his stacks of consumable weapons, he was able to resist many of these attacks. However, he couldn't avoid everything, and those 60 rounds put him on the edge of death. Like that, Dream teleported in front of him, shooting his hand into his chest. After a mere few seconds, there was a flash of white light as Dream ripped his soul out, wiping the consciousness from it and stashing it into his inventory. 2 down. Ah! The third swordsman roared in unwillingness as he saw his friend die. Then, without warning, he shot off into the distance, running away. Hey, the barbarian was right, you know. You can't escape. With those words, Dream teleported in front of the running swordsman. After appearing, he waved his hand before disappearing once more. The swordsman was horrified as 60 beads instantly surrounded him. Boom. A small sun was created with the swordsman at the center. A few seconds later, a bloodied man shot out. His speed was greatly reduced, but he still desperately shot away. Hand me your soul. Unfortunately, Dream was right behind him. The swordsman turned around only to see Dream holding up his hand cannon. He had now used all of his fusion marbles, so he moved on to his second weapon. No, you want my soul, so I'll burn it to kill you. Saying that, the swordsman lit a fire within him. Dream watched as the man's soul actually consumed itself, drawing out its latent power and spending it for an attack. You're wasting it. Now, Dream was panicked as he saw perfectly good material be burned away. He quickly fired a dozen spatial bullets. When these bullets hit the defenseless swordsman, they instantly tore open void fissures that consumed his entire body. Unfortunately, even as his entire body was consumed by the void, his soul still remained, burning itself. I'm taking you to hell with me. With those final words, Dream watched as the man's soul core cracked open. From this small crack, power beyond words was let out. Making a quick but hard decision, Dream teleported with Aegis to where Melody was, snatching her off the battlefield before teleporting once more. Then, Dream appeared in outer space. He and Melody looked down at the planet where the battle was ongoing. Then, the two saw a massive explosion even from so far away. It created a wave of mana that spread for nearly 1,000 miles, leaving a massive brown crater. Well, that's a Class 6 for you. Dream shook his head in regret. That was all material, totally wasted. Melody was shocked for a different reason, though. That single Class 6 soul had created a crater in the planet 1,000 miles wide. If it had exploded on Earth, it would have likely cracked the planet open, killing all its inhabitants. It was an atrocious amount of power. The next second, Dream teleported again, reappearing above the battlefield. Now, it was nothing more than a wasteland, looking as if a meteor had slammed into the planet. The flagship was gone. The city below had been obliterated, not just killing all who had been evacuating, but anyone within 1,000 miles of the city. Dream knew that a huge chunk of the Blue Blood clan had been destroyed just like that, wiping out potentially tens of millions. Nothing remained even of the armies that had been fighting. There were only some powerful Class 5s that were buried in the ground, barely alive after having used everything they had to defend. Other than that, the only things left were the Class SXS, none of which had died. They were all obviously watching Dream's battle, and as soon as they saw the swordsman detonate his own soul, they realized what would happen. Thus, they defended themselves with their own power along with several tools. Of course, they didn't come out totally unscathed, but it wasn't anything major. It just consumed energy. Now, the three swordsmen were gone, leaving the barbarian along with the Class SIXS of the Blue Blood clan. Dream had focused on the swordsman first because if he killed the barbarian first, they would try to run away. He couldn't have that, so he killed them one by one, forcing them to stay and fight him until there were none left. Well, there's one less obstacle. Now, I can focus on you. Dream spoke as he turned back to the barbarian. However, instead of getting wrathful or roaring in unwillingness, the barbarian's face became downcast. He stared blankly into the distance. I surrender, the barbarian mumbled. He just couldn't resist Dream's power, and now he was regretting fighting this monster. Dream titled his head. Sorry, is that it? You wanted that old man, right? Here. Suddenly, the barbarian shot toward the old man who had been fighting one of the ancients of the Redeye clan. The old man was shocked as the barbarian grabbed him. He was already wounded by Dream and then the ancient he fought, so he couldn't resist. No, Mountain Blade, what are you doing? He struggled, but before he could get out of the barbarian's grasp, he was placed in front of Dream. Mountain Blade presented the old man. Here, this is the man you wanted. Take his soul. All right. No. The old man screamed as Dream nodded and shot his hand into his chest. Then, the old man's soul was ripped out with a flash of light. The body fell lifeless before disintegrating in the wind. Very nice. I think I'll make him suffer the pain of his soul being disassembled when I go to use it. The barbarian was silent as he heard Dream's words, only feeling a chill crawl down his spine. Pain of the soul was the worst thing one could feel in this universe. The barbarian didn't even want to imagine what Dream was going to do with those souls. We surrender. You got what you wanted. Suddenly, the barbarian reiterated himself. However, Dream just turned to him with a frown. You surrender? No, I don't accept your surrender. What? No, you got the old man's soul. And it was indeed something I wanted. But I want you to clearly remember what I said to you only 6 months ago. Do you remember my ultimatum? I said that by siding with that old man, you would be forfeiting your future selves. The decision has been made. And now, I'm here to collect what I promised to. I'm going to harvest your souls. Ah. As Dream got in the barbarian's face, the barbarian let out a guttural roar. You'll never have my soul. As if I would fail to stop the same thing twice. Suddenly, as the barbarian tried to detonate his soul, Dream took something out of his inventory. It was a massive, literal cannon with a barrel around 10 feet wide and 20 feet long. This cannon appeared several feet away from the two. Fire. Boom. The cannon lit up. Everyone saw a massive 10-foot wide beam come out of it. This beam directly hit the barbarian, washing over him in a split second before continuing into the planet, punching a massive hole in the ground. Looking at where the barbarian was, nobody could see anything. However, Dream instantly teleported over, shooting out his hands. His hands actually grabbed something, and a golden sphere appeared within his cosmic grip. It was the barbarian's soul. However, it was smaller and weaker than the others. This was due to the cannon, of course. Still, Dream would rather harvest a damaged soul than nothing at all. Not listening to the final screams of the barbarian's consciousness, Dream wiped him out. After another flash of light and wave of his hand, the soul went into his inventory. He sighed. All right, now for you guys. With ominous words, Dream turned to the rest of the class Axis. For a second, those of the Redeye clan were worried that Dream would try and kill them too, but his gaze only landed on those of the Blue Blood clan. Disperse. Suddenly, someone shouted. Dream's face dropped as the remaining 7 class XS flew off in all directions. Dream rapidly spoke. Patriarchs, pin them down. Oh, on it. With a hasty nod, those of the Redeye clan shot out, intercepting the escaping class XS. At the same time, Dream spoke to Sophia. Fire the death rays. Firing, she announced. 2 seconds later, the skies lit up. For a moment, everyone stopped and looked to the sky. From space descended 3 lines. They were golden, as if they were the droplets of a star. These droplets shot down right on top of 3 escaping class XS, engulfing them in absolute power. At the same time, another 10-foot cannon appeared from Dream's inventory. After reloading the first one, the 2 cannons fired, blasting 2 more class XS. This made 5, and Dream rapidly teleported in front of another. Raising his hand cannon, Dream fired 20 shots. These 20 shots obliterated the body of the already wounded class 6. While Dream was handling his own 4 enemies, everyone had been fighting below, and the class SIXS of the Redeye clan hadn't been slacking off. Now, the rest were sheep for the slaughter. Dream didn't need to expend too much energy or resources. After obliterating his body, Dream reached out and grabbed the class SIXS soul, wiping the consciousness before throwing it into his inventory. Then, he teleported between the 5 class SIXS that had been hit by his cannons and death rays. One by one, he finished them off and harvested their souls, light flashing during each harvest. The death rays were obviously enchanted with his arcane transmutation, so like with what the cannons did with the barbarian. Each person's body was annihilated. He just needed to grab their souls. 2 of them actually tried to detonate their souls, but Dream was able to stop it before it became irreversible. Then, there was one final person left. Patriarch Star, upon sensing Dream's approach, stopped fighting his enemy. This enemy was a woman, the one who wielded a spear beside the barbarian when Dream had initially chased the old man back to his clan. Dream had promised to kill her along with the barbarian for stopping him. She was the last class 6. Seeing Dream, she didn't even fight back. There was nothing she could do, not even destroy her own soul. He shuttled in front of her, appearing with unbearable pressure. She faltered at the hopeless situation, closing her eyes. Stop! Before Dream could kill her too, though, there was a loud shout. Dream was surprised as a young woman came flying over. She was a class 5, and it looked like she barely survived that class 6 soul detonation earlier. Don't kill her! The young woman shouted again as she stood in front of the class 6. Dream was intrigued, not immediately doing anything. Who are you? I am Trace, and this is my mother. Oh, your mother is a class 6. No wonder you were able to survive that detonation. Your powerful mother probably left you with some life-saving tools. Dream nodded a bit as he correctly guessed the situation. Trace gritted her teeth, standing her ground in front of Dream's unfathomable presence. Let my mother live, please. Why should I do that? Because you've done enough. You've harvested 10 Class 6 souls. Is that not enough? Dream rubbed his chin as he pondered. Behind her daughter, the Class 6 mother felt her heart beat out of her chest, tremendous anxiousness building within her. Dream tilted his head. I don't know how many souls I need, but a Class 6 soul is incredibly valuable either way. So let's look at this situation as it is. Does a Class 6 soul carry more weight than the remorse from killing a mother in front of her own daughter? If we want to answer that, we must ask, how much guilt will I feel over killing your mother? Dream bent forward a bit, his cosmic gaze boring into the daughter who stood between him and a Class 6 soul. I will never see you again, and you will never grow to be more powerful than I. Thus, you pose no threat, and you are only one of the many trillions of people I could find in this universe. Even killing both of you here will mean nothing in the future. It'll just be another death amongst the billions I've already ended. And more than that, your mother isn't innocent. She's my enemy. Her death wouldn't be out of the ordinary, but do you not care about what family means? Oh, I do. After all, I have my own mother who I care deeply about. Thing is, I don't care about you or yours. The bond one have with my mother has nothing to do with you. On the contrary, that Class 6 soul will help me do much, including better protecting those close to me. So, given all this, what will my course of action be? Please, I don't want my mother to die. With a slight tremble, Trace fell to her knees. Seeing this, Dream sighed. There was a bit of silence before he spoke. It's unfortunate that your mother, out of all the vast universe, had to be placed here where she would die by my hands. And it is unfortunate that you had to be the daughter that witnesses her death. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll lose everything I hold dear. But that day is not today, and as long as I can help it, that day shall never come. To ensure it so, I will take what I can, when I can. That includes this soul. No. Suddenly, Dream stepped forward. In her desperation, Trace stood and prepared to block him. But without her understanding how, he spatially shifted around her, appearing behind her mother. Then, his hand drove into her body, grasping her soul and tearing it out. Trace was mortified as she watched her mother fall to the floor. Dream looked at the golden soul core in his hands. He swept his power through it, about to wipe the remnant will. When he didn't sense a consciousness, though, he was surprised. He then looked at the mother's body that hadn't turned to dust. Interesting. So she actually extracted her consciousness and some of her soul. Huh? What? Hearing his words, Trace, who was about to break down, regained hope. She looked at her mother, whose eyes slightly opened. Inside her body was a small fire. It was actually a cluster of soul strings holding no more power than a Class 3. Mom, impressive. Very impressive. I would ask how you did that, but I don't think you actually understand how you did that anymore, considering you just abandoned your main soul. Please, this is fine. Just let my mother live. Realizing her mother wasn't yet dead, Trace pleaded once more as she held her body. Dream waved his hand. Relax. I have no need for some soul strings. Consider yourself lucky. Your mother was powerful and smart enough to evade death. I'm done here. Thank you. Trace gave thanks as Dream turned and walked away, putting the soul into his inventory. From the side, Patriarch Star was having complicated feelings. Melody was as well. Everyone had watched Dream's interaction, and they were shocked at his ruthlessness. When Dream walked by Melody, though, he paused. It's not like I want to kill someone's mother in front of them, but I've got my own people to worry about. It was for them. Hey, I understand that. I'm not a child, Dream. I just don't like how that girl wanted to guilt-trip you into sparing her mother. Well, she's not in the wrong. Everyone has their life story, Melody. Whenever you kill someone, you're sowing tragedy in the universe. Just because you can't directly see it doesn't mean it's not there. And if you refuse to face it, then you're a hypocrite. That's why I made the same decision anyway, despite the tragedy being right in front of me. The fact that the mother could evade death is only luck. Anyway, let's go home. I've got an advancement to make. Patting Melody's head, Dream tore open the chaotic void. Melody thought deeply about his words before walking into the portal. Before Dream also left, he turned to the Patriarch. I've got things to do. I will be back eventually, and when I come, I want Vela to lead me to the Blooddrop branch clan at the top of the planet. Oh, of course. The Patriarch nodded. With that, Dream entered the portal, disappearing from view. The patriarch sighed. After that, he looked to his people. We're going back. Let's finish conquering this clan. There's nothing stopping us, no dash. Hang on. Just as the patriarch was about to leave and support his armies, Dream suddenly reappeared. I forgot that I have something for you. Saying that, Dream pointed to the sky. The next second, a huge ship that wasn't much smaller than the flagships of the Redeye clan descended from above. When it landed and opened its hatch, everyone could see a massive pile of books, resources, and items. Together, this pile of treasures radiated profound power. This is all the accumulated resources of the clan. It has all their techniques and blueprints and stuff that acted as their backbone. This is basically what makes the Blue Blood clan the Blue Blood clan. My bot stole it earlier for me before everything got blown to bits. Anyway, it's yours now. You can have the ship too. Think of it as a bit of compensation for your damages. With that, Dream waved and disappeared once more. The class SIXS looked at the mountain of items within the flagship. Entering and picking up one of the books, Patriarch Star saw the title Blue Blood Cultivation Technique. We're Rich. Chapter 267, Plans. After Dream left the battlefield, he shuttled all the way back to Tersa's planet with Melody. He hadn't sustained much in the way of wounds, but he had actually expended most of his energy. Pulling out Class 6 souls wasn't easy even when the enemy was near dead. So while the attacks didn't consume his energy, everything else did. Dream was more than okay with this though. He had taken a single sword to the chest and was able to keep his soul from being injured too much. In the end, he came out with 11 Class 6 souls. This was more than he could have imagined. I think I'm actually glad that Barbarian called for some reinforcements. He's quite the con artist, isn't he? Tricking people into walking toward their doom. Dream mumbled as he appeared next to his workbench at the top of a mountain. Letting out a long breath, Melody took a seat nearby. A few moments after, Tersa appeared. Master, how was your battle? It went very well. Nothing too unexpected occurred, and I think I prepared just right. Anyway, I snatched 11 souls. Congratulations. Thank you. Dream smiled at Tersa's enthusiasm. After ruffling her hair, he took a seat in a conjured chair. For a second he pondered. Melody glanced at him. So what now? Gonna do your advancement? I think so. I'll study the souls a bit first. Maybe I'll glean a bit from them before starting it. All right. And me? Stay here. We caused quite the ruckus. And there's still one person on that planet I can't touch or attract the attention of. I don't need you getting into any sticky situations. You mean the demigod? Yes. If there really is one at that branch clan, then I still have to tread lightly. That's an existence I can't ensure my life around. Right. Melody wasn't sure what to say. Her brother was so powerful, capable of killing several Class X alone. And yet, there was someone that could kill even him. Such a person would have to be an incomprehensible existence. Melody couldn't even imagine power like that. Anyway, just stick around and play in the flowers or something. I've got work to do. But there's no flowers here. Melody mumbled as Dream went to his workbench. The planet was still forming and it was so big. Where could she find flowers? Tersa suddenly spoke at that moment. I know where flowers are. I don't actually want to play in the flowers. Actually, you should take me on a tour of your planet, Tersa. Maybe by the time I've seen everything, Dream will be done. Okay, Tersa readily agreed, taking Melody down the mountain. Like that, the two went sightseeing while Dream cracked open souls like they were eggs, spilling out their secrets. Madam Luna, we're about to begin. In a distant star system, Luna was suddenly alerted. She was in a large tent, and a man spoke from outside. Hearing this man, Luna sighed. Sometimes she found herself daydreaming, thinking about what Dream might be doing. For all she knew, he had gone and destroyed a few planets already, and her assumptions weren't far from the truth. Taking a second, she glanced at a table nearby. The table held an enchanted map that displayed several markers and the nearby landscape. It was a military map loaded with intelligence. With a flick of her hand, the map was put into her inventory. Then, she walked out of the tent. What greeted her was the sight of an army. When she first arrived on this world, she had been placed into a company of soldiers numbering 200. Back then, she had come up with many plans and schemes in an attempt to climb the military ladder. And now, she was in a much higher position than when she started. After exiting her tent, another man walked over. This was her initial captain. However, upon approach, he nodded respectfully. The army is ready to depart with your word. I've prepared your mount. Thank you. Of course, Captain Luna. Please, follow me. With that, Luna was guided to her mount. In a shockingly short amount of time, she had not only gotten herself an official place in what was called the Angelic Legions, but was now a captain. This was the same as her fellow captain, the one who had found her. However, despite them both being the same rank, Luna occupied the commanding position. This was due to her winning the loyalty of her company and eventually her fellow captain. Of course, Alice was there the entire time, and more than ever, she was glad for her ability to drift in and out of existence. As Luna went on operations with her soldiers, many people had to be healed. And as she explained to Alice, Luna could influence people's minds with the power of her skill rule. The influence could come in any shape or form, from her words to her healing powers. Thus, every time someone spoke to her or was healed by her, they became more subservient to Luna. Over time, the effects of her skill ingrained itself into the minds of her soldiers. With so many people willing to follow her lead, she was quickly promoted. Now, she stood at the same level as her former captain. More than anything, she controlled 200 soldiers, all of them willing to follow her commands to the death. For some time, Alice was a little scared of Luna's power, but she quickly got over it. Now, she was only glad that they were able to find a place in the universe. And through Luna's position, they had gathered tons of important information. For example, the world they were on was a frontline battlefield against the demons. The entire planet was ravaged, and there wasn't any particular goal to the battles that occurred here other than to get the demons off the planet. This kind of thing happened across thousands of star systems and across millions of planets. There were endless battles between the demons and angels, and they constantly battled for control over planets and territories. This was just one of those many planets. As for Luna's plans, she had already achieved her first set of goals that involved becoming a captain and earning a place in the legions. However, upon climbing that hill, she was a bit overwhelmed by what her next steps should be. She found herself in a massive universe without any clue as to where Dream could be. She had even tried to speak over their soul bond, but because of the distance, she never got a response. Being on some random wasteland of a planet didn't help with searching either because she didn't have much freedom, even as a captain. Only rising in rank would allow her to be moved into a position where she could jump between planets and command huge amounts of troops. Only, rising in rank required her to show exemplary performance, form connections with the right people, and most important of all, rise in personal power. She was a Class 4, and through her battles, showed that she could kill high-level Class 5s. But that wasn't enough. Luna had long ago maxed out her level, so her power growth was slow. But that also meant she was ripe for an advancement. It had been a long while since Luna started studying the methods to advance, and she had talked extensively with every Class 5 in her company to garner insights. From this, she found out about the concept of soul seas and how 10 soul seas comprised of one's being was the best one could achieve. An average advancement garnered around 5 or 6 soul seas at best. Plus, she learned that while advancements could be done with nothing, when one had certain special and powerful materials, they could boost their power gain during the advancement itself. There were many materials people named out for her, such as high-level demon bones, powerful artifacts with souls, sentient plants, and more. However, there was one material that was especially useful: souls. Luna was told that one could use other Class 5 souls as fuel during the advancement. Only, there were several difficulties with this method. The first problem was extracting and preserving the soul. Then, one had to know how to use the soul as fuel. Finally, acquiring the soul was probably the biggest problem. The reason for this was the fact that demon souls couldn't be used. Luna found out that demon souls were opposite in nature to standard souls. The souls of normal people such as angels or humans, and such were called golden souls. The souls of demons were called black souls. The reason for this was due to the kinds of powers demons wielded. Demons were chaotic, while angels were orderly. Chaotic beings wielded what Luna heard be called runa. It was basically the opposite of mana, and when the two collided, they sought to annihilate each other. Luna had first experienced this with her own sister, who was filled with the energy. Only through Dream's mediation could the two be kept from annihilating each other. Either way, demon souls were filled with the energy that Luna wanted the opposite of. Thus, she had to find golden souls that she could use. Only, who could she get a soul from? She never found any for sale, and there were none to be found on this battlefield. The only ones with golden souls here were angels. This put Luna in a dilemma. However, after she did some conversing with people and had Alice do some eavesdropping, she was able to get an interesting tidbit of information. Turns out, there were many angels who would be captured and then corrupted by the demons. It happened rather frequently, in fact. However, this was also when Luna learned of something called soul harvesting. Basically, captains and other officers who commanded armies would learn of captured angels, but instead of saving them, they would wait until they were corrupted by demons. Then, they would strike, killing the corrupted angels and stealing their souls. They would then sell these golden souls to those in the high ranks, earning large amounts of money and kiss-ass points with their superiors. It was a dirty thing to do, but Luna saw this as her one hope. She knew how important advancements were, and she didn't have the money to buy souls. Thus, she needed to get in on this soul harvesting. Or, she at least needed to steal from those who engaged in it. And she had the perfect person for the job. Luna was quick to tell Alice her plans, and not long after, she found out about an operation to save some angels. The operation was obviously kept a secret, but she was able to hear about it. And when she got the details, she formed her own plans, one of which involved an operation. Luna had done a standard mission, a raid on a demon settlement. The location of her operation was far away from the rescue operation where the souls would be harvested. Like this, there would be absolutely no suspicion directed at her. As for how to get the souls, that was Alice's job. She had actually departed with the company in question, tailing them to their operation. Then came the hard part. When all was said and done, Alice still didn't know how to preserve souls. Thus, she needed these other people to preserve them for her. In the process, she could watch and learn how to do it before stealing them for herself. As for how she would steal it, Luna gave her two options. In the case that the commanding officer was the one handling the souls, Alice was ordered to try and snatch them from under his nose only after she learned enough. Since the officer would likely just put the souls into his inventory, she would literally have to take them from his hands, something that would obviously put them on high alert. Luna didn't worry about Alice's safety, though, since the strongest person was only a class 5. She also didn't worry about an alerted officer. Nothing could be traced to her. But if it were one of the soldiers handling the souls, Alice was given the option to kill them. Alice and Luna both had learned from Dream how to steal from inventories, so combined with the death of the holder, she could steal all the harvested souls. As for alerting someone, Luna also didn't worry about it. A single death wouldn't amount to much, and the officer wouldn't want the situation to be investigated anyway. It would all be swept under the rug. Thus, Luna had her plans. As she departed on her own operation, Alice was already enacting her own. Far away from Luna, Alice wandered inside a demon stronghold. It had already been cleared out by the angelic soldiers, leaving no demons alive. There were also 8 corrupted Class 5 angels that had taken into custody. There had been a few dozen Class 4 corrupted angels, but those were killed. Their souls weren't of value. These corrupted angels were angels that had their minds ruined by the demons. The demons would infect them with some kind of soul virus that turned them demonic. Most of the time, it resulted in the angels becoming mindless monsters not unlike most demons. Only, these were powerful monsters who still retained their abilities. In this way, the demons could add to their own forces. It was only in very few instances that an angel could preserve their mind, having their soul converted but their tendencies drastically altered. They would become an even greater threat than mindless corrupted angels. The 8 angels encountered this time were of the mindless type. After restraining them, the captain of this company had them taken to a large tent that was equipped with concealing enchantments. Alice snuck into this tent right beside the few others who went in. 2 Class 5 angels restrained the corrupted angels while the officer along with an assistant stood in front of them. Alice stood to the side, watching. "Go ahead." Suddenly, the captain pat his assistant on the shoulder. The assistant nodded before stepping forth. He placed his hand on one angel's chest. Then, the angel started to scream. It thrashed around for several seconds. After these several seconds, the assistant pulled back his hand, in it a golden wisp. After fully pulling back this wisp, the angel dropped dead, melting away into dust moments later. Alice watched the whole thing, seeing every detail about how the assistant would surround and extract the soul with his will. Then, he would fill the soul with his mana, locking it down and thus preserving it. It didn't look like a difficult process, so Alice was able to quickly discern the technique. Then, the assistant pulled out the other 7 souls. After that, he lined them all up on a table. The commanding officer took a close look at each one. Good. Perfect condition. I'm glad to see you're not making any more mistakes. Thank you, sir. Now take these to Dav. Whoosh. Suddenly, as the captain was giving orders, a tiny wind was kicked up in the mana around him. He froze as all 8 of the souls instantly disappeared from the table. What? He shouted, releasing the fullest extent of his will. When he found nothing, though, he was livid. What happened? I didn't put them into my inventory. Then where did they go? Thief. There's a thief in our midst. Lock this stronghold down. Find them. The captain roared at the top of his lungs, everyone for miles hearing his voice. His army of soldiers rapidly did as he said and locked down the stronghold. As for Alice, she was already a distance away. She smirked as she looked back at the stronghold. Then, she shot off across the vast wasteland, returning to Luna. Not even a day later, Alice appeared by Luna's side. Currently, Luna's company was raiding a settlement. With Luna's support, every demon was quickly and easily dispatched. Luna sat in her tent, staring off into the distance. It was at this time that a figure manifested beside her. It was Alice, and she immediately raised her hand. Luna looked over, seeing a golden wisp above Alice's palm. She took the soul into her own hand, infusing her will into it and analyzing it. A Class 5 soul, mid-level. Good. How many do you think you need? The cumulative power of the souls should at least surpass mine. I can kill a high-level Class 5 with everything I have. Thus, I would want at least 5 high-level Class 5 souls, preferably 20. If they're mid-level, I would want at least 60, preferably 100. I have 8 here, all of them mid-level. Then it might take a while to gather enough. Luna frowned. While angels were frequently corrupted, that was only Class 4s. Class 5s weren't corrupted in nearly the same numbers. Luna might only find a rescue operation like that once every week at best, if not 2 or 3 every month. With these numbers, she might have to wait a year before gathering enough. Luna didn't want to wait that long, though. As she frowned, Alice thought for a second. How far are you willing to go to save time? Far enough. Why? The captains and commanding officers, they aren't exactly the cleanest people. Most of them are high-level Class 5s. And well, I specialize in this kind of stuff. Alice equipped one of her daggers, stroking it with her delicate fingers. She was an assassin, and her instantaneous power output was massive. She couldn't do much to a Class 6, but a Class 5? She wasn't worse than Luna, who could kill one. With a bit of preparation, she could definitely kill them without leaving a trace. And like Luna, she wanted to get back to Dream. On top of that, she needed to make her own advancement, so whatever Luna needed, she needed the same amount. If they wanted to do things in a timely manner, then maybe getting their hands a bit bloody wouldn't be so bad. Luna thought about it for a second. Suddenly, she nodded. All right, but you let me give the kill orders. We can't suddenly make every captain on this world disappear. We can kill a few before talking to some. After we get our hands on a few subordinates, we'll also find ourselves with a large supply of souls. With a combination of mid and high-level Class 5 souls, we should be able to take care of both our advancements, expand large enough, and it shouldn't take a year to get what we need. Plus, that'll open me up for talks with the upper ranks. Yeah, I think that'll work. After planning it out some, Luna nodded to herself. She then stood up. Very well, I have my plans. Time to head back and do some scouting. With that, Luna walked out of her tent. Alice smiled before disappearing from view. After this, Luna went on to enact her plans across several months. It had only taken a few months after she arrived to become a captain and make these plans. Thus, around 5 months later, she was placed at the same point in time as Dream, who had taken 6 months to prepare and harvest Class 6 souls. Chapter 268, Second Step. Dream entered another round of isolated research. As far as he was concerned, nothing at this point was more important than his own advancement, so he wouldn't emerge until it was finished. The first thing he did was study a soul. He wanted to try and understand how a Class 6 soul worked. According to the things he's read, only a Class 6 soul could make contact with and draw power from concepts. Thus, Becoming a Class 6 was like having the gates of the universe open to you. Nobody with any lesser a soul was capable of making contact with concepts, and they certainly weren't aware of their existence. However, many months ago, Dream had disproven this fact. A little, at least. He had successfully made contact with a concept after earning its acknowledgement, but he couldn't do much with it. He couldn't draw power from it, and he wasn't able to comprehend any more of it. All he had were those 2 marks he left on them, like little trophies that were good for nothing more than being eye candy. In this way, he was like the rest of the population under the Class 6 realm. But now, he wanted to attempt to reverse the logic of the universe and find the thing that allowed a Class 6 to make contact with concepts. If he could do that, then he could use the souls he gathered in order to bestow himself that ability. It couldn't be understated how monumental an achievement that would be. After all, if he was comprehending concepts as a Class 5, what would happen when he became a Class 6? It couldn't be known, so he was eager to get to work. Dream quickly chose the barbarian soul to study first. His was smaller and weaker than the others, and thus less valuable. Dream wouldn't feel much of a loss consuming it for study. On his workbench, Dream gazed at the soul. It was a golden orb no larger than Dream's hand. It was crazy to think that this small object could obliterate a small planet at full power. Reaching his hand out, Dream shot out his will, infusing it fully into the soul. Like this, he received a massive influx of data. He was reading the soul. The first thing he saw was a huge world of power. When one became a Class 5, they formed their soul strings into soul seas, each sea comprised of their being. Then as a Class 6, they fused these seas together, combining all aspects of themselves to create the ultimate version of their self. A Class 6 soul represented the peak of a soul's evolution, and if it weren't for concepts, it would be the end of one's growth. Basically, a Class 6 soul was the fruit of a person's entire potential and power. And because a Class 6 soul was a single thing, not divided into different parts, Dream had a hard time making sense of the powers he was seeing. There wasn't anything like layers of soul seas that he could pick apart and analyze. The soul was an amalgamation of everything. It just was the entire thing. There were no parts to pick out. At least, that's what he initially saw. As he dug deeper and read more data, he was able to see discrete divisions in the soul, almost like lines in the sand. They weren't obvious, but they were there. So Mr. Barbarian didn't have the best advancement. A perfect advancement probably wouldn't have these imperfections. Let's dig a little deeper. With that, Dream started to study the different parts of the soul. First, he was able to find where the consciousness would reside. Dream was actually able to find the barbarian's mind space doing this, or what was left of it. Then, he was able to find where things like mana was stored, where his intelligence was stored, and where his skills were housed. Altogether, he found 5 divisions, each representing a different aspect of the barbarian. However, this caused Dream to frown. The divisions are uniformly distributed across the entire soul. That means that during his Class 5 advancement, he was only able to form 5 soul seas. That's barely an average advancement where a perfect advancement forms 10 soul seas. Even as a Class 6, he was weak, and I thought I was pretty damn strong. Dream let out a heavy sigh. If the barbarian was a weak Class 6, then that means Dream's performance wasn't nearly as amazing as he thought. That barbarian was probably as weak as a Class 6 can be. After all, how could someone with a barely average Class 5 advancement become a Class 6? That barbarian probably had a lot of luck in being able to advance more. After quickly devaluating his performance, Dream went back to studying. After finding the divisions, Dream went on to split apart the soul. It split into 5 pieces, and Dream broke one down particle by particle. All the data of the particles streamed into his mind, and Dream slowly gleaned secrets. For an entire month, Dream analyzed the soul piece bit by bit. Come the end of the month, he had entirely disassembled a single of the 5 pieces. At this point, Dream lifted his head, closing his eyes and remaining silent. His mind was slightly chaotic, though, processing data alongside Sophia at incredible speeds. He remained like this for a whole week. Then, he zoned back in. There's something there. He spoke these words. If Melody had heard these words, she would assume that he had merely learned some detail about the formation of the soul. But Sophia knew better. For a long time, Dream had a list of energies that the universe operated with, things like mana, ether, flux, and the like. There wasn't anything outside of these energies that he had ever discovered or come into contact with. Thus, whenever he analyzed something, he always knew the thing's components. It could be said that there was nothing he didn't know about, but this was classified as something. He didn't know what it was. He had discovered something new. It's something of the soul, perhaps its primary form of existence, or maybe its energetic source. I've never seen it before, but when I observe it, I can sense something familiar. It feels like it isn't actually real, like a concept. Dream mumbled to himself. This thing inside the soul gave him the same feeling as the concepts he touched, something real but not tangible. He couldn't touch it, but he knew it was there. At the same time, though, if it were only a concept, he wouldn't even know of its existence. It seemed both physical and ethereal, intangible, but manifest enough to where Dream could observe it. This made him think of something. Perhaps this is the bridge? Class 6 souls are made aware of concepts by bringing their being together. But something has to be added during the process of amalgamation, something that opens the tunnel for conceptual observation. It doesn't just happen. Perhaps this is that thing. If I'm right, Dream stopped there. Suddenly, he waved his hands, and the 4 other soul fragments burst apart into a glorious golden fog. Dream's cosmic form released as he let loose the entirety of his will. His will infused into every particle of the souls. When he found a particle that was merely a standard energy like flux or mana, he tossed it away. When he saw semi-intangible particles, though, he gathered them. Like that, over the course of another month, Dream sifted through the entire soul, pulling particles from the air that were no larger than subatomic particles like protons. Surprisingly, as he found more and more, picking out these intangible particles became easier, and he gathered more. After the month, he stopped. On the ground was solid energy that came in forms like ether or mana, and in Dream's hand was a small golden fluid in the shape of an orb and about half the size of the palm-sized soul it had come from. The fluid seemed to constantly drift out of existence, and without Dream's will constantly infusing into it, it would have long since disappeared, never to be seen again. Much of it did disappear when he had first started collecting it, and this was now all that was left. Only he was able to keep it in this dimension through his constant observation and contact with it. It's like it's subject to quantum phenomena, wanting to disperse when it's not being observed and grounded to the universe. Or it's not, and it's just trying to ascend to a higher dimension where it belongs. Anyway, let's see what happens when I truly interact with you. Saying that, Dream extracted the tiniest portion of this golden fluid. Then, he brought it into his soul, specifically his mind space. Upon the golden fluid entering, though, Dream's mind space shook. Without him doing anything, the golden fluid shot toward the 2 stars at the highest height of his mind space, the marks he had left on those 2 concepts. When the golden fluid touched the marks, white cracks appeared around them. These white cracks spread ever so slightly through Dream's mind space, only through the area around the marks. They stopped there. The golden fluid consumed. Crack. The next moment, Dream's mind space in its entirety saw a single large crack appear across it. This wasn't created by the golden fluid, but the absurd pressure brought about by those white cracks around the marks. Dream felt his body momentarily lose control of itself before he was subjected to immense pain. "Ah, that actually hurts. Are you okay?" Sophia asked cautiously. She hadn't spoken out when Dream was bringing the golden fluid into his mind space because nothing she said could stop him from experimenting like this. Now that his mind space sustained enormous pressure and cracked, she could only do what she could to help. Dream nodded blankly. "Yeah, these white cracks though, they're... what? It's the gateway to concepts." Dream spoke with a bit of wonder, completely forgetting about the pain. When those white cracks appeared, I could feel the door to the concepts I touched open just a bit more. I was right. That golden intangible fluid is the gateway to concepts. It's the bridge, connecting the soul to conceptual space where concepts could be touched, comprehended, and wielded. But, crack. Just as Dream drifted off, Sophia was shocked to see another large crack appear in his mind space. Dream smiled wryly. "I think the concepts are too much for me to handle. The power. My soul can't wield it. My mind can barely sustain itself due to the fact that I've already been exposed to concepts before." "Huh. Then what the hell do we do?" Crack. Sophia began to seriously panic when another crack appeared. Dream sighed. I'm on a clock now. I guess there's not much else I can do. Wait, is this seriously how you're going about this? Well, what other choice do I have? I'm commencing my advancement. Dream spoke outwardly. The pressure mounted every second, and there was only one place he could go to that could solve his problem. The legacy space. After Dream spoke, he was suddenly prompted by the system. You cannot level up before choosing a class. Your selection of classes will be based on your profile and experience thus far. The choice you make cannot be taken back. Excess experience will be accumulated and gained after the class selection has been made. Select a class. Archon Legacy. Emperor. I choose Emperor. Dream made his choice. Then, he was given more prompts. Last time, the prompts came through Sophia, but now, because he was under the Wanderer system, that wasn't necessary. Warning: Legacy has been selected. You have chosen to continue the Archon's legacy. Legacy of the Archon. Second step, Emperor. The 7 Archons, builders of the universe, have made you their prophet. Now, you shall take the second step toward inheriting their legacy. You shall become an emperor who rules everything under the Archons. Warning: Establishing connection through title. Origin seeker. Connection established. Commencing legacy bestowal. With those prompts, Dream suddenly fell unconscious, his body collapsing to the floor. When this happened, Tersa immediately appeared next to him. Her face was panicked. Master? He's not lucid. He said something about a class advancement? Is this what happens when he does it? I should watch him, just in case. Saying that, Tersa stood by Dream's body, making sure nothing out of the ordinary happened. After falling unconscious, Dream quickly regained lucidity. He opened his eyes while in his mortal shell, taking in the surroundings. A brilliant cosmic background, showing off the colorful splendor of nebulae and starry constellations. A structure floating in the endless depths of space, with a floor of glass containing swirling gray fluid and monoliths surrounding his person. And a single person standing with these monoliths, acting as the guardian of this space. Dream saw this familiar person, jumping to his feet with a wide smile. Keeper, it's you. It's been many years, and you haven't aged a day. How have you been? Dream laughed heartily when he saw that man with robes, a star in his torso, and a scowl on his forever ashy face. Upon hearing Dream's voice, the Keeper's resting scowl turned to an even deeper frown. Sometimes I miss my eternity of peace. Huh, are you not also ecstatic to see me? The Keeper was quiet as he momentarily shut his eyes. Taking a breath, he opened them to see Dream staring at him. At this point, though, the Keeper slightly froze up. He observed Dream, more specifically the power within him. He detected a fathomless aura that was impossibly far from what Dream used to be when he first came and left the legacy space. Then, he glimpsed at Dream's mind. He could see those 2 concepts within, along with the white cracks that brought down immeasurable pressure on his mind space. He quickly surmised what was happening, but he didn't want to believe it. You have realized dust? Is that what that golden intangible fluid is called? I have in fact found some, and I made the small mistake of putting some into my mind space. You fool. An unevolved soul such as yours cannot possibly bear the weight of conceptual power. Yeah, I've realized that. Now I need to solve my current problem, and you need to tell me how. Dream calmly spoke to the Keeper. Even in the legacy space, his mind was still at risk of continually breaking down. He didn't have any time to waste. The Keeper thought for a second. To become an emperor, there is a trial. However, not only do you not have the time for a trial, but since you've realized contact with dust, you have already gone beyond it. Still, you must understand how to evolve your soul to the next level. Comprehend this monolith. The Keeper waved his hand. Then, a monolith suddenly shot out of the ground. Its writing was in silver script, a step above the golden script that Dream had comprehended when he was last here. Dream wasted no time, his will bursting from his body and covering the monolith. All at once, the silver script was engraved into his mind space. He couldn't bother comprehending the script piece by piece. However, this still increased the pressure on his mind space, and more small cracks appeared. Dream disregarded this as he broke apart the silver script, reading its data shockingly fast. He saw all the details of a Class 5 soul. After seeing the soul and how it was formed, he was able to summarize. So a person needs to divide their being into distinct sections, or soul seas. Each sea will be constructed from a person's attributes. From mana to their intelligence, they must assemble their being, turning it from scrambled soul strings into planes of existence. And to turn single-dimensional strings into two-dimensional planes, one must ascend their soul, evolving it into a higher dimensional form. Dream read all the data. To him, this was standard, even for the people of the normal universe under the system. But there was more, and the Keeper spoke. When the record, the system, dawned upon the universe, it took hold of all functions that involved divine light, from the formation to the evolution of skills, to the accumulation and strengthening of the soul's wisdom. The system codified and entangled itself with all divine light in the universe, weaving itself through all beings through what is now known as experience. It took away awareness of divine light, and in order to still facilitate the evolution of all beings, it guided the advancements of everything under its influence. The Keeper spoke these words. Dream listened, at the same time reading the rest of the monolith. Dots began to connect as he did so. In order to ascend one's soul, one must realize divine light, descending it and filling their soul with it. Through divine light, one establishes a bridge to a higher form, ascending their soul. They form vessels from this divine light, known as divine seas, with each sea comprised of a person's attribute. Through this ascension, one can realize the most extreme evolution of everything they are, filling these divine seas with the waters of divine light. And through filling these seas, they can be blessed by the universe itself, touching upon the gateway to dust and the acknowledgement of concepts. There was a spark as Dream had an epiphany. No wonder nobody had much information about the Class 5 advancement. Under the system, they couldn't even realize its most essential process. Divine light was foreign to them. Experience was divine light, and it heightened one's mind. It didn't turn people into wise old men, but instead helped them realize higher concepts like magic and skills. It was something that allowed a soul to realize more energy, thus realizing more power. It broadened minds, and a Class 5 took this to the extreme, dividing their soul and creating vessels that could store and be filled with this empowering divine light. If one formed a vessel that was comprised of a skill, then by filling it with divine light, that skill would realize tremendous power, pushing it to its absolute pinnacle of strength. And that was only a single vessel. There were many aspects to a person, and in the universe today, the peak of Class 5 evolution formed 10 divine seas. That was 10 vessels that could be filled to the brim with pure divine light, pushing those 10 aspects of a person to their most extreme reaches. It was an unfathomable jump in power. Yet, Dream was able to kill Class 5s with ease. While the ones he had encountered weren't the most powerful, they were nonetheless Class 5s. He was only now undergoing his evolution to that realm, and Dream knew very well that his being could be divided clearly into many aspects. Would he be able to reach the pinnacle of 10 soul seas? The monolith in front of him disappeared, all of its silver script engraved into Dream's mind. Looking up, he spotted a monolith with silver script. Under the 7 archons, there were 14 emperors, 2 for each archon, and thus 14 monoliths for each of the emperors. Dream shifted in front of one of the 14 monoliths and read the first line of script. 12th Divine Sea. Sea of Ash. Dream mumbled. Then, he smiled. A pinnacle of 10 seas? We'll see about that. Chapter 269. Divine Seas. Crack. As Dream read one of the monoliths, his mind space suddenly cracked again. He was still on a clock, and if he took too long, his mind space would shatter. Yet, the Keeper was baffled as he saw Dream casually read the monoliths, completely disregarding his very psyche that was breaking down every moment. It was like it had nothing to do with him. Across the span of a few minutes, Dream bounced between each of the 14 monoliths, merely reading their introductions. When he was done, he took a step back. So, correct me if I'm wrong because my mental faculties are not at their peak, or maybe too far beyond their peak. Dream turned to the Keeper. From each of these 14 monoliths come the greatest formations for divine seas, and each of these seas have a certain domain, correct? The Keeper nodded. Like the prophets whose monoliths you comprehended prior, These 14 silver monoliths carry the inheritances of the greatest 14 emperors under the archons. Each monolith details the formation of what's called the prime 14 seas, the most powerful divine seas any single person could form. They are: first divine sea, mana; second divine sea, flux; third divine sea, ether; fourth divine sea, runa; fifth divine sea, magic; sixth divine sea, bodily existence; seventh divine sea, will; eighth divine sea, mind; ninth divine sea, intelligence; 10th divine sea, wisdom; 11th divine sea, dust; 12th divine sea, ash; 13th divine sea, gray mist; 14th divine sea, skills. Each of these prime 14 seas constitutes the entirety of a person's existence. However, there are some seas that are mutually exclusive, such as mana and runa, along with dust and ash, pairs that represent extreme opposites. This means that any single soul can't contain both. Then, there are the extreme seas that are too difficult to form, such as gray mist, which requires fusing mana and runa. Seas of dust and ash are also extremely difficult to form since many don't realize contact with either energy until they bring together their soul, what you would know as becoming a class 6. Thus, it is impossible to construct all of the prime 14 seas. One must pick and choose according to their alignment. I see. Dream looked down as he pondered. After a few seconds, he nodded. Very well. I will call down my divine light and form my divine seas from my divided existence. You shall. But with the way you are, your mind will be destroyed before you are able to solve your problem. I shouldn't be providing you assistance, but... The keeper frowned as Dream listened. As if deliberating, he took a few seconds before raising his hand. Seal. From his hand came a silver wisp of light, shooting into Dream's head before sinking into his mind space. Then, Dream went limp as if collapsing, only to upright himself before hitting the floor. After the momentary lapse in consciousness, Dream looked into his mind space and found a white ring that encased the white cracks around the concept marks. With that ring, he no longer felt the vast pressure of conceptual power. That seal is not a solution. It will wear down over time. Before it does, you must construct a soul powerful enough to bear conceptual power. I cannot do more for you than this, even if I wished to. Oh, thank you, Keeper. Dream was surprised as he analyzed the seal. It isolated the concepts in his mind space, blocking their power. The only downside to this was that Dream could no longer feel the majesty of the concepts and the inspiration he gained from them. At least it kept him alive, though. Anyway, I have another request. Let Sophia in. Sophia, that artificial soul? Why should I allow another being to bear witness to this place? One who is unqualified and hails from questionable origins. For 3 reasons. Dream held up 3 fingers. First, caring about someone else bearing witness to this place is rather idiotic. Second, she is a part of me and is thus qualified because I am. Third, you say questionable origins, but let's not act like you haven't spoken with the one who arranged all these things. I was allowed into this legacy space because I was put under the Wanderer system, who is run by you-know-who. That means he knows of your existence, has facilitated your finding of a suitable candidate, and that you have agreed to this. Dream's cosmic gaze bore into the Keeper, and the Keeper could tell that he was smiling inwardly. He frowned, thinking of the things Dream said. It is true that I have agreed to that one's assistance, but I do not take pleasure in it. That man is a devious character, and if this legacy had not been washed away by certain powers, then I would not have agreed to his interference. Believe me, I get it. You think I like having my path determined for me? When I get powerful enough, I plan on having a constructive conversation with that man. But right now, Sophia is a part of me and is involved with this advancement. I need you to understand my position and let her in. The Keeper was quiet for a second. After the two stared at each other for a few seconds, the Keeper sighed. Dream felt another consciousness make contact with him afterward. Whoa, hey, you know what I don't like? Waiting around in limbo while you have fun without me. So this must be the Keeper, huh? After scolding Dream, Sophia quickly turned her attention to the Keeper. She hadn't actually met him, but she had seen Dream's memories of him, so she could easily recognize him. Hello, Keeper. Thank you for giving Dream that silver infinity ring back then. This idiot would have been killed without it. I figured. The keeper smiled slightly. He had already noticed the consumption of the silver ring he had engraved in Dream's mind space, so he already knew that he had done something he probably shouldn't have. Plus, there was the whole situation with his cracking mind space. Dream just loved to walk the line of life and death with his experiments. Truly a mad scientist. Hey, you two can bond another time. I've got an advancement to do, and not a lot of time to do it in. Well, maybe if you didn't just shove things into your mind space, you wouldn't be on a death clock. It was the only way to verify my theory. It was so not the only way. Literally, anything else would have been a better option. You know what? Let's agree that you're partially correct, and that my method was the fastest way to verify. I'm completely correct and you are diagnosably insane. The keeper watched as the two bickered. It was only several minutes later that Dream turned and absorbed an entire monolith script with his will, still bickering all the while. He stood there watching, a small smirk on his face. Dream didn't take long to go through most of the monoliths. There were many of them that he was already very familiar with, so he was able to comprehend the profound silver script rather easily. The first divine sea, mana. This sea was a vessel that would contain mana. More than that, the monolith detailed knowledge about the nature of mana at its deepest levels. It actually talked of the relationship between mana and material, and within the silver script was basically an entire skill that's entire purpose was to control mana. By itself, the skill wasn't as advanced as Dream's Arcana skill. Its complexity about half of that of the Arcana skill. But this was just a skill detailing the usage and manipulation of mana. It gave Dream several more insights, solidifying certain theories about mana that he had known but hadn't absolutely proven. The second divine sea, flux. Like mana, this sea would contain flux. Also like mana, it had a skill that was entirely devoted toward controlling flux, a skill even more dynamic and complex than the mana skill. Dream was engrossed with this monolith for a quite while, gleaning many more secrets about the energy and its relationship to the physical fundamental forces. As he read more and more, Dream began to realize what flux was at its deeper levels. It was the property of a thing's existence, an energetic state that could affect things like mana. It was like atoms having energetic values, something Dream knew, but didn't quite totally grasp. He began to see it as information states. The third divine sea, ether. This sea was a vessel for ether, and was the same as the previous two in that it also had something of a skill. The shallow knowledge of the monolith were things Dream already understood, like ether's ability to bend space, destroy it, and even tamper with dimensions. But digging deeper, the monolith spoke of ether and its most core function, that of being the fluid by which all things existed upon. Even the chaotic void, which the monolith mentioned, wasn't without ether. In fact, the monolith said that the chaotic void wasn't actually a lack of existence or place beyond dimensions, instead being the most primordial dimensional form. The fourth divine sea, runa. Runa was the opposite to mana, similar to matter and antimatter, and Dream had previously named it ruinous mana. The two opposites annihilated each other upon collision. Dream knew that Iris utilized this type of energy. It was inherently more chaotic, and unlike mana that was structural, runa destroyed structure, mana built, and runa destroyed. The fifth divine sea, magic. It was this sea that Dream was more attentive with. According to the monolith, this sea was supposed to be constructed of a person's ability to move magical energy like mana, flux, or ether. It was something similar to Dream's arcana skill. Alongside increasing their sheer magical power, this sea would increase their ability to bend and manifest it, enabling them to use it in skills. The monolith detailed the workings of a skill that Dream was able to determine was only a bit worse than his own arcana skill. Dream analyzed the monolith skill and compared it to his own. After a while, he determined that he wouldn't form this layer how the monolith wanted. He had his own way of doing things when it came to magic, so he intended to take what he could and create a sea dedicated to his unique magic. The sixth divine sea, bodily existence. This layer, surprisingly, was all about the material. It dove into physics and science, describing the physical universe along with the nature of the third dimension. It was here that Dream encountered one of his own questions. Why was the third dimension the dimension that everything chose to manifest in? Why weren't there purely four-dimensional beings? all energies gathered in the third dimension, and it had baffled Dream for a while. And while the monolith didn't answer this question, it did explore it, and the conclusion it came to was that the third dimension was the anchor by which all beings and things tied themselves to. Without the anchor of the third dimension, souls would float away and disperse while energies would cease to mean anything. Surprisingly, this monolith also touched upon information states and dimensions. Not much was beyond Dream, though, and he decided that this sea would be where his material skills would go. The seventh divine sea, will. This monolith spoke of will, and what exactly it was. Will was the seemingly invisible force that existed within every soul, able to extend one's range of influence across a distance and control things. Dream had done some study on will, but he wasn't able to determine what it came from or what it was. Now, he was told that will was generated from dust. Dust gave energy to the soul and created will. And the way the monolith described it was a tool of change. Basically, will imparted change unto things. It changed the energy of things, changed the informational state of things. This sea was dedicated entirely towards strengthening will and thus strengthening one's ability to change the things around them. It was no different from power. The eighth divine sea, mind. This monolith talked about the mind space. Dream was very interested in this due to the fact that his own mind space was half shattered at the moment. And while he wasn't told the solution to his problem, he was told about how the mind space facilitated all mental faculties. It was the foundation which all knowledge, intelligence, and wisdom were built upon. It was like the pot of the mind that took in ingredients of knowledge and spit out answers. And thus, the sea was dedicated to strengthening the mind space, facilitating greater mental cognition. The ninth divine sea, intelligence. This sea, while heavily related to the eighth sea, was independent. The job of this sea was to store information, process information, and generate information. It was all about thinking. Dream learned a bit more about the nature of information on this monolith. In the end, this sea would facilitate greater thinking abilities while also being able to store greater and more complex knowledge. The 10th divine sea, wisdom. This sea wasn't one that made someone into a philosopher. Instead, this sea was all about divine light, otherwise known as experience. This sea would be built from and then filled with pure divine light. Using this, Dream would be able to expand his ability to grasp higher forms of knowledge and power, such as concepts. Divine light was all about expanding the vessel that was the soul, allowing it to grasp greater power. The 11th divine sea, dust. Finally, this sea was what interested Dream the most. As he had found, dust was something that bridged concepts and the soul, allowing a person to tap into the power of concepts. But when Dream read the monolith, he realized that dust was also what provided energy to someone's will, thereby powering their soul and all of its functions. Dream had long wondered where the infinite energy source that went into will went, and this was it. Dust drew energy from the concepts themselves, and since the concepts were infinite, so was the energy one gained from dust. The only limiter was the rate of energy gain, or throughput. When Dream looked to the next divine sea, though, he was able to learn another interesting detail about the nature of dust. The 12th divine sea, ash. Like dust, this was an intangible energy that bridged the soul to concepts and provided energy to will. However, similar to how mana was orderly and runa was chaotic, dust was orderly and ash was chaotic. Dust was incredibly structural, seeking to reinforce things. Ash was the opposite, seeking to change things. These two things influenced will in opposite ways. The monolith talked about souls and how each one had a dominant type. One could either be dominated by dust or by ash. The power of the dominant side would influence everything the soul did, from their thought processes to their skills and power. Dream spent a long time studying this monolith before moving on to the next. The 13th divine sea, gray mist. Dream was somewhat familiar with gray mist. It was the fusion of mana and runa, and in a universe that was divided down the middle by mana and runa, gray mist was the minority. At least, that's how it was during the time of the archons. Nowadays, gray mist and a person who utilized it didn't exist, Dream being the only exception. It was an energy long forgotten. The monolith talked about the nature of gray mist, how it could become either mana or runa, and facilitate the use of both. With gray mist, one could bounce between both sides. On top of that, their soul wouldn't be dominated or bound by either order or chaos. And then, digging deeper, There was the intangible energy on the same level as dust and ash, called Kroya. Only, there wasn't much information on Kroya because it was an apparently extremely difficult thing to even make contact with. The 14th Divine Sea, skills. Dream was already very familiar with this. This sea would be comprised of a skill or multiple skills, forming the dynamic power of a person. The only thing that was on this monolith that surprised Dream was a detail about souls, which was that souls were actually codified divine light. Basically, one enchanted data to divine light, forming the souls and skills. After that, one just ran their will through the soul, and it would modify the will, giving it instructions. After that, one interacted their instructed will with something like mana, thus imparting the instructions to mana. By this logic, the soul could be thought of as information-given substance. This connected several dots in Dream's mind, giving him countless ideas as to how to manipulate divine light in the future. The applications for such a technique were numerous. It was enchanting on steroids. With that, Dream finished the last of the monoliths. He stood in silence for a very long time, processing all of the data he received and making his own conclusions. The intelligence of the emperors who wrote these monoliths was vast, and if it weren't for Dream's already obscene intelligence and accomplishments, he wouldn't be able to understand everything. But after enough time, he was able to begin formulating ways as to how he would construct his divine seas. Only, his list was rather different from the prime 14 seas. In fact, it had more than 14 seas. If the Keeper knew that Dream was planning on not just creating his own list derived from the prime 14 seas, but expand on it, he would be baffled. After an unknown amount of time, Dream became lucid. His hand retrieved his pocket watch from his inventory, clicking it open. Although no time had passed on the outside, time did still technically pass within the legacy space. Dream wondered how long he took to process everything. It had been a blur, his pondering of the monoliths, and the numbers surprised him. 2 years and 5 months? Wow, that's a lot of free time. Chapter 270, Mindbender. 2.5 years. Dream was surprised at how long he had spent in the legacy space. He had thought that he had a pretty good grasp on everything he was faced with. Sure, he took a while studying the script behind dust, ash, skills, and gray mist, but he didn't think it was that long. Time really flew by. The Keeper smirked at Dream's surprise. The knowledge and inheritances of the emperors are not so simple as to be completely grasped in a short amount of time. What do you take their knowledge for? They were forces far beyond your understanding. I'm sure they were. Then again, they were obviously told to dial themselves down when writing this script. Otherwise, I doubt I would be able to understand any of it. Dream sighed as he looked at the faded silver script of the 14 monoliths. If the emperors were placed in today's universe, they would be demigods at the minimum, likely far above that. Plus, these were the greatest 14 emperors under the archons, so they could very well be gods themselves. Dream would barely be able to understand a fraction of their true power, so they had obviously been held back when writing the monoliths. The Keeper nodded. That is only natural. This legacy space was created in order to find the Archon's successor. It both creates an Archon and doesn't create one. You are still required to carve your own path, and this place provides the last knowledge of how to do so the correct way, without the interference of the system. You are walking the most profound path of power that existed during the time of the Archons. You should be honored. Yes, I'm crying tears of gratitude. Anyway, I've spent plenty of time processing the script. I think I have a grasp on how to go about this. Form my divine seas from divine light. Enchant the vessels and fill them with water. Seems simple enough. Simple? It could take decades to make contact with one's own divine light, and that was during the time of the Archons. I doubt you cowl dash. Flash. Suddenly, the Keeper was interrupted by a bright light. His eyes widened as he saw Dream's hand raise, pointing his finger and piercing space with it. Light flooded from this tunnel he created, releasing a wave of profundity. As if it were a faucet, drops of pure white liquid came dripping out. Dream cupped his hands and contained some within his palms. The Keeper was shocked. Is that dash? Divine light? Dream smiled a bit. He had already seen divine light before. He had done so when he first arrived on the Azura world and killed the Class 5, seeing a bright light. That was when he glimpsed at experience without aid. After that, when he had killed the Class SIXS, he hadn't gotten any notifications. That was because he had controlled the divine light personally, and there was no need for the system to guide the experience to him. So he already knew how to touch divine light. And using Death's Knell that made contact with one's experience and level, he was able to locate the source of his own divine light. Now, I just need to form the divine seas with this. After that, I solidify the vessel and enchant it with my soul, making modifications in the process. I do that for each sea, thus forming my Class 5 soul. Very well. Let's get started. With a wave of the hand, the white divine light began flowing out of the tunnel Dream created, swirling around him like an obedient snake. This divine light was already a part of him, so there was nothing preventing him from using how he wished. The snake gradually took form as he gathered it together. It created a flat plane, a vessel. Dream's cosmic form took this vessel into his hands, pointing his finger and placing it onto the liquid vessel. Under his finger, the white light solidified. Dream infused his comprehensions from the first monolith of mana, directly engraving the enchantment. He was crafting his own soul. After another long period of time, Dream's finger made its way across every surface of the vessel, and it was now a solid object about 3 feet wide and long. It looked like a simple square, like a tabletop made of marble. Only, this tabletop would perhaps be the most powerful dining surface in the universe. With that, Dream looked downward at the glass floor containing swirling gray fluids. He extracted some, turning the gray mist into mana and infusing it into the vessel. He filled it with more mana than he had ever stored in his life, and despite the obscene amount of mana flowing into the vessel, the gray fluids from the ground never dried. It was an infinite source of energy, it seemed. Dream wondered if that assumption of his was correct. Finally, when the vessel was filled, Dream nodded. There, one down. Next. Another wave of the hand brought out more white light, forming it into another vessel. Like this, Dream created the second divine sea for Runa. The comprehensions he engraved had to do with the chaotic nature of Runa, insights that gleamed into the nature of chaos itself. It was the opposite of the docile mana which obeyed Dream like a slave to a king. Another long period passed, and this one finished as well. With that, Dream moved on to the third divine sea for Flux, forming another vessel and filling it with nothing but flux. The same happened with the fourth divine sea for Ether. When he reached the fifth divine sea, though, Dream had to slow down a bit. He formed the divine sea for what was supposed to be magic, and for a while, he infused some of the comprehensions he learned from the monolith. However, when he was done with that, Dream looked to his soul. All right, Sophia, time to do some surgery. I'm with you. Sophia was serious as she followed Dream's gaze. The two locked in on the skills Arcana and Arcane Transmutation. Then, without much hesitation, Dream sharpened his will, cutting the connection of the skills from his main soul. He cut out the entire Arcana skill and half of the Arcane Transmutation skill. Ouch. He let out a pain sound. Hearing this, though, the Keeper was shocked. Dream was carving up his own soul and only slightly expressed his discomfort. It was like he merely stubbed his toe, not dismantling his very existence. Of course, Dream was actually feeling the most extreme pain one could feel, but his mind had gone far beyond pain. It was merely a sensation, and he could ignore it like any other. With that, Dream was able to isolate and carve out the two skills together. Once he was done, the soul strings drifted out from the chest of his cosmic form. Those gray strings embedded themselves into the divine sea, connecting to predetermined points. As Dream knew, the material of the soul was only enchanted divine light. Thus, his soul strings merged flawlessly with the divine sea, connecting with the rest of the enchantments he had already laid. Like that, a complete system was created, and the divine sea flashed in completion. It was at this point that Dream's awareness suddenly appeared within the 5 divine seas he had created. Because the divine seas were created from his own divine light, they were a part of him. They were his soul. So even though they were still only just being formed and were outside of his body, he could still utilize them. With his new sea of magic created, Dream's magical abilities were expanded, and he could indeed still utilize magic. Good. Next. After taking a short breather, Dream formed his 6th divine sea. This was supposed to be the divine sea of bodily existence, but Dream decided to make it the divine sea of physical reality. This wasn't him putting his concept into it, just making it the center for all things material. Dream engraved the comprehensions from the monolith, within it a small skill that touched upon true information. Then, Dream looked to his soul and cut out the skill, particle manipulation, along with the other half of arcane transmutation. Like this, he infused his skills into their new vessel. When this completed, Dream was hit by a wave of information as his awareness sprouted within the divine sea. Suddenly, looking around, he could feel the physical phenomena around him with greater than ever clarity. More than that, he felt like he could pluck photons out of the space around him like they were little flies. The entire material world around him was laid bare, subject to his very thoughts. Physical reality. This is true control over the material world. Truly amazing. Dream basked in the euphoria of greater awareness, but he was quick to stop himself. He wasn't finished, and only when all the divine seas were created would his abilities truly shine. He couldn't get ahead of himself. Pushing back the urge for research, Dream formed his seventh divine sea. This was the divine sea of will. Here, Dream didn't cut up his soul. He did, however, engrave a few comprehensions before dumping all of his energy, the entire quantity of his will, into the sea. This wasn't difficult for him who had absolute control over his will. However, it was still a risky operation. After all, Dream's will sustained everything from the form of his body to the various systems that constituted his power. Even his inventory that held the neutron star was reserving nearly half of his power in order to contain the star. Dream needed to infuse all of his energy down to its very source, so there was no room to spare. Getting to this point, Dream turned to the Keeper. "Hey Keeper, I think I'll need your help for a moment. You see, I've got a neutron star in my inventory, and I'm going to need to let it out for this." "The neutron star? Very well. This place cannot be destroyed by mere gravity. I can hold it in place." "Really? Thanks." Dream was surprised as the Keeper easily agreed. Then, he opened up his inventory, and light spilled out. Suddenly, a massive 10-mile-wide ball of pure energy appeared above the legacy space. The spatial containment layer that Dream had covered the star with was dispersed by him, and gravity exerted astronomical force on the surroundings. Amazingly, though, nothing was sucked toward the star. Not the Keeper, not the legacy space, and not Dream. Everything in this place was beyond gravity, or at least could easily circumvent its effects. With a pleasant nod, Dream continued. He turned back to his divine sea and infused the remaining portion of his will into it. When he did so, his cosmic form began to droop like a melting snowman. "You're melting." Sophia didn't know whether to laugh or panic as Dream turned into a literal puddle of cosmic goo. "Sophia, would you still love me if I turned into a slime?" "You're already a slime," Sophia retorted as the last of his energy was infused into the divine sea. That wasn't all, though, as she quickly felt another burst of energy come out of him. With that energy, Dream's body, that was now cosmic goo, dispersed into nothing. "So you've transferred your source." The Keeper nodded as he saw the cosmic dust cloud that was now Dream's body. He had transferred the very source of his energy regeneration to the divine sea. Now, his soul strings had no energy to speak of, causing any functions or enchanted systems within his self to shut down. For a moment he was in a suspended state, and actually on the verge of death. His soul had no energy, and not even his mind could operate. He was in limbo. But given a few more moments, the cosmic dust cloud suddenly shot back together, and Sophia felt a burst of information from Dream's mind. His entire being fluctuated with an energy surge. The divine sea was completed. "Ah, nice." That was an odd feeling. Being suspended felt like both an eternity and an instant. That's what this legacy space is subjected to, both an eternity and an instant. The Keeper chimed in, causing Dream to tilt his head. "But which is it?" "It is both. You wish to know how long I have been here when you first arrived. You told me that the time you had been here cannot be expressed with a mere number. Indeed, that is because the time here is dynamic. If I wish, I can spend an eternity here. I can also spend but an instant. It is both, and it depends on the perception of the person within this space. You could say that there is no time here, yet there also is." "Huh, well that's a mind-bender. I can't understand that at my level." "No, you can't. Not even I fully grasp it. After all, this place was built by the Archons." The Keeper stopped there, and Dream pondered for a moment. Eventually, he shrugged. Oh well, now, time for the actual mind-benders. The eighth divine sea of mind. Let's see if I don't shatter my mind space doing this. Saying that, Dream drew upon more of his divine light as if it were endless. He formed another sea before calming himself and looking inward. He saw his mind space, a place with monoliths matching the legacy space and two pedestals, above which were two books, one black and one silver. One was infinite, constantly and unceasingly flipping pages, while the other was much slower. The mind space was the place where Dream's mental faculties resided. It was where his intelligence, the catalog, and his wisdom were dynamically combined to produce various intellectual results. This was the nexus for his sentience and sapience. Normally it was wondrous, but right now it was cracked and not far from directly shattering. For a moment, Dream viewed the mind space. Then, he pondered how he would go about doing this. If he isolated his mind space, then his intelligence and wisdom would have nowhere to go. He wouldn't have the mind to combine them after constructing his sea of mind, because they would be separated. Dream's mental faculties had never actually been separated before. This was a very dangerous operation, even more so than transferring the source of his energy. After a moment, though, he suddenly waved his hand. More divine light shot out from the tunnel, and Sophia watched as he made 3 more divine seas. For seas now sat side by side. Here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to construct and transfer my mind, intelligence, you, Sophia, and my wisdom all at once. If I do that, then they'll all be moved and brought together upon completion of the transfer. Hang on, you're building a divine sea for me? Sophia was surprised, as was the keeper who overheard. Sophia was a separate entity, despite being inextricably linked with Dream. While she did indeed have a literal spot in his soul, she didn't expect him to construct a divine sea exclusively for her. There was one thing Sophia came to understand as Dream formed more divine seas, and that was the limitations of building them. One couldn't build as many as they wanted. They were limited by their accumulated experience, or in other words, their supply of divine light. With the supply they had to build divine seas and fill it with their aspects. Even if someone had the ability to build 20 divine seas, that didn't mean they had the divine light necessary to build that many. And Dream was planning on building every divine sea he could. Sophia knew that much. But even he had a finite supply. Despite him pulling out divine light like it was tap water, she resisted. Build the others first. I wasn't asking. Isolating me is going to hurt you. You'll damage the nucleus of your soul. Do it later. I'm doing it now. My soul nucleus contains my intelligence and mind, so I'm handling it all at once. Just go. Dream sharpened his will as he said that. Then, the soul strings that comprised Sophia were cut out all at once. Sophia felt isolated when that happened, going from having vibrant senses to seeing absolutely nothing. There was no vision, no data from skills, and nobody she could talk to. For the first time in a very long time, she was totally separated from Dream. It filled her with fear. Meanwhile, Dream was isolating certain parts of himself. After cutting out Sophia, he sent her into her own divine sea. Then, he began the process of transferring his intelligence, mind, and divine light. His intelligence and mind weren't so hard to move. Dream's intelligence came in the form of the catalog, something that contained all his memories, as well as the data contained within the soul strings of his nucleus. Then there was his mind that was something like a virtual dimension, the platform that his intelligence and such worked off of. Finally, there was the divine light, the bridge between intelligence and power, an energy that connected the two. Dream needed to move these 3 things at once because going without any one of them at any given time was not good for his health. So, after enchanting certain comprehensions from the monoliths onto the soul seas, he began. First, he wrote certain instructions into the existing divine seas. Then, he wrote instructions into his own soul strings. Finally, he took a leap of faith, separating his intelligence, mind, and divine light. Chapter 271, Dust/Ash. After separating his intelligence, mind, and wisdom, it was as if he died. There was no thinking, no awareness of any kind. After separating everything, his person just vanished, and his body actually did disperse into nothing. With no mind or consciousness, there was no image, no spiritual body. The keeper watched as the three aspects of his self drifted to the divine seas. His mind was implanted into one, while his intelligence was written into another. Then, his divine light was poured into the third, simply filling it up. As his mind and intelligence wrote themselves into the divine seas, the keeper saw the tunnel of divine light dream created pour out. Every drop of divine light went into the divine sea, and there was a lot. The keeper was shocked at the amount that filled the vessel. It was only a bit less than the amount that had been used so far. This meant that Dream had only used half of his divine light to create the existing divine seas, and there were now 11 divine seas. The tunnel of divine light closed as the last drop went into the divine sea. It was now an ocean of pure light. At the same time, Dream's mind finished fusing with the divine sea, and his intelligence finished writing. Upon completion, the three divine seas flashed. "Oh, I'm just a soul now. So this is how those class XS felt, huh?" A voice echoed from Dream's divine seas. He was currently nothing but his soul, and his mind was now in its new home. Of course, this came with a wave of profound realization. Dream was now occupying a higher soul, and with it came vastly increased abilities in every way. His mind felt faster, and he felt like he could comprehend the secrets of the universe. But like when he created the divine sea of physical reality, he quickly grounded himself, not letting his mind drift. He still wasn't yet done. The next sea, that of dust. "Wait, Sophia. Hey, are you finished?" "I'm already done." "Oh, how is it?" "Different." Sophia wasn't sure what to say. After being cut out of Dream's soul and drifting in limbo for a bit, she made contact with the divine sea. The sea made a connection with her, and together the two bonded. Dream made it so Sophia could bond to the sea how she needed to. So the process was smooth. After that, though, Sophia felt the great wonder that came with becoming a higher soul. She was more aware of everything. Her base abilities were increased dozens of times over, and she was able to make contact with every other divine sea as if it were a limb. Each of Dream's divine seas were created from his divine light, and despite being technically separate vessels, they acted as a singular entity. Thus, the divine seas all connected to each other automatically. It was like the soul bond between Dream and his wives. The pieces of soul were separated by distance, but they acted as if they were still together. Sophia was quick to receive data from everything, and she had watched when Dream's mind and intelligence had fused with the divine sea. It was a bit surreal. What was happening? They were now an evolved soul, supported by vessels of pure divine light. Despite Sophia feeling vastly increased ability, she also felt dry. Her divine sea was empty besides the vessel, and she could feel that when it was filled, she would be powerful beyond imagination. But more than that, she was overwhelmed by the thought of what Dream would be. He was the owner of this soul, all of their power his. If every divine sea was filled, what would he become? It was hard to imagine what else he could become so good at. Dream chuckled at her response. "Good different? Are you mad?" "Mad? As thanks for giving me a better soul, I'll overlook the harrowing moments of abyssal isolation." "Hee hee, sorry. Well, we're almost done. Just got a few more to make." "Few more." The keeper spoke at that moment, a slight tone of disbelief. What more could you create? Don't tell me you plan on creating all of the Prime 14 Cs. "Oh, but I do." "Would that not be what it means to be an Archon? Or shouldn't the Archon's successor be capable of this much?" "In the best case, yes. But actually achieving the feat of combining every divine sea, containing it all within one soul, is not something so easily imagined or hoped for. The primary reason for this is due to dust and ash, and how they're opposite." "Indeed." The keeper nodded solemnly. "At your level, even making contact with dust is a practically hopeless endeavor. For example, the 11th and 12th monoliths, written by the 11th and 12th emperors. The 11th emperor was the only one under the Archons who was capable of realizing dust upon evolving his soul, and the 12th emperor the only one capable of realizing ash at a similar time. Two people in all the cosmos who realized those intangible concepts at your level. There were people who realized dust and ash just after their evolution and even during, but before, only them. Thus, only they were able to build divine seas of dust and ash, paving the way for them to become two of the most glorious emperors under the Archons. So discovering dust and ash is really hard. Huh? Dream concluded, his soul floating around. The keeper felt odd as Dream's soul drifted by him like some kind of fish, but just nodded. Yes, it's hard. Luckily, I was able to touch a concept. That was the only thing that let me realize dust, because dust is the bridge to concepts. I guess I'm actually not as impressive as them since they were able to realize dust and ash without concepts. I couldn't have done that in the same situation. Nonetheless, you have done it. Now you have the ability to do what only one has done before. But to contain both dust and ash within you, I don't hold much hope. Mana and runa are mutually annihilatory. I guess dust and ash would be the same only on a much higher level. Still, won't know until we try. With those words, Dream's soul suddenly formed 3 more divine seas, the divine light streaming from the sea of divine light. Then, once the 3 were formed, he suddenly pondered. My inventory hasn't been integrated. Let's do that. Without much thought, Dream formed yet another divine sea. Then, he found his inventory that was now suspended amongst his other seas. He moved the inventory over, infusing it into the divine sea. Like that, an entire dimension was created on top of the divine sea. Everything within Dream's inventory appeared above it. When it was done, Dream was made aware of everything within the inventory, as well as the nature of the inventory itself. It truly was its own dimension, and with its support now being an evolved soul, it was greatly strengthened. Dream turned his attention to the neutron star that was still floating above the legacy space. With a thought, the star disappeared, reappearing above the sea of inventory in a miniature form. Dream was surprised as he felt no pressure. More than that, he could observe the entirety of the neutron star. He was mesmerized by the extreme physics of it, especially with his newfound strength. But he pulled himself away. After getting his inventory back, he found the Class 6 souls. He summoned 9 of the souls that were yet to be used, placing them in front of his own. The keeper was surprised, but merely watched. Suddenly, the 9 Class 6 soul cores exploded in a brilliant golden cloud. With his will, Dream found and extracted all of the intangible golden particles that he could find. These particles were dust. It was the endless source of a soul's energy and the bridge to conceptual power. After a bit of time, Dream gathered all of the intangible particles he could find. The result was a flowing ethereal orb about 10 feet wide. Dust, he muttered as he observed it. Then, without warning, he dumped everything onto one of the divine seas. When the dust and divine light made contact with each other, it was the sea that cracked under immense pressure. When that happened, Dream extracted divine light from his supply and reinforced it. But this didn't solve the problem. The divine sea continued to crack. Thinking, Dream observed the collision of the 2 forces. What he saw was the dust trying to change the divine light, and the divine light resisting the change. The divine light didn't want to accept the dust. At least, that's what Dream initially saw. Digging deeper, he began to feel the nature of dust. The monolith said dust was orderly. The dust? It actually wants to strengthen the divine light, or, more like reinforce it. Dust doesn't change things. It resists change. That's what orderly means. And the divine light is breaking under the immense force of the dust. The divine sea wants to contain the dust, but maybe there's no need for total containment. With curiosity, Dream inserted his will into the divine light and dust. Then, the divine sea broke apart into billions of particles. How about I use the power of dust to contain itself? With those words, the dust began to infuse into the scattered divine light. The 2 combined, and before long, the pure white divine light turned golden. Oh, almost forgot. This is my soul, so I naturally need my own dust. As if remembering something inconsequential, Dream suddenly poked another hole in space. Out of this hole came a stream of intangible golden particles. This was his personal dust. There wasn't a lot of it, but that wasn't the point. After the dust of the Class X mixed in with the divine sea, Dream infused his own throughout the whole thing. Like that, he took control of it all, linking the foreign dust with his divine light. When this happened, the scattered divine sea began to solidify again. A golden sea was formed with strength far surpassing the others. From this sea radiated endless power, endless energy. Its force surged through the rest of Dream's divine seas, and for a bit, his will expanded out of control. The keeper mustered his own energy as a wave of profound power washed over him. Dream couldn't bother worrying about him as he was hit with waves of both enlightenment and euphoria. When the dust connected to the rest of the seas, Dream finally couldn't hold back. The seal from the keeper in his mind space directly shattered, unleashing the power of his concepts. And with the dust as the bridge, the white cracks spread throughout his mind space. As for the cracks that threatened to shatter his mind space, those disappeared. His mind space was stronger than ever. Only, the white cracks that opened the door to concepts continued to expand, covering the entirety of his mind space and bringing down unfathomable pressure. What came with it was unfathomable awareness as well. Dream was suddenly able to connect with the concepts that acknowledged him, and from them came the ability to comprehend and wield their power. Of course, Dream dove into the massive ocean of knowledge it offered. He found himself glancing at the space around him. He directly observed the dots that were present throughout all of the material world, including space. Then, he was able to glimpse at their true nature, that of information. He could actually see their values, their states of existence. It wasn't any number, but something far deeper. It's their conceptual existence. All things had their root as concepts. All things were ruled by concepts. Nothing was outside them. Thus, within everything, there was a conceptual foundation. This information was it. The information wasn't a tangible thing that could be controlled by any science or technology. It was purely conceptual, intangible, both nothing and something. And Dream was able to read it. Not well. He took some time to adjust, and only when he concentrated could he actually observe the conceptual information. But the data he received baffled him. Suddenly, he found himself solidifying physical theories, understanding them in their entirety. The information behind all matter gave a glimpse at the why of physical phenomena. It was something that had never even been conceived as far as Dream knew. After all, no science or technology could even begin to touch upon these things. For a long time, Dream's soul sat there, his will scanning over everything in the vicinity. He also sent his will into his inventory, viewing the neutron star that was a giant orb of extreme physics. He found himself laughing and feeling shivers of excitement as he came to gather more and more information. And it wasn't just physics, it was magic too. Dream was able to view the smallest units of mana, and through this he found that in this place, mana was present everywhere. Even if there was no mana in an area, there was still a foundational film of mana that remained, like dots and how they were present everywhere, even in empty space. And then, Dream was able to view the information state of mana. This brought with it a surprise. Dream saw that all mana only had a singular state of existence, and it was flux that brought change and differences. Flux was the force carrier for mana. So when flux increased, the information state changed more. Dream was able to view this information and how flux imparted change to mana. Dream already somewhat understood that flux was the force behind mana. It was what made it move and take on properties. But this was seeing that fact in a whole new light. Flux was the thing that changed the information state of mana. It was simple and endlessly complex in its profundity. This led Dream to think of will. Will was a medium for change. When Dream used his will, he could bring change to flux and thus change to mana. Or he could directly manipulate things. This was changing the informational state of a thing's existence. His will's ability to impart change was basically the indicator of his power. And after the dust filled his soul with strength, Dream felt his will become that much stronger. Only, he was surprised by something. When he went to go move energies around, he found that he actually wasn't any more powerful. He couldn't impart more force to flux or mana. It was like his soul wasn't any stronger. This greatly contrasted the feelings of power coursing through him. Curiously, he turned to the keeper. "Hey keeper, why isn't my soul any stronger?" "It is." The keeper responded oddly. After thinking of something though, he spoke again. "You've created a divine sea for dust and filled it. Your will attains its energy and power from dust. Only, dust is but one side of the coin. Think about what dust is and remember ash. Dust and ash. Wait, I get it." Dream's soul shook a bit. Dust is orderly. It doesn't change things, and in fact does the opposite. It seeks rigidity, and ash is the opposite of dust. Ash seeks to change things, make it not just chaotic, but inherently different. So if I want a greater capacity to alter the informational state of a thing, then I need ash. If I want to do the opposite and reinforce something, then I need dust. So my soul is indeed stronger, but in a different way than I thought. Dream felt things click in his mind. His soul was in fact much stronger than before. Only, his increased power didn't add to his ability to impart force or change. This meant that his ability to move mana was only a bit better than before he created the divine seas. However, his ability to reinforce things was now many, many times greater. This was the power of dust, an orderly energy that sought to make things stay the way they were. Dream could use his will to do just that. Or, in more profound words, Dream could better maintain something's informational existence. He could make it more difficult for something to be changed. It was like making a rock harder, or steel have greater tensile strength. Dream quickly pondered many things. This wasn't exactly a good thing when trying to make weapons, since weapons sought to destroy. But that didn't mean he couldn't make weapons with this power. He would just have to change things up a bit. And worst case, he would have to become a turtle for a bit until he corrected his power balance. But this brought up another challenge. Dream had tons of dust from those Class X, and he made a divine sea for it. But he didn't have an equal amount ash. Thinking, Dream turned his attention to the two empty divine seas next to him. One was for ash, and the other was for his gray mist. These would be the final divine seas that Dream would create. Using this will, Dream moved his entire supply of gray mist into the first divine sea. He then imbued it with comprehensions from the monolith as well as his own. This created a system that fused mana and runa, creating more gray mist. More than that, though, there were some concepts of neutrality within that reinforced the neutral nature of the gray mist. And amazingly, Dream was able to view the informational state of the gray mist as well. What he saw was baffling. It was all 0, yet also 1. He couldn't differentiate the state of the gray mist. He suddenly thought of something. Quantum mechanics. This is superposition. Gray mist is neither 1 or 0. What if I interfere with it, though? Saying that, he reached out toward the gray mist with his will. Then, he reinforced it with the power provided by dust. Amazingly, it instantly turned into mana. Dream observed this for a while before suddenly reaching out to the second empty divine sea. Poking a hole, he suddenly brought out a black substance, murky yet grainy, like particles of black carbon blowing through the wind. This was ash. All beings had it at some level, or at least that's how Dream understood it. If one could change things with their will, then they had ash. Without ash, there was no change. Dream naturally had his own, and he pulled this out, fusing it with the divine sea like he did with dust. Only, it was a vastly smaller amount compared to the dust. Dream didn't have any souls with ash in them, so he could only use his own. The result was an empty gray sea standing in great contrast to the vibrant golden sea that flowed with waves of dust. And when the sea of ash completed and connected with the rest of the soul, the keeper was alarmed to see the sea of dust immediately start attacking the sea of ash, and vice versa. The two wanted to annihilate each other as they were brought before each other. If you cannot handle it, then cut out that divine sea. It will destroy you. The keeper was solemn as he warned Dream. The next moment, though, he was a bit shocked as he saw the sea of gray mist step in between the two. The dust and ash met in the middle of Dream's soul, clashing with each other and annihilating each other. But when the gray mist stepped in, the center of annihilation was shifted into the divine sea itself. Waves of gray mist crashed into the center of annihilation, and suddenly, more gray mist was produced from the fusion of these two opposite energies. The divine sea of gray mist was rapidly filled to the brim before becoming denser and maintaining its level. The keeper was shocked as the problem fixed itself. While there was only a small amount of ash, meaning a lesser power behind the center of annihilation, it was still amazing to handle the two endless and opposite forces. Dream was fusing their power and creating gray mist from it. Now that I think of it, was this the reason for the girl's powers trying to annihilate each other? Dream thought back. He had dealt with this exact problem before, thus why he was able to solve it easily. Luna and Iris had opposite powers that sought to kill each other, no matter the distance and no matter the obstacle. Perhaps it was the conflict between Iris's ash and Luna's dust. But there was one big detail that this theory implied. Sophia asked, wouldn't that mean that Luna and Iris occupy a singular soul? That's the only way for their dust and ash to conflict the way it did. If they had separate souls, that wouldn't happen. I think that's exactly what that means. I don't think even the girls know this, and their father doesn't either. I knew they were twins and had an abnormally deep connection, but I didn't think it was this deep. They should be a single person, but something happened and they formed two psyches. Their class advancement when they started killing each other was the thing that broke the power balance between them, and I had to step in. Otherwise, in the case that they didn't kill each other, one would have died and the winner would dominate the soul afterward. Very interesting. Chapter 272, Conceptual World. Dream pondered the issue that plagued Luna and Iris, their conflict of opposite energies. There was only one possibility, and that was that the two girls occupied a single soul while maintaining two independent egos. Only, Dream was curious about how they could also attain two different sets of skills. They also had their own profiles. Everything pointed to them having two separate souls, but their collision of dust and ash refuted this theory. So what was their deal? Eventually, Dream came to the conclusion that it wasn't their soul that was singular, but their higher being even beyond the soul. There was something on the level of dust and ash that bound them together while also allowing them to form two different souls. This was the only thing Dream could think of, because if they truly did only have one soul, then they couldn't have two different skill sets and profiles. Dream had even observed their souls, so he knew there were two of them. Yet, this conclusion wasn't most comforting. It meant that when Luna and Iris went to go advance, their powers would manifest even more and conflict with even stronger clashes. Dream could stand between them right now, but if things got too complicated in the situation that they did something like realize their dust and ash, then he wasn't sure how much help he would be. At that time, their lives really would be in danger. Dream knew this would be a problem, and for a while, he thought about how to solve it. At some point, though, he gave up. He needed more data and power to solve something like that, and the best way to do it was to focus on himself. More than anything, though, he really wanted to get in contact with them. Unfortunately, their separation was vast, and Dream hadn't heard anything from anyone. He had also tried to reach them, but just from sensing their soul bond was he able to tell that he couldn't send any messages. They would need to get closer. With that, Dream sighed inwardly. At the same time, the Keeper stopped staring at the marvelous fusion of dust and ash occurring in Dream's divine sea of gray mist. How did you do that? At some point, the Keeper spoke. Dream gazed at him. The fusion? I'm not that sure, but a long time ago, I was able to make it happen naturally. I didn't really understand how, and even now my understanding is shallow. A long time ago, of course, I would say around a dozen years ago. That's when I first got my hands on gray mist, and it wasn't long after that I entered this legacy space. Why? I thought having gray mist was a prerequisite in coming here. Dream asked curiously. It turned out that him being able to fuse the power of dust and ash wasn't a given. The Keeper was silent for a moment. Having and being able to utilize gray mist is indeed a prerequisite in coming here. Only, I had thought that you attained your gray mist through artificial means, perhaps from a source of it, or from the man whom our mutual dissatisfaction is aimed toward. I didn't think you actually created it from direct fusion. Really? Well, way back when, there were two girls who had a conflict across their souls, and they tried to annihilate each other because one side wielded the power of ash and the other the power of dust. I stepped between them, and after an epic battle with the dragons of order and chaos, I was able to fuse the two. I almost died in the process, but here I am. So I'm very familiar with this process of fusion. Indeed, no wonder. The Keeper had a wave of thoughts surge through his mind. He was surprised he didn't see this sooner, but Dream was so different back then, and his odd attributes could be explained with less extraordinary theories. Now, though, he directly displayed something the Keeper never thought he'd see. A single soul that contained the manifest concepts of dust and ash. It shouldn't be possible, especially at Dream's level, but here it was. Before, the Keeper hadn't been the most hopeful about Dream. Sure, Dream was amazing for the current universe, but the Keeper came from an era of the Archons, a time before the system and a time when advancement and attainments in power were far more profound than now. Back then, there were pioneers who had to discover what power was, and others who bounced off of their work to produce the greatest beings of might to ever traverse the cosmos. The Keeper, as far as he knew, was the final and only one from that prosperous era. Naturally, he had high standards for those who entered this legacy space. As he said, It was only due to desperation that he had allowed that god to interfere and help with the selection process. And through this agreement, Dream came. The keeper had scrutinized his every move and detail, wanting to find anything he could that would make him a failure. But Dream passed, with flying colors no less. He became a prophet and was sent away, only to reappear a dozen years later at a level that was incomprehensible to his previous self. The keeper had looked forward to his performance, but even then, he hadn't expected Dream to surpass his expectations too massively. This fusion of the powers of dust and ash was the cherry on top. It made the keeper realize something. That god who he made a deal with, he didn't cheat him. Dream had been required to create gray mist by his own power before even stepping foot in this place, something that shouldn't be possible for someone at the level he had been at. He was far greater than the keeper had realized. To the keeper who was worried about the Archon's legacy not getting properly passed on, it was a deep satisfaction seeing this performance. Suddenly, the keeper's attitude changed. Although he still wore that same frozen scowl on the outside, he was now brimming with joy. The legacy could finally be realized. Of course, Dream didn't see any of this. After the keeper went silent, he had turned his attention to his soul. 15 divine seas, that of mana, runa, flux, ether, his magical skill, his material skill, his will, mind intelligence, divine light, and Sophia. Then, their dust, ash, and gray mist. Finally, there was the inventory. Dream had stomped on the most amazing peak of 10 divine seas, going even beyond the prime 14 seas. While the 15th sea was a mere inventory space, Dream still found it important. He liked being able to have his own personal dimension. For a while, Dream gazed between his divine seas. To finish up, he would condense down the large seas and reform his spiritual image, his body, thus completing his advancement. But he didn't do it. He felt that something was missing. He felt like he could do more. Gradually, Dream turned his attention to his mind space, his gaze falling on those 2 bright marks at the highest heights. Concepts, he mumbled, and froze there for a while. Those white cracks had long since spread through his entire mind space, not threatening to break it. But there was an obvious obstacle to the concepts being able to truly manifest within him. Dream knew that this couldn't be what a Class 6 saw when they finally realized concepts. It wasn't enough. Dream was still for a while, neither the keeper nor Sophia speaking a word. After a while, Sophia realized Dream was concentrating on something. She watched him from the side. Then, Dream's will extracted some divine light, forming yet another divine sea. The keeper tilted his head curiously, but he said nothing. After creating the divine sea, Dream thought for a while before grabbing some gray mist, dust, and ash. A blurry hand with no color was created as the dust and ash came together with the mist in the middle. One of its fingers then pointed and touched the divine sea. Then, the powers behind this hand were engraved into the sea. It was filled with profundity and was by far the most expensive enchantment Dream had ever made. His finger glided across one half of the sea, creating an image. The image was of a man. This blank man stood among mountains and valleys, the grass beneath him and the sky above him. He looked up at the sun, basking in its warmth and energy. Everything in this image flowed as if it were alive. From it, one could feel life and intelligence. Then, the hand moved to the second half. It drew an image of a spirit, a ghostly figure that drifted through a grand world of power and magic. He wielded the supernatural, constructing for himself weapons of profound might. Around him was the vast expanse of the cosmos. Below him, a pyramid of people who stood under his might. The lower one looked below this man. The more people saw, corresponding to the gaps and levels of power between all the denizens of the universe. There were countless below him, and none above him. This wasn't to say he was the most powerful, only that he had yet to comprehend what was above him. One couldn't comprehend greater power unless they could make contact with it. This image was contrary to the warm and vivid one on the first half. The man amidst the cosmos gave off a feeling of fathomless wonder and complexity. The man amidst the mountains gave off a feeling of grounded humility. It was the difference between a mortal and immortal. It was material and ethereal. Dream didn't know why he made these specific images, only that he felt compelled this way. The 2 images finished drawing, those who gazed upon it suddenly seeing a story of 2 worlds. Then, the 2 images flashed. At the same time, the white cracks in Dream's mind space began to retreat, crawling back up until they were sucked into the two marks. Then, the marks disappeared, reappearing on the new divine sea. The first mark, that of physical reality, landed on the head of the man who stood amidst mountains. The second mark, that of ethereal force, landed on the head of the man who stood amidst the cosmos. After appearing, the power of the concepts flooded out, diffusing into the images and divine sea. This time, Dream felt a real connection being made. When the concepts finished fusing with the sea, a white light flashed from Dream's soul. Dream's consciousness was guided by this light. He felt himself transcend dimensions and arrive in an ethereal space. Around him were massive orbs of light, some brighter and larger than any star. These were fields of power produced from concepts. It was conceptual space where concepts resided. Dream flew through these fields of light. He was brought up to some of the largest ones, and he could feel a familiar connection with one. He quickly arrived in front of this concept of physical reality. It was this concept, and Dream could feel his mark. What he couldn't do was see the end of the concept he was near. It was so massive that it seemed to block his entire view. It was as overwhelming as it was majestic, though it was also metallic and rigid, like all matter was. Dream was put in front of the mark he left on this concept. Then, nothing happened. He lingered there for a moment. After thinking, Dream carefully put out a hand. He placed it on the mark he left. Suddenly, he realized what this was. The mark truly was only a mark, not a connection with the concept. In that moment, Dream seemed to understand what to do. He grabbed this mark, crushing it in his hand. The power of the mark flowed into his body. Then, he pushed his hand forward, sinking into the field of light. His hand went through the barrier of light, then his arm. He kept pushing until his entire body sunk into it, and his view changed. A wide world, not unlike a planet. Only, this planet was inverted. Dream stood atop the grounds of this planet, and when he looked up, he could see the opposite side of the planet. It was a hollow sphere. He was literally within this world. Dream looked around, seeing the upward curve of the world that surrounded him. This world didn't seem bigger in size than Earth. Dream could teleport across it in but an instant. Here, though, he quickly found out that using his power didn't seem possible. Dream was nothing but an invisible body. It was like his body was made of glass, taking on no color or definition. With this body, Dream began walking through this new world. Around him was a vast plain of grass, and in the distance he could see mountains that towered toward the center of the world, hundreds and thousands of miles tall. There were rivers, animals, plants, and a breeze that gave Dream a comforting chill. The most noticeable thing in this world, though, was the massive person who floated in the center of the world. His body was at least 100 miles tall, and he sat upon the tallest mountain in the world. This placed him in the center of this hollow sphere, giving him a view of everything else in this world. Other than the abnormal size, though, there was nothing special about this man. He looked like a mortal adult man, clothed in loose wool clothes that looked comfortable and humble. He sat upon his mountain while cross-legged, his eyes closed as if he were meditating. Dream stared at the massive person from the vantage point of a large boulder. After a while of staring, though, Dream was shocked to see the man's eyes open. He was even more shocked when those eyes turned toward him, staring directly at him. A peculiar expression came across the giant's face. His mouth opened. Another has been blessed by this concept. Or have you? I have never seen a blank body be manifest in this place. I wonder who you are. Dream couldn't even speak. It wasn't like this man gave off any pressure. It was just that Dream was too shocked by this series of events. Suddenly, he heard another voice. There's someone else here? No way. It's been nearly 10,000 cycles. Who is it? One of the angelic dominions? Or did one of those filthy demons get in here? I will have your head if you speak ill of the demons. I can't even count how many times you've said that. I can. He's almost at 6 billion. I've got it marked on my mountain. Dream was silent as he heard male and female voices echo throughout the world. He could hear each one clearly, but they were obviously very far away. Unsure of what to say, Dream thought of introductions. Hello? I'm Daft. Stop. Do not speak your name. Dream shut his mouth as he was suddenly interrupted. Then, he face-palmed. Seriously, how stupid could he be? These were all actual people in the universe, and each one of them had been accepted into this concept. Dream's circumstance was special, so they were absolutely far more powerful than him. If he gave his name, who knew what could happen? Ah, why'd you stop him? Silence, filthy demon. The last time someone said their name, they disappeared soon after, as if a single name cannot be used quadrillions of times over throughout the universe. Yes, but across the mere thousands who are blessed by concepts, the coincidence of having similar names is slim to none. Little one, do not fall for his trickery. Just be careful with your words. Bah! The voice of the demon spat. Dream's mouth twitched a little before he sighed. Very well, I'll watch myself. So what is this place? This is the concept of physical reality. Ah! Suddenly, Dream was startled as a voice came jumping out at him. It was a little boy, not any older than 14 years old, and he popped out from behind a tree. He gawked though when he saw Dream. Whoa, I've never seen a body like yours before. Why is it glass-like? Everyone else has a body formed upon arrival. Truly, he is an anomaly. Another voice appeared, and Dream snapped around to see a woman walk out of nowhere. She was dressed in loose robes, very lazy, but also exuding a very natural feeling. The boy was just plain rambunctious. Dream cautiously backed away. What the hell is going on? Don't be frightened. You can't be killed here. You, a class 6, have been blessed by this concept to become a demigod. This is the world of the concept. Here, you comprehend the concept further and increase your power. We are also people who have been blessed by this concept. Oh, I see. How many of you are there? Dream asked the woman who kindly explained the situation. She smiled a bit. There are 7 of us. Only 7? What? You think that there are so many people who can actually be blessed by one of the highest concepts in existence? I should be congratulating you. Though, I truly am curious about your identity. Usually there's a big fuss kicked up when someone becomes a demigod, and there's been nothing. Dream was startled again when another person came out. This person, this man, had 2 large horns that curled around his head like a crown. His robes were grand and royal, and their middle opened up to reveal an incredibly beautiful body. This man could be the prettiest and most handsome person Dream had ever laid eyes on. Only, he exuded the aura of sex and lust, and Dream chose to ignore the fact that he was completely displaying his nude body. He smiled with bright teeth. I am the High Demon Dominion, Asmodeus. What is your name? I'm not sure I should tell you. Dream mumbled with a blank face, inwardly baffled. Asmodeus? A legendary demon only told about on Earth in tales? The demon of lust? How powerful was this demon? He didn't ask such questions, though. It would give away his abnormality. He was supposed to be a step above a class 6, and he didn't know anything about what it meant to become a demigod. He was critically in need of general knowledge, but again, he wouldn't expose himself here. Asmodeus scowled. The next moment, though, he smiled, flaunting his way toward Dream. Tough guy. Huh? Are you sure there isn't any way I can melt away that facade? I'm sure you know exactly who I am. Bang. Huh. Asmodeus froze as Dream held up his hand, and it was a gun, and he had fired a bullet right at the demon's head. Of course, the bullet did absolutely nothing as it flattened on his skin, but it sent a message. Was that supposed to be an attack? Asmodeus smirked as he caught the flat bullet that fell off his forehead. Dream just shrugged. Not really. It's just my way of saying that I don't swing that way. I could change that, only after breaking down my very psyche and brutally reforming it. I can't say I'm interested in the offer, though. Now, could someone explain what I'm supposed to do here? Dream turned his attention away from the legendary demon, facing the woman and the little boy. The woman smiled at Dream curiously. At that time, though, another person came out, then another, and another. 6 people now stood around Dream, and he felt very awkward as he stood among them. Chapter 273, Better Than Ever. 6 people stood around Dream. Winds blew around this group, the grass underneath their feet swaying with it. Dream still stood atop the large boulder, and he gazed between each person. There was the woman and little boy, plus Asmodeus. The 4th was a man who carried a large axe, muscles bulging without any shirt to cover. The 5th was a woman with various gadgets strewn across her brown leather trench coat, an aesthetic of steampunk infused into each little gizmo. The 6th was a man who was covered in dust and dirt while carrying a pickaxe, looking like he just came out of a mineshaft. Finally, there was that giant in the center of the world, still sitting there and watching. These were all the people who were currently blessed by this concept of physical reality. Only 7 people in the entire universe were able to stand within this concept. And now, Dream was the 8th. Let me introduce you. First, my name is ZG, and I hail from heaven. The little boy spoke, surprising Dream. It seemed he was part of the Heaven faction. He might be an angel in real life. He continued, pointing at the woman with loose robes. She is Desalia, also of heaven. That girl with all the machinery is named Quanta, similarly from Hidef. I can introduce myself, ZG. The girl with the trench coat, Quanta, waved her hand to interrupt. She looked at Dream and his transparent body. My name is Quanta. Yes, I side with heaven, but don't mistake me for an angel. If it weren't for the damned demons, I'd be on my own. What was that? Oh, shut it, Asmodeus. Quanta rolled her eyes at the demon. After that, the man with the axe raised his hand. My name is Hoei, of the Immortal faction. Hoei, I've heard of you. Legendary archer who shot down 9 suns. Dream tilted his head, recalling an earthly legend he had only heard about a few times before. Hee. I'm glad my legends run far and wide. Hoei scratched his head after Dream mentioned his legend. After that, the man covered in dust and grime waved. I'm Kevin, Wanderer faction. Wanderer. Dream was a bit startled at the mention of the Wanderer faction, but kept his cool. He nodded to him, and Kevin nodded back. The little boy jumped and pointed at the giant. And that's Omega. He's the strongest in this place. Don't expect him to come off his mountain. I don't believe he has affiliated himself with any factions recently either. ZG rubbed his chin as he gazed at Omega, the massive 100-mile-tall giant who sat in the center of the world. Dream tilted his head. Right? So why have you all spoken your names? I thought doing so was dangerous. Well, for you it is. We're all some of the most powerful in the universe. You're just a newbie, and protecting your name is protecting your life. You can't go blabbering your identity, or some people might want to cut you out by the roots before you can grow. ZG snickered as he eyed Asmodeus. The two were obviously enemies, and their feud couldn't run any deeper. ZG naturally wouldn't allow Dream, a potential ally, to be killed off prematurely. Asmodeus frowned. Don't you go waving around accusations, pompous angel. I still find it funny that you delude yourself into thinking you're innocent, damned heathen. At least the other princes of hell are self-aware of their wicked nature. ZG, I'll have your head. Oh, one more closer to 6 billion. I'll go mark it. Suddenly, Desalia clapped and ran off, likely to mark her mountain as she spoke of earlier. After she disappeared, Dream sighed. All right, so, can someone better explain what we do here? Why, comprehend the concept, of course. You see that boulder you're on? That's representative of your current comprehension. The more you comprehend, the bigger that boulder will grow until it becomes a mountain. Omega up there has the greatest comprehension, and thus the tallest mountain. We all also have our mountains. So, this boulder will be my mountain? Dream looked at the rock underneath his feet curiously. He had simply jumped atop this boulder. He didn't think it was special. ZG nodded. Indeed, when everyone appears here for the first time, they find their boulder without realizing it. That boulder is yours, and from now on, your job is to grow it. Okay, my only question is though, how do I go about comprehending this concept? A great question that doesn't have an answer. There is no one way to comprehend a concept. You find your own path. For example, Quanta has her own workshop. Asmodeus had his fiendish sex dungeon. Kevin has his mineshaft. I have an animal farm. Desalia has a garden. Hoei has his star constellations. And Omega, well, he just sits there. The giant hasn't moved in ages. Dream pondered as ZG waved at the observing Omega. He had to find his own path. It looked like each of these people have found theirs, and they grew their comprehensions as they walked down this path. This was represented by the height of their mountains. ZG turned back to Dream. Anyway, I think that's enough in the way of introductions. Do be sure to stop by after you've gotten accustomed to this place. You'll be here for a very long time so long as you keep your life. Oh, and don't be afraid to find me or Desalia over on one of heaven's primary worlds in real life. Anyone who can come here is someone whose expertise will welcome with open arms. Except for demonic heathens, of course. ZG. As everyone began to disperse, Dream was left atop his boulder. He began to ponder this unexpected development, rubbing his chin. Well, I didn't expect this. Wait, but what happened to my other concept? He questioned. He knew he had two. Did every concept have its own world? Suddenly, Dream felt his body tremble. Then, his transparent self split in two. The new clone shot toward the edge of the world before exiting the concept. His body shot through conceptual space once more. Then, he came upon his second concept, ethereal force. This concept was only smaller than the previous one, though Dream didn't know what size meant or why there were differences between concepts. Upon arrival, Dream grabbed his mark and crushed it. After the power of the mark streamed into his body, he pushed into the concept. Like last time, he appeared in another world. Here, instead of an inverted and material world, Dream was greeted with a massive sphere, one half golden white, one half void black. If he had to compare it to something while disregarding the majestic color, it was an ocean world with no land. Only, this world, this huge ball of water, was actually a ball of energy. Dream could detect mana, runa, ether, flux, an endless powerful turbulence coming from this ball of liquid. On the golden side, though, mana was more dominant, while the black side was dominated by runa. Both sides contained ether and flux. Dream's transparent body drifted downward toward the endless ball of energy, specifically the golden side. He literally couldn't see the edge of this world looking from his vantage point high in the sky, only the divide in the middle. It was just that massive of a world. It didn't take him long to descend to the edge of the world, though, and his body stepped foot on the outermost layer of golden white energy. When his body touched the flowing energy, he felt a shock jolt his soul as the turbulent energy crashed into him. It didn't hurt, only bringing about waves of information. The golden energy, despite being on the side of order, was quite chaotic. Sometimes the mana manifested into different forms, causing storms of fire, streaks of lightning, splashes of violent water, or even forming into something like metal. The space also warped and twisted constantly under ether, exposing the void occasionally. It was a giant mess of energy that tossed and turned like a stormy sea. It took a bit of easing into it before Dream submerged his body into this world of energy. His entire body was subject to chaotic but profound information that was carried with the world. Like this, Dream kept sinking downward. His body traveled several miles down, and as he went, the power behind the energies around him became greater and greater. As he continued to dive, Dream wondered if there were any limits to how far one could go. Did it restrict people's depth based on their comprehension? If so, how did it do it? Was there pain? Could he get injured? In the other concept, Dream was told that one couldn't be killed. He didn't know if the same rules applied. So Dream kept diving, sinking faster and faster as he got used to everything. As he did so, he was able to detect the changes in the profundity of the energy around him. At first, it was just a mess of energy that moved around normally, but deeper in, he could feel the oddities as mana manifested or space was twisted. Suddenly, upon reaching about 100 miles of depth, Dream found himself unable to understand certain things going on around him. Ether would start to sporadically spawn in and out of existence, while dimensions would flicker with instability. The way the energies collided baffled him. This meant that Dream had reached a depth at the limit of his comprehension. It was like his boulder on the other concept that was only several feet tall. He came into these worlds with a small foundation of understanding. In this world, the deeper he went, the deeper his comprehensions. Only, he didn't find himself restricted. With a thought, Dream shot down even more, not stopping until he reached a depth of 1,000 miles. It was 10 times deeper, and as befitting its depth, the things Dream saw around him threw his mind for a ride. He had no idea what was going on in this area. It was almost like seeing white noise. The phenomena around him was so beyond him that his mind didn't even register it. It was simply incomprehensible. With that, though, Dream understood the limits of this world. Sure, he could go deeper, but if it were too far beyond him, he wouldn't be able to glean anything and study. He had to gradually sink down, making constant progress. And whenever he wanted, he could dive further down and attempt to push his comprehensions, maybe see something past his limits and garner inspiration. It was a wonderful and simplistic system. Thinking, Dream moved himself over within the ocean of golden energy. After a while, he was able to find the other half of the world that was filled with dark and destructive runa. He placed one half of his body on each side, and after rising to about 100 miles in depth, he lingered. He began comprehending the things around him, the absolute chaos of the dark side, and the orderly turbulence of the light side. He was able to study both equally, his body studying phenomena by being subjected to it. The explosions and waves within his body did nothing to harm him, only deliver endless information. Dream could also use his will, so he was able to extend the range of his observation and pull in more data. Like that, he sat there in meditative silence. Nobody had come to find him, a not-so-shocking fact since this world was so massive and everyone was probably deep down in the depths of this world. In the other concept, Dream was sure that each of those 7 people had been there for thousands and thousands, possibly millions of years. They all had a massive lead on Dream, their knowledge so far beyond his that even in real life he would never be able to even touch the hem of their clothes in a battle. Even their crafting ability was probably unfathomable to him, a fact he didn't enjoy swallowing. After all, Dream prided himself in his crafting ability. To meet 7 people who were so far beyond him wasn't a comfortable shock, but that only meant he had vast room to grow. After lingering in the concept of ethereal force for a while, Dream's mind was suddenly grounded. Back in the legacy space, the white light that had shot out of his soul retracted, disappearing entirely. With it, Dream returned to reality. However, even after looking at the keeper who stared at him with awe, Dream was shocked to find out that his awareness of the 2 concepts' worlds remained. It was like his mind was divided in 3. Dream could continue comprehending both concepts within both worlds whenever and however he wished. So this was what it meant to truly be accepted by a concept. I couldn't follow you, but I see all the information coming to you from those conceptual worlds. Very interesting. Sophia spoke after she realized Dream was back. The keeper also opened his mouth. So you've really been blessed by 2 concepts. You've constructed a divine sea specific to concepts, and were able to take a step that only those far ahead of you should normally be able to take. Truly, you've impressed me. Why, thank you. Dream smiled inwardly. It was only after constructing his final divine sea, the 16th divine sea of concepts, that he was able to go back into conceptual space and truly step into those concepts. Even now, Dream could feel vast power flow through him. This was actual conceptual power, something his unevolved soul couldn't hope to handle. It was only possible with dust, and not just having it, but using it. Those images Dream drew on the 16th divine sea had been the key. Those images held the essence of his concepts. They were something like a gateway. Once the gateway was constructed, Dream didn't even have to open it. He was pulled up by the concepts that acknowledged him as if they were eager for him to begin comprehending them. Finally, it was no longer just 2 marks in his mind space. He was within the conceptual worlds. Only, it was at this time that Dream noticed something peculiar. He looked around himself, at the legacy space all around. Previously, it felt like this place existed in a lull in time. No matter how long he was in here, time wouldn't actually move in the real universe. Now though, Dream could definitely feel time flowing forward. This awareness came from his concepts. Hey Keeper, what's with the clock in this place? Now that you have come to exist within concepts, you no longer only exist in one place. You exist in the universe and in the concepts. Thus, if your conceptual selves move through time, you also move through time. Of course, if you wish to freeze time like before, you can, but your conceptual selves will also be frozen in time, your comprehension ceasing. So I can't stay in a place like this and spend infinite time comprehending the concepts. Correct. Time affects the conceptual realm as it does everything else. Though, that goes to show how amazing this place is if it can exist beyond time. Dream suddenly had a small glimpse into the profundity of this place that the archons built. It was beyond time, escaping shackles that even concepts were subject to. Seeing as how he was now moving through time though, Dream quickly located his pocket watch inside his inventory. Time still continued to move at its normal pace according to the Earth clock, each second ticking by endlessly. However, the clock was quite a bit ahead. Even when time was frozen in this place, the clock still ticked. Thus Dream was able to see how much time he had spent building his soul. Before, he had spent 2 years comprehending the monoliths. Now, he saw that it took him 8 months to build his soul. It had seemed as if he went from sea to sea continuously, but engraving his comprehensions took a long time. Now, he had spent a little over 3 years within the legacy space. Only now, though, was time moving through the universe, so every second after Dream entered the concepts was a real second passed, not free time. Well, I no longer have infinite time here, but there's no way I'm stopping my comprehensions, and I still have more work to do, so I won't go back just yet. More work? Don't tell me you have even more divine seas to make. The keeper was a bit worried. Dream had already created 16 divine seas that encompassed his every attribute, even those of the prime 14 seas. While one of them was the inventory, the other was concepts. He had gone so above and beyond even the greatest evolutionary path of a Class 5 soul that the keeper couldn't possibly think of anything greater he could do. Instead, he began to worry about Dream pushing too far. Dream only chuckled at his worry, though. No, I don't have anything else to do in the way of my soul. It's everything else. For example, my body. Saying that, energy from the ground began to surge upward. Dream took this energy, reforming his cosmic body. Then, his mortal shell reappeared over it. At the same time, in the 2 conceptual worlds, Dream's 2 transparent bodies reached around them. In the concept of physical reality, Dream began to dig into the dirt around him. Using his will, he was able to pull out random material and reform it atomically to be anything he wished. Like that, he built himself his normal human body, fresh with his signature old-school clothes. At the same time, in the concept of ethereal force, Dream similarly built his cosmic form. However, when it was finished, the sombrero galaxy appeared above his head, acting as a hat. Without the keeper there to scold him, he could wear his cosmic hat whenever he wanted. Normally, one might think that showing his appearance was giving away his identity. But in the vast universe, how many people looked just like Dream? His mortal form was in no way unique. And besides, he wouldn't be located by any of those people unless he told them his identity. At the very least, there was currently only one demon to worry about, and Dream wasn't heading into Hell's territory anytime soon, so he was safe. With that, Dream's 16-layered soul in the legacy space was compressed within his body. He was back better than ever, and without missing a beat, he immediately got to work. Chapter 274, Emperor. After forming his body, Dream dove into a frenzy of work. First of all, even though he had just dove into his concepts, he was able to immediately begin comprehending them. Thus, he gained knowledge that essentially solidified all theories about physics and magic, especially for physics where he had effectively formed a theory of everything. As for ethereal force, he was able to glimpse deeper into the nature of every energy, and knowledge on arcane transmutation grew by the moment. Thinking, Dream dumped a bit of extra divine light into the divine sea of magic. Along with his deepening comprehensions, Dream felt the skill behind arcane transmutation become perfect. He was able to see even information behind the dots that comprised all material. Thus, taking control over every process behind transmutation was no longer difficult. Dream seamlessly converted mana into iron, then back again without any loss. It only took a bit of energy to perform. After that, though, Dream took a glance at the Keeper's star, his engine that powered his magic. Dream really wanted that, but how was he supposed to endlessly enchant his own neutron star to power his magic? It would take infinite energy. Wait a minute, Dream felt a spark within his mind. Infinite energy? That came from dust and ash, or more specifically from concepts. With dust as the bridge, Dream could tap into the unlimited energy behind his concepts. Even now he could feel the ability to draw upon the energy of his concepts, but this energy was all being wasted without his intervention. Now, he had a good idea of how to channel it. Manifest, my neutron star. Saying that, Dream's cosmic form was released. His chest then flickered with light. The neutron star within his inventory manifested as a large orb inside his cosmic body. It was a motionless ball of extreme physics, and Dream wanted to tap into its energy. This didn't mean simply harvesting the light it gave off. Neutron stars weren't bright compared to orange or blue stars. No, their power came from their extreme gravity and magnetic field, along with all the physical phenomena within their stellar bodies. What would happen if Dream harnessed the energy behind the degenerate neutron matter? This matter had tensile strength on the order of the strong force, the fundamental force that held protons to neutrons. Then there was the gravity continually compressing it. It was unfathomably strong, the bond between the matter inside the star. If Dream could turn that bonding energy into a driving force behind his mana, how strong would he be then? He could create barriers of mana with unbreakable hardness, and he knew how to do it. Suddenly, Dream took out a golden orb. This orb was a soul. More specifically, the soul of the Class 6 old man. Dream had only used 9 of his souls, leaving this one for last. Dream didn't want to utilize the dust within his divine sea since it was responsible for increasing the connection strength between him and his concepts. So he opted for foreign material. Upon taking out the soul core, the old man's consciousness shouted, "Let me go, you damned monster, or hurry up and kill me. Shut up, will you?" Dream silenced the raging consciousness. "You want to die, do you? Well, it's about time I granted your wish. What are you, HH?" Just as the old man began to question, Dream suddenly destroyed a small sliver of his soul. Particles flew into the air, Dream plucking out all the dust. Of course, even just this small extraction was extraordinarily painful for the soul. No, stop. Let's do this until your mind space shatters from the pain. With emotionless words, Dream continued extraction dust bit by bit. The old man felt his soul be torn apart piece by piece, feeling every vivid wave of pain. His mind space was quick to crack. Dream went on like this for an entire week. Finally, after getting through 60% of the soul, the old man's mind space finally shattered after bearing unbearable pain. After that, he turned into nothing more than an animal, even lesser. He was subject to a nightmare of insanity as his shattered mind space tried to think of anything comprehensible. Seeing that, Dream directly wiped his consciousness. After harvesting the rest of the dust, he moved on, never to think about that old man again. With the new dust in hand, Dream began to enchant his neutron star. The dust was put into his divine sea of dust, and this divine sea was connected to the sea of inventory. Like that, dust came in contact with the neutron star. Then, Dream activated his sea of will, connecting the three together. After that, the powers of the soul seas were combined. The dust was enchanted to the neutron star while remaining within the sea of dust, both combined and separate entities. Using an amount of dust equivalent to a single Class 6 soul, Dream was able to enchant a 500 square foot area within the neutron star. Technically, he could enchant with however much or however little he wished, using all or none of his dust to enchant. With that, the three seas connected to each other, his sea of will tapping into the power of the dust within the neutron star. When this happened, Dream waited a few seconds before suddenly feeling a surge of energy inside of him. It was larger than any source of energy Dream had ever felt before. That bit of dust converted all the energy of that 500 square foot chunk of neutron star into energy for his will. Through dust's combination with arcane transmutation, Dream was able to gain a source of ethereal power from physical power. And once he connected his inventory space with the sea of will, all that energy was channeled into his will. Now, Dream was truly powering his magical self with physical phenomena. And the way to get stronger? Acquire and use more dust to enchant the star. The only downfall was that Dream needed to dump some divine light into the sea of will, strengthening the sea to accommodate the increased energy throughput. This was the purpose of divine light, a way to realize and contain more power within the soul. From now on, it was Dream's job to fight more enemies and acquire more divine light, strengthening his divine seas. With this would come more dust to do with as he wished, whether that was strengthening the connection to his concepts or enchanting his new power source. After feeling the increased power from his neutron star, Dream was elated. "Very nice. So, Keeper, you actually spent dust on this? Very creative thinking. I did not invent this method. This method was developed by the 6th Emperor who built the Divine Sea of Will. With his insights into magic and science, along with dust and most especially will, he was able to create this method with some help from other emperors. Thus, this technique was born. Only, it requires arcane transmutation, a skill only understood by those who are close to touching concepts. Wow, have you enchanted the whole thing? Yes. The Keeper nodded, causing Dream to ponder. The Keeper wielded, at minimum, the entire power generation of a star, and Dream wasn't even close to enchanting all of his. The Keeper was still far beyond him in sheer strength, so I've got a long way to go. Oh well, the immediate future will be filled with rapid power advancement. Hey Sophia, let's go through the seas again. Time to top everything off. For the next long while, Dream spent time within the legacy space. He spent around 6 months inside while time flowed, and during this time, he constantly improved his soul, refining it until he couldn't refine it anymore. For example, he improved his divine sea of magic beyond perfection, now integrating conceptual information. It was the same with his sea of physical reality that held his material understandings. Dream made it so that filling these seas in the future would merely increase his ability to tamper with physical and magical forces. Everything else would come from his concepts. Through this, Dream came to understand something. When it came to his concept of physical reality, forming a theory of everything was almost like the barest foundation. Dream truly did form a theory of everything, able to outline every force interaction and explain every physical phenomenon. And yet, the boulder within the conceptual world didn't grow. This was because all growth in the future would be understanding the whys behind the theory of everything. This was literally learning the concept of science. And it was the same for magic. Dream could now control and wield all magical energies however he wished, yet he was only able to go down about 150 miles within that conceptual world. Now he would need to go far beyond his current understandings. How would this give him greater power? Dream didn't know yet. Still, when it came to his divine seas of material and magic, they were effectively perfect. His first several seas of mana, runa, ether, and flux were also perfect, merely acting as storage for the energies. There wasn't much to improve other than his sea of concepts, where even now he was indulging in comprehension. At least, not yet there wasn't. As Dream has discovered, he could view information, literal information. He could see the informational values behind physical particles and units of mana. Only, Dream had a hard time viewing and processing such vast amounts of sheer information. Thus, he turned to his trusty sidekick. Unlike Dream, when Sophia observed the information, she was instantly able to process all of it. Thus, Dream passed the job to her. And like this, Dream was able to feel the skill know as Sophia become perfect. The two spent a while viewing information and modifying Sophia's sea, making it more capable. After handing her a bit of dust, Sophia's ability increased several-fold. Like this, she connected to Dream's seas of inventory, material, will, and intelligence. And through combining their powers, she was able to tap into the true power of information. It took a lot of energy and concentration on both her and Dream's part, but after some time they were actually able to turn a proton into a neutron. There was no mixing and matching subatomic particles, just pure informational change. He had warped existence itself. Of course, there was no application for such a power, but Dream didn't care about that. All he cared about was touching upon the deepest layer of existence. That was his first time wielding conceptual power. Like that, Sophia became basically perfect. After the two did a one-over of all the seas, Dream concluded that there wasn't much more reason to stay inside the legacy space. At some point, Dream turned to the Keeper. So what's next? Next, I'm not sure. The Keeper hesitated to speak. You've evolved your soul, but you've also begun comprehending concepts. Normally, you would step out of here, level up, and come back when you were ready to evolve once more. The next step would be to bring all of your existence together, forming a soul core similar to the ones you used as fuel. At the same time, you would attempt to comprehend the final 7 monoliths constructed by the archons themselves. After that, depending on your final performance, you would become the archon's successor. Only, you've gone beyond what this advancement had in store for you. You are an emperor on the level of the emperors during the time of the archons. So I've deviated in a good way. Indeed. Alright, well if I'm farther ahead than normal, would I be able to take a glance at those monoliths? Dream turned to the final 7 monoliths. The Keeper was unsure of what to say. If it were anyone else, the Keeper would deter them with the threat of insanity. That black script was far greater than the silver script, and it was written by the archons themselves. But Dream was now comprehending concepts. Did he have the ability? The Keeper wasn't sure. So the Keeper didn't say anything as Dream approached those monoliths. He read the first lines of the monoliths, taking in that black script. The first archon, Paranoia of Chaos. The second archon, Lordship of Order. The third archon, Deity of Creation. The fourth archon, Kingship of Annihilation. The fifth archon, Envy of Death. The sixth archon, Wealth of Life. The seventh archon, Sophia of Time. With every line Dream read, he felt a small shock to his mind, especially the last one. Sophia, you're an archon? I wish. You think I know anything about time? Good point. Dream chuckled a bit as he looked through a bit more script. Very quickly, he found that each of these monoliths and their scripts contained conceptual information. When Dream read the first monolith, he found that it talked about the concept of chaos. And beyond the very first introductory line, Dream was shocked to see incomprehensible information. But this information felt familiar. It truly is conceptual information. Reading and understanding this script is no different from understanding the concepts. These archons actually wrote the concepts into these monoliths. Dream was baffled. What kind of ludicrous power was needed in order to actually contain and transcribe concepts onto something? Better yet, the archons who held such power are now no longer. Were they killed? And by who? The current universe with the system came only after the archons, so was it the system that killed them? Dream had many more questions and no answers. Such things were beyond his pay grade though, so he was quick to discard them. After taking a few more long looks at the monoliths as well, he shook his head. I can't do anything with this. It's beyond me. The two concepts that I've begun comprehending are below any of these. I can only slightly glimpse into the concept of creation. Before I even begin to touch these things, I need to understand my concepts first. Hey Sophia, maybe you should start trying to comprehend time. Comprehend time? Of course, let me get right on that. It's not like time is an all-encompassing rule that affects even other concepts or anything like that. Sweet, let me know when you make progress. In the meantime, I suppose I should return. I've gained all I can from this place. Saying that, Dream's material body manifested. Now, instead of his material self merely being a shell, it was his actual body, just like his cosmic form was its own separate body. When in his material form, he held deeper control over physical reality, and when in his cosmic form, he held greater control over magic. This was due to his two concepts. Dream turned to the keeper. What about you? Do you plan to stick around until I come back? I am forever bound to this place. My duty to keep the sanctity of this final repose for the archons. Really? You don't even get vacation days? The existence of this place must be kept a secret. Emerging into the universe can and will bring catastrophic trouble. If such a thing happens, even you will perish with this place as one who has built himself of our knowledge. Oh, then never mind. Still, one day I'll break you out of here, like a caged bird. I'll toss you off a cliff and let you fly off into the wild. Take your time. The keeper was unsure of how to respond, leaving it at that. Dream smiled and nodded. All right, then my time has come. I guess I'll be back when I'm ready to become a Class 6, and no sooner. Be on your way. With a wave of the hand, the keeper opened a portal. Taking a look at the portal, Dream waved goodbye before stepping through it. After a tiny lapse in consciousness, Dream reappeared where he was before. He moved. Dream heard a voice as he opened his eyes. He was in his human form and sitting against his workbench at the top of his mountain. He lifted his head to see Tersa beside him. Hello, Tersa. Dream. Master. Hey, how much longer could you possibly have slept? After Tersa, Melody spoke in annoyance. She had her arms crossed as she moved in front of him. For a moment, she observed his entire body, trying to feel anything from him. But the only thing she could sense from him was the heartbeat of a normal man. It was something she had never seen from him before ever since he had first disappeared from Earth. After he returned, he had formed a spiritual body, and his human, material body was forever tossed away. Now it was back, apparently. So, how'd it go? I'd say it went beyond perfect. You spent half a year unconscious, so I would hope so. She nodded as Dream stood from the floor. He stretched his body, feeling every muscle fiber inside. Right now, his body was truly a physical one, not at all modified or enhanced by magical components. But it wasn't as if he only had the strength of an ordinary man. Dream could feel the forces of his body, how it was constructed of material that had the strength of his will. And because his strength was that of the binding force of neutron matter within a neutron star, his body was just as strong. His mere skin had the strength of degenerate neutron matter. "Hey, Melody, come and see if you can make me bleed." Dream spoke as he put out his arm. Melody smiled at his request, not hesitating to take out her sword. Bringing it back, Melody entered her most powerful sword stance, pointing the tip of her blade at Dream's arm. Then, streaking across space, she thrust at the skin of his palm. Ding! A small shockwave was released as the tip of her sword bent and warped to the side. All the mana that came from her sword merely bounced off his skin like the blade. Her eyes widened. What the hell? That's some disgusting defense. It's the defense of a star. Well, a small part of it anyway. You see this? Suddenly, Dream reached for his chest. Melody saw him dangle a necklace that sat atop his vest. It was a silver metal necklace with a capsule at the end. Inside this capsule was a glowing blue ball. She rubbed her chin. Yeah, what is that? It's a neutron star. It what? Melody was hesitant to immediately believe what she heard. Dream repeated himself. A neutron star. An actual star? Yes, a neutron star. I'm using it as something of a power source. The star is actually inside my inventory, but because it's being used as my power source, it's manifested outwardly. I thought you would find it cool like I do. Dream flicked the necklace, making it dangle a bit above his chest. Melody stared at it blankly. As she stared, though, Dream looked around him. He nodded to Tersa when their eyes met. After that, though, he felt something. Warning. Individual has undergone class advancement. Reclassifying profile. Established concept. Physical reality. Lesser dominion. Established concept. Ethereal force. Lesser dominion. New class gained. Emperor. Warning. Individual has surpassed stat calculations. Declassifying. Alert. Particle manipulation is max level. Alert. Arcana is max level. Alert. Arcane transmutation is max level. Alert. Universal language is max level. Alert. Sophia is max level. Reclassifying skills. You have gained the skill. Sophia, Queen of Logic. You have gained the skill. Adeptus Physicas. You have gained the skill. Sovereign Force. You are level 404. Chapter 275. Deal. Dream stood there as the system did a one-over on his profile. When it was done, he opened it. Profile. Name. Silas Dreamer. Species. Metacosmic Psyche. Class. Emperor. Level. 404. Title. Origin Seeker. Husband. Concepts. Physical reality. Lesser dominion. Ethereal force. Lesser dominion. Skills. Sophia. Queen of Logic. Adeptus Physicas. Sovereign force. A queen, huh? Dream smiled a bit as he saw the skill names. Hee, I like it. I really am a queen. Even the system deems it so. Go ahead, call me queen. Call you queen? I think you forget what I am now. Dream smirked as his eyes drifted to his new class. He was an emperor. He was above even a king. More than that, though. What's up with my level? Level 404. That is really low. Aren't class SIXS in the 500s? I don't think they actually go by levels. But class 5s do. You know what? I think my levels are relative now. Think about it. Level 500 gets me to class 6. Well, I'm nowhere close to filling my divine seas. As I gain more experience or divine light, I'll be able to fill the seas more. My level is representative of how much I've filled my seas. If I fill half my seas, then I'll probably reach level 450, I guess. Either way, who cares about level? I've gone far beyond it at this point. Dream waved the problem off his mind as he looked at his profile again. As Sophia shrugged inwardly, he looked at his skills. Anyway, you're a queen now. Then there's Adeptus Physicas. That's my material control skill. And Sovereign Force is my magic skill. Interesting names. It's making you out to be the ruler of all magic and material. Well, with my powers, I might as well be. Dream spoke a little haughtily. He wasn't going to be overly humble and say that he wasn't extremely skilled. He was starting to reach some pretty extreme levels, pioneering his own path to power sourced from the concepts themselves. Even now, he was blessed by a concept that only 7 other people in the universe were blessed with. If that wasn't enough for bragging rights, what was? Anyway, I no longer have stats, and my skills don't have levels either. I guess everything comes down to my conceptual comprehension now. Speaking of, it also lists my concepts. What's that lesser dominion part of it? Must be your level in the concept, not the level of the concept itself? Well, the people in that conceptual world said that it's one of the highest concepts, so I wouldn't think so. It's definitely not a low one. Good point. Well, no reason to worry about it anyway. Everything else seems right. It looks like my advancement is concluded. Saying that, Dream waved his profile away. His thoughts and conversation with Sophia only took moments. Afterward, he looked between Tersa and Melody. So did you guys have fun? Quite the opposite. Melody quickly retorted. I've been bored. The only thing I did was get into sculpting because there's nothing on this planet other than rocks. I want to go back to the Azura planet. All right, let's go now then. Yes, Melody cheered as Dream opened up a portal. She jumped through while Tersa followed behind. Dream was the last to step through. After going through, the 3 appeared in the Redeye Azura clan. They were right outside the Hall of Elders, and all around them were crowds of busy Azuras that ran and flew everywhere. Well, isn't this place lively? Actual people. I don't think I've ever been isolated from civilization for so long. Melody was happy as she observed the busy clan. She only had Tersa with her during the past 6 months, and while Tersa was fine company, it was only one person. Melody got way too familiar with her and wanted to talk to literally anyone else. Where's Vela? Let's go find her. Melody ran off into the Hall of Elders with those words. Dream chuckled as he followed. The two were quick to walk into the building that was just as busy as outside. After walking down some hallways, people began to freeze when they saw Dream and Melody, their eyes bulging. The two disregarded this as they arrived at Vela's office. Melody knocked. Come in. Vela. What? Vela was startled as Melody burst through the door. When she lifted her head and saw Dream, though, she felt a wave of chills. Dream. Hello, Vela. Oh my God. What are you doing here? Vela stuttered as she shot out of her seat. Dream had disappeared after wiping out several class SIXS and harvesting their souls. In his disappearance, she and the rest of her clan had been incredibly busy assimilating their conquered enemies. Even after 6 months, the clan was still lively. Above all, there wasn't anyone who didn't know Dream's name, the mysterious outsider who orchestrated the death of a clan. His sudden appearance now was definitely shocking. I've come to collect my debt. Debt? Oh, that's right. You're still trying to go north to the branch clan. We definitely didn't forget about that. Vela bobbed her head as she organized some papers on her desk. After glancing around, she took a deep breath before straightening her back. All right, let's go talk to Patriarch Star. We have indeed been planning for this trip. If anything, we've been delaying it in case of your return. If you were gone any longer, we probably would have left already. Well, thank you. I'm flattered that you waited for me. It's the least we can do. Literally. Vela chuckled as she led Dream through a few halls, arriving outside another room. The group quickly entered, greeted with an intense voice. Patriarch, this encroachment is nothing short of a declaration of war. You only just ended a war of your own, the news of which is still yet to spread, and you think fighting another so soon is a good idea? We will not be pushed around so easily. So do be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. Dream's eyebrow raised as he walked into an argument. It was an unknown man who was currently yelling at Patriarch Star. Patriarch Star was merely relaxed into his seat though, not losing his composure at the threatening aura in the room. Dream quickly saw through the power of the man. He was a class 6, albeit not a powerful one. After Dream entered the room, the man turned his head, as did the Patriarch, who smiled. Dream, it's good to see you. You too. What's going on? Oh, just some small diplomatic matters. Let me introduce you. Patriarch Star stood, motioning to the slender man. This is one of the elders of the Flying Sword Clan, Elder Basilisk, and he's angry that we took over 2 of his mana crystal mines only a week ago. Elder Basilisk, this is Dream, the one who single-handedly wiped out 4 class SIXS of the Blue Blood Clan and assisted us in our recent conquering. He's also the one who killed 3 of your class SIXS who dared to help our enemy. Elder Basilisk went silent as he gazed warily at Dream. When he looked at him, though, he was surprised. He couldn't sense the slightest thing from Dream. He couldn't sense mana, aura, nothing. He seemed as ordinary as the dirt beneath his feet. But that didn't make him confident. If anything, this elder became wary. He felt something was off about Dream, something about his body. Despite not being filled with a powerful aura, it was filled with another kind of energy. He felt like Dream was just a bundle of absolute power just waiting to burst. Dream tilted his head, observing the elder before glancing at the patriarch. He's from the clan that supplied those 3-class SIXs to Mountain Blade?
Yes.
Oh, well, in that case, I'd like to express my displeasure. Dream turned to Elder Basilisk. Your clan helped my enemy. I happen to be in need of more souls, so I'll be taking yours as compensation and killing you as my expression of displeasure. Splat. Suddenly, Dream took a step, launching his arm out. The next moment, his hand was buried in the elder's chest. The elder couldn't even react, only panicking when he felt Dream's fingers wrap around his soul core. Ah, get off of me. Just one more second. There. Rip. After digging around a bit more, Dream suddenly pulled out his arm. The elder instantly turned to dust as Dream held his soul core in his hands. Patriarch Star was stunned silent. Even before, when Dream had prepared for his Class 6 battle, he hadn't killed a Class 6 so easily. Now, that Class 6 elder couldn't resist his power. Patriarch Star couldn't even keep up with what happened. Hadn't he gone into seclusion for an advancement? Patriarch Star wondered what kind of an advancement Dream underwent. He had heard from Vela that he was only a Class 4 and left to become a Class 5, but he definitely didn't believe that. He wouldn't believe it even if Dream smacked him with his profile. Either way, whatever he did made him even more powerful. After extracting the soul, Dream instantly wiped the consciousness. At the same time, he channeled the divine light from the soul into his divine sea, storing it for later. And like that, another experiment can be carried out. Very nice. You've become more powerful, Dream. Thanks. I put in a lot of effort. Dream smiled as the soul disappeared into his inventory. He now had another chunk of dust that he could use. He had a few plans for it. As for how he so easily killed that Class 6, that was all due to his arcane transmutation. His body now wielded the power of the neutron star that was enchanted with arcane transmutation and dust. Thus, his purely physical body could use the strength of a star to kill magical beings. He had merely wrapped his hand around the soul, preventing any power from escaping it. The elder couldn't even fight back as Dream used his tyrannical strength to rip his soul out. Other than that, the only thing special about what Dream did was the speed he did it at. The surprise factor also helped. That elder just couldn't imagine someone so powerful would be so blatantly kill-happy. Dream turned to the patriarch. Anyway, how about we head up north? I've heard some great things about the place, like how it's where I've wanted to be for months now. Of course, we'll depart right away. Vela, go prepare the ships. Yes, sir. Vela hastily ran off at the command. Dream smiled, happy to finally be moving on. Not even an hour later, Dream was seated on the largest flagship of the clan, barreling through the skies toward the tip of the planet. The trip wouldn't take long, so he just got comfortable and waited. He also fiddled around with his ring. During the advancement, Dream had hoped that because his soul was becoming more powerful, he'd be able to communicate with any of his wives. Unfortunately, after coming out, he found that it did nothing to help. He was still too far. Plus, just because his personal soul became stronger didn't mean his soul bond did. The slice of his soul with his wives was still the same small cluster of soul strings, so it wouldn't suddenly become more capable. And even if his advancement did alert the girls, he wouldn't know about it. As far as he was concerned, nothing was sent or received, so they still had no clue as to where the other was. It troubled him greatly, but there was nothing he could do at the moment except move forward with his plans. Only, it seemed like his recent war caused some waves to be kicked up. It wasn't long after the flagship approached the city at the North Pole that Dream felt an aura wash over them. Dream was startled when he felt an aura far beyond a Class 6. Thankfully, Dream could still sense the limit of its power, but it was still amazing. He had yet to meet anybody so strong besides Korvach. The flagship was slowed to a halt by this aura. The next moment, Dream teleported out of the ship and into the sky. In the distance was the city, the branch clan of the Blooddrop clan. and in front of the city was a single man. He looked old, with a long white beard and eyebrows. "You're that Class 7? The old man was silent, just staring at Dream. Then, he suddenly raised his hand. In it appeared a rusty old sword. He raised this sword above his head, and power burst forth. Everyone in the flagship was horrified as a beam of light shot upward, reaching nearly 2 miles high. It was filled with blinding power, making the Class Aegis inside the flagship tremble in awe. Dream was also surprised. He could feel the power within that blade of light. If it were used on Earth, it would slice the planet in half. I can do that too, though. Suddenly, Dream reached his hand up. Then, thousands of ships appeared, beamed over from Tersa's planet. They all opened their hatches, and material flooded out. The sky was covered in roads of black metal, all of them coagulating above Dream's hand. It formed a sword that was just as tall as the old man's. The two stood opposing each other, and their hands fell. The two swords screamed as they were swung and collided. An explosion of light exploded outward, sending a beam down toward the floor. Before this beam could tear open the floor, though, a figure appeared. It was a young man, and he put out his hands with an enraged face. The beam was dispersed by his power. After the two swords collided, Dream's black sword quickly lost power. The sword of light dimmed as it obliterated his material. Dream looked up as the sword of light came crashing through his blade and down on top of his head. When it was about to hit, though, his body suddenly changed. Freeze. His cosmic form appeared, replacing his physical form. When it did, the sword of light froze above his head, unable to slash down anymore. Not only that, but everyone in the flagship felt themselves unable to move. All mana, all air, and all of space became loyal to Dream's will. Nothing would move without his express permission. It was same with the blade of light, though it resisted through sheer power. Before it could break out of his control, he touched it, and the sword evaporated into motes of light. It was like millions of fireflies drifting away. With the sword dissipated, Dream returned to his physical form. He looked back at the old man, and the old man clapped, a weird but happy smile on his face. That was fun. You really are skilled. You recently had an advancement, because you weren't that powerful when killing those Class X. I did just have an advancement, and it seems news travels fast. Not really. You've just been gone for so long. Hey! Suddenly, there was a shout from below. Dream and the old man turned to see an angry young teenager on the ground. He was glaring at them. "Are you trying to tear my world in half? Old fart, we had a deal." "Oh, my bad. I got too excited. You always get too excited. I was already injured by that snobby guy's lasers, and now you have an apocalyptic battle right on the surface. I'm going to die at this rate." "So you're the Terra Core?" Dream asked curiously, and the teenager responded with a growl. "Yeah, I'm the Terra Core. You think we don't have lives as well? Hey, don't speak to my master in such a manner, you child." Suddenly, a woman shot out of the flagship. It was Tersa, and she snarled at the teenager on the ground. The teenager looked at her with an odd gaze. "An avatar? Are you?" "Yeah, I'm a Terra Core as well, and if you don't fix your manners, I'll have to fix them for you." "Since when is there another Terra Core in this planetary system?" "Since my master found me. I'm a world of unfathomable industry and magical production, and I'm also bigger than you." Tersa ended with a smug face as she landed in front of the teenager. Hearing that she was bigger than him, he got angry. "Hey, don't think that size is everything," says the smaller one. "You're just a child who only recently gained wisdom, and I'm already better than you." When Tersa haughtily smiled, the teenager growled in rage. Dream just looked at the two with odd eyes, as did the old man. Anyway, shrugging, Dream looked at the Class 7. He was what they called a demigod, someone who comprehended and wielded the power of concepts. A Class 6 was only someone who could begin to realize and touch upon concepts. It took being blessed by a concept to actually comprehend it and use its power. When someone was blessed, they became a Class 7, or a demigod. Technically, Dream was a demigod since he could comprehend and draw upon conceptual power. But there were large differences between demigods. First, not all concepts were equal. Some were higher than others. But then there was the amount of comprehension one gleaned into their concept. Dream had two of the highest concepts, but his comprehension was barely scratching the surface. Thus, even if the old man didn't have profound concepts, he still beat him due to the power he could draw from comprehension. The old man looked back at Dream, a smile on his face. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the head of the Blooddrop Branch clan and overseer of this world. You can call me Kavra, otherwise known as Light's Edge. I'm Dream. I don't really have any affiliations. What about that clan down there? I was their defense contractor. In exchange for training my sister, I gave them weapons. Things escalated, though, so it ended in a war of conquest. I see. Kavra nodded in understanding. Then, Dream smiled. And I've come to offer the same thing to you. You wish to be our defense contractor? Correct. I'll make weapons, and I can help fight in your wars. In exchange, my sister gets training. What kind of firepower can you give? Kavra asked curiously, to which Dream rubbed his chin. Given enough time, I can give you a force of Class 4 fighters that number in the billions. Class 5s, perhaps millions. Of course, I need access to my new factory, but that isn't an issue I also can't solve. Billions? Kavra was a bit dazed. In the universe, absolute power wasn't uncommon. There was always someone who had atrocious personal power and could become a pillar of any major superpower. When looking at the wider universe, a person with power like Kavra and even Dream wasn't exactly rare. But to be capable of building an army that could replace a superpower's armies, building millions and billions of soldiers at the level of a Class 5, that was truly rare. In the Redeye clan, there were only a couple hundred Class 5s. Dream could produce Class 5 soldiers that outnumbered the total Class 5 population of this planet, and then multiply it. Wars weren't usually fought between the highest powers of a clan. They were fought with their soldiers. A select few people couldn't be everywhere, but millions of soldiers could. Dream could bring astronomical military power to the clan, and all he wanted in exchange was training for his sister. There was only one way for Kavra to respond. He didn't even seem to doubt Dream. Let's do it. I shall take you to my superior on the Blooddrop planet. Before then, though, you need to show proof of your ability. Once you'll do, we can both go to the primary world. Deal. Give me some time, and I'll return with some soldiers. I also have matters to take care of before I leave this planetary system. Of course, I've already waited here for a few thousand years. There's no reason I can't wait a bit longer, right? Dream smiled weirdly. Even with his unfathomable power, he still didn't understand what it was like to live thousands of years. Chapter 276, Total War. After Dream made the deal with Kavra, he decided that there wasn't much of a reason to stick around and waste time. He had the word of the most powerful man on this planet. That was enough. So he needed to make preparations. Dream reappeared in the flagship while Kavra disappeared. Melody looked at Dream weirdly. What was that? I made a deal with Kavra, that old man? Yeah. Once I show him some soldiers, he'll bring us to the primary world. Then I'll become the Blooddrop clan's defense contractor. I'm starting to think you're just an arms dealer now. It's a great way to get and do what I want. Anyway, because I have all I need from that city, there's no reason for us to stay. How about we go and visit Earth? Dream spoke as he waved his hand, a portal appearing next to him. Melody's eyes went wide. Earth? Really? Can we actually go back? Sure. The portal is still there, and I made sure it would act as an anchor that I could return to. It'll be no problem. Then let's go. I want to see Mom. All right. Dream smiled as Melody jumped into the portal. Then, he looked around, seeing Vela and Patriarch Star. He thought for a second, scratching his chin. I have a world that's under my control, a planet right near this one with nobody on it. I'm going to be inviting the people of my homeworld there, but I want a powerful force to reside there as well. How about moving in? You'll get all the resources of the planet as well as my support, and I plan on getting a lot from the Blooddrop clan, so they could help you as well. Of course, you'll be my vassals and things aren't free, but you'll gain astronomical power and a practically guaranteed place in the universe. How about it? Everyone was stunned hearing Dream's words. At first, Patriarch Star didn't think much of the absurd offer, but when he thought a bit more deeply, he realized it wasn't something not to seriously consider. After seeing Dream these past few hours, especially his display when fighting Kavra, a known demigod, he was convinced that Dream was absolutely an unfathomable powerhouse. Now, he had seen Tersa, a terra core, and knew Dream had a planet all to himself. It was completely empty. All that space and all those resources just waiting to be claimed. And it had Dream as its master. Dream was going to work with the Blooddrop clan, and they would be the beneficiaries? There was so much to gain, and the price for it was a bit of isolation. Even then, Patriarch Star knew that Dream wasn't going to just be idle. There would be many people and powerhouses to make deals with and fight. They would have their work cut out for them. We will seriously consider it. He eventually spoke those words. It wasn't a decision he could make on the spot, but it wasn't something he would disregard in the slightest. He would need to discuss this with everyone, including the people of his clan. All right, I'm going to be leaving today, but Tersa and Aegis will remain here. In the time I'm gone, you will be allowed to visit the planet and receive information about it. Just know that the migration will be handled by my bots, so there won't be much hassle on your part. Hell, I could just lift the landmass that your territory covers and transplant it onto my planet. Either way, you just need to say yes or no. And while there's not a major rush, I won't be here forever. Wherever I go, my planet will likely go with me. If I leave, that's it. I understand. Then I'm off. Aegis, help them out. Of course, my lord. Aegis suddenly appeared beside Dream, bowing at the waist. Dream nodded before entering the portal, and Patriarch Star went on to discuss things with Aegis. After returning to Tersa Prime, Tersa was quick to join up with Dream. After he left her with a small list of things to do, he made his way to a certain mountain top. Melody was waiting there. After nodding at her excited self, Dream waved his hand. Some nanites streamed from the ground and formed a metal portal. Then, Dream exposed his cosmic form and enchanted the portal. Melody didn't see much when he enchanted it, and his power didn't seem all that powerful. When she saw the image that the portal produced, though, she got giddy. She could see Earth. Go ahead. Just like that. Yup. Sweet. With a clap, Melody jumped through. She didn't even experience a shuttle through the void. She just appeared outside Earth. Dream also walked through, instantly appearing in Earth's orbit. He was on top of his Borg cube that the original portal was on. Teleporting with an anchor is so much easier. Sophia sighed a bit. Dream didn't have an anchor when leaving the outer cosmos, needing to blindly shoot through the chaotic void. Now, because he had the portal to use as an exit, he could instantly create a channel between the two. But that wasn't all, though. The phenomena Dream caused when he connected the two portals wasn't ordinary teleportation. Returning to his physical form, Dream sighed at Earth. I'm now able to do what Korvac once did. He built a portal that went from Earth to the Andromeda Galaxy, one that had no separation between the two spaces. Now that I look back, the distance between here and there is so short. Considering Dream could teleport to the Andromeda Galaxy with but a thought now, and considering how getting to the inner universe took many days of shuttling through the void, the distance to Andromeda was really nothing more than a short hop away. He remembered being completely unable to comprehend Korvac's ability to connect the two with a portal back then. And now, he could make the same portal from the inner cosmos to Earth. That isn't to say that I'm more powerful than Korvac, though. Still, I've come a long way. Melody is already on the surface and hugging your parents. That was fast. I guess she does know how to manipulate ether now. Dream chucked, but he didn't immediately teleport over. The reason was due to the massive structures around Earth. There were 6 huge gates of pure light that floated in Earth's orbit. From these gates descended golden roads, and each road was anchored to a different continent. Dream could detect 37 billion souls on Earth at this moment, meaning there had been a truly astronomical change since he left. There were also several megastructures on and around Earth, representing the huge jump in technological development. At the very least, it seemed like Earth developed in a good way since he left. Archangel Gyros. At that moment, Dream spoke a name. It took several seconds, but a bright figure came flying over afterward. It was Gyros, the one who Dream allowed to open the gates to the inner universe when he left. So you've returned. Gyros stopped in front of Dream, dressed in the same white robes and carrying the same golden book in his hands. Seeing Gyros, Dream tilted his head. Gyros, despite being unable to sense the slightest aura from Dream, felt like his entire being was seen through. A Class 5 with 8 soul Cs. You're powerful for a Class 5, but it's unfortunate that Earth initially only had such a character watching it. There are many worlds in the outer cosmos that we don't even know about. We can't send powerful people to every single one. While we might have the numbers to do so, not many are willing. True. On another note, you've become unfathomable. Gyros spoke with a wry chuckle. When he and Dream first met, Gyros was more powerful and Dream had been wary and defensive. Then, when Dream left, he had reached a level that Gyros could still see, albeit not much of. Now, Gyros could sense nothing. Dream was nothing more than blood and flesh. There was no doubt that he had reached a realm Gyros couldn't comprehend. Dream revealed a small smile. He looked back at Earth. So what happened? Each of those gates leads to a secondary world within Heaven's territory. Since they were opened, there had been great change. I must say, despite Earth not having the sheer population of supers, its technology has allowed it to become a leading economic power. The convenience of science is truly attractive to even the most powerful leaders of each world. I'm glad the students I taught were able to prosper, but there's been a change of plans, Gyros. I'm going to be taking Earth into the inner universe. Taking it? Yes. Dream nodded simply. Gyros was a bit baffled. So what do you? I plan on opening a portal and sending Earth through it. You see, I came to meet a Terra core, and now I'm the master of a secondary world. I want to connect Earth to this world. That requires me to move the planet. To do this, I actually need you to do one thing. What's that? Keep anybody from interfering. Along with Earth, I think I'm going to move those gates of light. It'll require a little magical reconfiguration, but it's not something I can't solve. I just need you to keep anybody from disturbing me. If anybody does want to cause problems, then we might just become hostile. And I'd hate to isolate Earth when it just started making new friends. Anyway, I better get started. This might take a while. Saying that, Dream's body suddenly changed. Gyros felt his body and soul momentarily freeze as Dream's cosmic form revealed itself. The space within 40 miles of Dream seemed to be isolated from the universe, and Gyros felt a distinct inability to resist the power that surrounded him. His soul couldn't even call upon his own mana pool. More than that, it almost seemed like his soul seas were going to be taken by Dream's power. He felt like he could die at any instant. While Gyros felt suffocated, Dream looked back at the portal he came through. Reaching out his hand, the energy around the portal began to spike. The chaotic void was fully exposed before the two locations were connected, and it began to expand, the pieces of the portal basically disintegrating. The portal quickly exploded in size, reached 2,000 miles in diameter in but a minute, but it slowed there. Through the portal one could see the massive planet known as Terra Prime. Compared to it, Earth looked like a tiny marble. Of course, the portal wasn't yet big enough to move Earth through it. Dream wasn't planning on breaking Earth apart or migrating all its people. To keep things simple, he just wanted to move the planet. To do that, he needed to make the portal big enough for it to slip through. But as Dream expanded the portal to around 4,000 miles wide, he encountered great resistance. Sophia. On it. Sophia acted at that moment. Then, the portal expanded another 1,000 miles, reaching 5,000 miles wide. After that, though, the space within the portal began to crack, exposing the chaotic void. The spatial turbulence would be enough to rend Earth into pieces. Naturally, to maintain the portal required massive power, more power than Dream had ever output in his entire life. Dream felt his energy reserves be sucked away like water down a drain. But that was when he discovered something. At some point, his energy ceased to decrease. It stopped when his energy was about halfway drained. From then on, despite outputting so much power continuously, it never diminished. He never got tired, like an eternal river just pouring out energy. Conceptual power. Dream quickly figured out what this was. My soul is directly connected to the concepts now. The concepts are endless, as per their nature. So your soul receives endless energy. My energy is literally limitless. This is what it means to be blessed by a concept. Dream got excited as he felt the unending river of power flow through him. Because he was now blessed by the concepts, he received conceptual power. At first, Dream didn't know how exactly this conceptual power benefited him. Now he knew. Depending on my comprehension of the concept, I receive a larger share of its power. And this power is endless. Half of my energy pool is now unlimited, meaning I can't run out of power no matter how long I use it. While it has a certain limit on the rate of energy output, I can maintain that rate until the end of time. My soul isn't hurt either. Ah, I see now. He suddenly shook, and his focus was directed to his two concepts. Within the concept of physical reality, Dream's rock shook a bit. It had initially only been a few feet tall, a mere boulder in the grass. Normally, the boulder would grow, becoming a mountain of knowledge. But instead, Dream, who had been laying down lazily on the boulder, was suddenly blown into the air. His body flew upward, and from within the boulder, a tree grew, splitting the rock in two. The tree was metallic, like iron, and it grew until it was 500 meters tall. After slamming into the ground, Dream looked upward at the tree that now blotted out the light from the center of the world. He stood, walking over to the tree's trunk and touching the smooth metal surface. After that, though, he suddenly felt the entirety of the tree. Its body had grown 500 meters upward, but its roots had grown even more. Dream could feel how they grew a mile deep, piercing to the edge of the inverted world and then spreading outward. And he could feel the result of this growth. Dream now felt control over this area of the world. I'm taking control of the concept. He felt a small revelation. At the same time, in the concept of ethereal force, Dream had been floated around 100 miles deep, fluctuating up and down 50 miles in order to comprehend the forces around him. He kept half his body in the ocean of chaotic runa, and the other half in the ocean of orderly mana. But then, his cosmic form shook. The ocean of mana all around him that was always turbulent and chaotic suddenly slowed to a crawl. A domain was formed around Dream, one of serenity and control. It was as if the ocean was freezing around him. Like the metal tree, Dream knew that with his comprehension, he was taking control of the concept. This wasn't simply understanding it. It was becoming one with it. Dream was making it his, and the concept allowed this. After this, Dream returned to reality. Suddenly, the previously turbulent portal was stabilized. Dream looked around, pulling out his pocket watch. 20 days passed. Sophia spoke. It felt like an instant, but this epiphany of Dream's took 20 days. It was at this time that Dream remembered something. Dream's Class 5 advancement was anything other than ordinary. But this wasn't the only unordinary thing he did. Even before then, Dream had been carried into the conceptual realm. At that time, he left 2 marks on 2 concepts. It didn't seem like much, but it represented one crucial detail. The concepts had reached out to Dream, not the other way around. As Dream understood it, once one reached Class 6, they would become aware of concepts. At that time, they could work to become blessed by the concepts. Once they reached a certain level of comprehension, they would be blessed, becoming a demigod. After that, they continued to work on comprehending the concepts and borrowing their power. But Dream had been approached by the concepts. They came to him desiring his existence and basically forced him to leave marks on them. When he reached the right level of power, he was accepted by them as a blank slate. Now, he was realizing that he worked on different rules. He wasn't just growing his comprehension. He wasn't growing his mountain of knowledge or swimming deeper into the ocean of profundity. He was taking the power of the concepts as his own. Dream could feel his bond with the concept grow. It was a fundamentally different kind of power. At this point, though, Dream frowned. Suddenly, both his forms within his concepts became transparent, like glass sculptures. He did this on purpose. The next moment, 6 people appeared around Dream's metal tree within the concept of physical reality. They were the 6 residents of this concept. ZG looked at Dream, then the tree. At the same time, the giant in the center of the world, Omega, actually stood on top of his mountain. His overbearing figure peered down at Dream from up high. His eyes narrowed. "Do you realize what you've done?" ZG spoke slowly. When Dream first came here, ZG was a little 14-year-old boy. Now, he was at least 20, his body much more mature, as was his voice and demeanor. Dream didn't respond, although he knew the answer. What did it mean to not just comprehend a concept, but become the master of its power? Although it was a tiny amount, Dream now had absolute dominion over a portion of this concept's power. This was a portion nobody else would be able to take from him or comprehend unless he allowed it. In short, Dream was taking something that should be shared by all of them. He was placing limits on their future growth within this concept. This was no different from making him their enemy. But there was more to this than Dream knew. It looks like another seeker has been born, and there's been some success. Suddenly, it was Kevin who spoke. He was a miner and belonged to the Wanderer faction. Hearing his words, Dream was a bit shocked. Nobody knew who he was. How could he guess he was a seeker? Why do you say that? Because it's impossible to dominate a portion of a concept. Next, it was Asmodeus who yelled. His tone was angry, but his face was smiling. It was unknown if he was mad or excited, maybe both. He continued, "It is an immutable law of the universe. Concepts do not give their power to anyone who hasn't fully comprehended them. Do you know how to become a god? No. It is by making a concept your own. When you comprehend the entirety of a concept, it can no longer resist you. Therefore, you are capable of dominating it, making it yours. You would have full control over the concept and all its domains, attaining its fullest power and becoming a god. But you didn't do that. You took control over only a tiny portion. This is impossible. At least, it's impossible under the system. But if you're outside of it, this time, the steampunk Lady Quana chimed in. She looked at Dream with a complicated gaze, and Dream suddenly understood the situation. Only seekers who are created under the Wanderer system are capable of doing what is impossible under the true system. So you're a wanderer, a seeker, and not just any seeker, but a successful one. There are only 3 others who have done what you did, and 2 of them are dead. The gods personally cut them down for infringing on the laws of the universe. Zg smiled as he spoke these words, as if recollecting a good story. Then, the world suddenly shook. Omega, a being who had never moved from his mountain, suddenly jumped down. He landed with an earth-shattering pound, taking only a few steps to reach Dream. By the time he was in front of Dream, Omega had shrunk down to the size of an ordinary man. Now, everyone within this concept had gathered. They all looked between each other. Asmodeus began to cackle, Zg and Desalia began to frown, and Kevin was solemn. Omega stared at Dream before raising his arm, a spear appearing in it. You have declared war against the system and all its subjects. Heaven will face a great schism, a minority standing against the coming war. Hell shall rampage for and against the new order. The Wanderers will protect you. The Immortals will choose a side when they are forced to. With a single action, you have thrown the universe into total war. The gods shall emerge, and they will hunt you down. For you now represent the impossible, a new law that will spread like an infection until it is killed at the root. Even the concepts will react to this. Omega's words drifted. Then, the spear he was holding suddenly flipped. He pointed the shaft toward Dream. This is a chance for some. I am the Spear of Calamity, otherwise known as Versoid, a god of the concept of the spear and a demigod of physical reality. I am an Azura who has caused stars to go supernova with a single thrust of my spear. Now, should you find me, I will protect you from the upcoming calamity that will befall you. I wish to follow the impossible, as I always have. Take my spear, and you will know how to find me. He beckoned with a smile. At the same time, his body began to change. He went from a normal man dressed in old clothes to a primeval warrior dressed in dark, glorious armor. He had a sharp face and gave off an absolute aura, that which Dream had never felt before. It was the aura of a god. Versoid, so it's you. Suddenly, Zg's eyes went wide. Versoid, you know what siding with this person will do. Regardless of my feelings on the matter, heaven will do as you said. Many will seek to kill him, a natural consequence of the law being broken, and to side with him will put all the Azura clans at war with heaven, even hell. You will survive, but not for long. Maybe, but I have a feeling. A god having premonitions about a seeker. The last 3 universal wars ended in their failure. Even gods fell. You think this one will be different? No, this one may very well fail too. But I follow the impossible. The Azuras will gather and wage war on his behalf, all in order to bring about the impossible. If we fail, then we will return to dust as we all inevitably do. If we succeed, then we shall grow higher than any other has before. Such is conflict, a rule that drives all living beings to growth and ruin. Azuras embody this concept to their core. Versoid spoke with fervor, as if his word were law, and Dream agreed. The words he spoke at the end sounded familiar, and because of that, Dream didn't hesitate. He grabbed the spear, and information was transmitted to both of them. The onlookers all glanced at each other. They knew that from this moment forward, the universe was about to be flipped on its head. Chapter 277, Merge. Dream's focus returned from his concepts. In front of him was the portal. The sudden changes from his enlightenment, and the subsequent conversations only lasted a few minutes. Universal War, huh? Sophia was a bit fearful of the information she got from Dream. His tiny action of taking control of a concept had actually set off such huge waves. It seemed unreasonable. Couldn't they just glance over it and leave it as an anomaly? But instead, they immediately laid out the colossal ramifications for doing what Dream did. There was no escaping what just happened, no hiding it from their eyes. Now, Dream was going to be attacked by a faction that spanned the entire universe. There were literal gods that would be hunting him. How was he supposed to escape this? Luckily, his identity was still hidden. Nobody knew who he was. When Dream grabbed the spear of Versoid, he had been given a ton of information. First was the true identity of Versoid. He was the leader of one of the 7 highest Azura clans, the Calamitous End clan. This clan was just as powerful as the Blooddrop clan. Apparently, every one of the 7 clans had a god ruling over them, meaning the Azura faction had 7 gods defending them. Versoid was just one, and to defend Dream, he naturally had to know who and where he was. So Versoid gave Dream directions on how to get to him. This included a map of the entire universe, territories, and all. Dream could see the territories of heaven and hell, both of which took up the 2 halves of the universe. As for the Azura, Immortal, and Wanderers, they had abysmally small territories. The Azura faction only held 7 primary worlds, each of these worlds residing within Heaven's territory but near to Hell's. They weren't on the vanguard, but weren't far either. Getting attacked by Hell was a strong possibility. As for the Immortals, they actually had a spot near the center of the universe. It was small, but they were definitely strong to be able to survive for so long between the 2 dominant factions. And then there was the Wanderers. They actually didn't have any marked territories. They had known gathering sites, many of which were strewn throughout all of the factions. It seemed the Wanderers really were wanderers, not particularly aligned with any faction. They gathered as much in Hell as they did in Heaven. They even had a spot in the Immortal territory. With this information, Dream could actually move to the primary world that Versoid controlled right now. The map naturally had coordinates to just about every location marked on it, which meant Dream could move himself to anywhere in the universe. This was exceptionally important information, so it went to show just how serious Versoid was about protecting Dream. And Dream trusted the man. As one got more powerful, they became simpler in their thoughts. Versoid seemed like a straightforward person, and Dream wouldn't mind going to him now. But he had other plans, one of which was to take care of the current situation. Of course, direct connections to Heaven posted around Earth were now a problem. He had to play his cards right, using his anonymity to his advantage. Dream looked around. He could sense Archangel Gyros on Earth attending to things. He naturally left while Dream was having an epiphany. Other than that, everything was still normal. Heaven won't immediately move. Dream spoke after thinking. Sophia nodded at this conclusion. They won't move to declare war, but they will begin their search for you. They'll search anywhere they can for seekers. That means there's one person who threatens your life the most right now. Archangel Gyros. He knows I'm a seeker. He was able to figure it out when I was much weaker than him. Now, that information is surprisingly dangerous. Killing him now would be the best course of action. Well, isn't that cold of you? Dream chuckled a bit. Still, Sophia was right. This wasn't a matter to be taken lightly. That man who was a Class 5 could now threaten Dream's life with a small tidbit of information. When this universal war started would be determined by what Dream did with Gyros. Come here. Suddenly, Dream waved his hand, and Gyros appeared next to him. The Archangel was a bit surprised before looking at Dream. You've awoken? I have, and plans have changed again. Flick. Dream snapped his fingers, and suddenly, the book in Gyros' hands disintegrated. He was baffled. Gyros, right now, you're a very dangerous individual. This should have nothing to do with you, but a war may be coming soon, and it all depends on what I do with you. If I kill you now, I could buy myself more time, but I'm reluctant to do so. You've taken care of my home. There's nothing that justifies you dying by my hands. It would be a completely unethical act on my part. And well, I'm not a cold machine, but I do have my interests in mind, particularly keeping my life. So I can only resort to this spontaneous experiment, saying that Dream, in his cosmic form, touched Gyros' forehead. Before the man could even process Dream's words, he felt a small searing in his soul. A large mark was branded on his forehead, and he suddenly felt completely bound. He quickly passed out under the influence of the brand. Dream grabbed him with a sigh. Then, his hands sunk into his head. Dream was made aware of Gyros' entire soul. Of his 8 soul seas, 2 of them were skills, and the rest were aspects of his being. One of them was a soul sea of the mind, containing his intelligence, wisdom, and everything mental. Dream tapped into this soul sea. Then, he found his intelligence. He found all of the information Gyros' soul had ever come to know, not unlike Dream's catalog that held all his experiences. Basically, these were his memories. Modifying memories should be simple, right? It's just information. I've already read all his memories, so I can tell you that just changing the information will be easy. Not hurting his soul in the process won't be. His intelligence is ingrained into his soul, so you need to change his soul, albeit only a bit. How easy this is depends on how little damage you want to cause. I'd prefer no damage. Let's make this as inconspicuous as possible. Alright, I'm recreating memory information. We just need to infuse it in the right places. A simple cut, reconfiguration, and paste. You'll be in charge of actually controlling his soul. Very well. Dream nodded as he took hold of Gyros' memories. Sophia was the best information processor he knew. So good that with her help, he could rewrite existence. Modifying and recreating memories was a cakewalk for her. There would be no abnormalities in the information. Dream just needed to be the scalpel. It would be like surgically removing neurons in the brain and then switching the neurons around before placing them back. He had never done this before, but that's why this was a good learning experience. To Gyros' detriment, of course. Still, this way, Gyros wouldn't have to die. With atomic precision, Dream cut into his soul, slowly cutting out certain tiny chunks of his soul. When he cut them out in the millions of places Sophia designated, she took control and modified all the bits of information. Doing this was actually much more difficult than it seemed for her. She had to go through and change every single memory that had to do with Gyros knowing Dream was a seeker. Every single time Gyros thought of Dream and made the unconscious association of Dream being a seeker, and every single time he remembered the legends of the seekers and thought of Dream. Literally anything he thought about or made associations with had to be changed, and with Gyros' sheer amount of intelligence, there were tens of millions of different instances that these associations were made. It could be a casual thought, and Sophia needed to change it. Then, she had to replace it with a similar thought process. In doing this, she had to perfectly replicate Gyros' thoughts, including all the little mannerisms. Basically, she was simulating Gyros' mind in order to replicate his thoughts and generate new ones according to his thought scheme. It was an astronomical amount of information processing and not just simple data crunching. Intelligence of the soul was a higher type of information rooted in power, so it was many times more complicated than computer data. Doing what Sophia did would take a long time for Dream to do it, and Sophia was able to do it in mere seconds. It was a testament to her now unfathomable abilities. And with Dream's energy control, she was able to exercise her own abilities to their fullest. With just a tiny bit of practice, Dream was able to immediately pick up on how to properly cut and paste Gyros' soul. With that, Sophia was able to easily rewrite his memories. Now, he no longer knew that Dream was a seeker. Instead, his thoughts of Dream being a seeker were now of Dream being an Azura craftsman. Any blank spots were filled in by some random but sensible memories. As for knowledge of Dream's wives, he didn't see a need to change anything. Dream and his wives were still famous individuals on Earth, but Gyros was the only outsider, specifically of Heaven, who knew he was a seeker. After making sure there were no loopholes in the memories, Sophia finished, and Dream planted them back. After a bit of reconstruction, Gyros' soul was perfectly fine. Now, Gyros only remembered being knocked out by Dream's aura when it slipped. As for Dream's plans with Earth, he knew all that. He wanted to bring Earth to the Azura clans. Except now, Gyros didn't think of Dream as an almighty seeker, just a very powerful Azura craftsman. He woke up under Dream's beckoning. Hey, sorry about that. Huh. Oh. Gyros rubbed his head. The two were in space, and he recalled what just happened. Dream released his cosmic form, and it had shaken Gyros' soul a bit too much. Anyway, do you remember what I told you? You wanted to bring Earth to the Azura clans? And you need to move the gates as well, right? If you could, just go make sure there aren't any problems. I'll be able to finish the portal soon. I have a fondness for this planet, even though its people aren't powerful. You said your master sent you here, right? Now because of that, the people get to experience the inner universe. This planet's luck is amazing. Gyros spoke with a bit of wonder. Meanwhile, Dream was nodding inwardly. This is what he wanted. Oh, and here. Suddenly, Dream held out his hand. It was Gyros' book, the one Dream had destroyed. I accidentally damaged it a bit. I repaired it as best I could. Oh, thank you. It seems to be working. Gyros smiled as he received an identical book, one that glowed gold like always. Dream had understood the simple tool, so he could easily recreate it. Anyway, I better get back to work. I'll come around soon. Of course. With those words, the two bid farewell. Dream watched Gyros fly away with another regretful sigh. This was his best course of action that didn't involve taking Gyros hostage for the foreseeable future. It would also eliminate any unknowns. After all, Dream didn't know if Heaven had any secret triggers or controls over angels, maybe even ones that were conceptual in nature. He couldn't risk Gyros becoming a tracking beacon that gave him away. Now, the loose ends were tied. Dream turned back to the portal. With a wave, it instantly expanded from 5,000 miles to 8,000 miles. This was enough to slip Earth through. Compared to his recently struggling self, Dream was now able to expand the portal with ease. With his infinite power, he changed how he structured the portal so it held itself together, allowing it to constantly expand with the power it received. Not only that, but his enlightenment gave him even greater access to the power of the concepts. So now, your power is just a difference in infinities. Your infinite power must now grow to be a bigger infinity. Pretty much. This must be how people at my level fight. The one with the greater infinite power wins. Now, how does your neutron star fit into this? With dust, you receive infinite power from it too, since the star is constantly converting the physical energy into magical energy. Good question. Dream pondered for a second. He focused on his concepts, his neutron star, his dust, and how all these powers tied together. He came to a quick conclusion. Two different sources of power. The infinite power from my concepts is one power source, and the neutron star is another. The dust that isn't enchanted to the star accommodates the infinite conceptual power. The other small portion gives me power from the star. In fact, some of the dust is being wasted, not contributing to power output. After all, my conceptual comprehensions are limited, so the unused dust can be enchanted to the star until I need it for the concepts. As Dream spoke this conjecture, he moved to enchant the neutron star in his inventory with the unused dust, leaving only a bit extra for his concepts. If he comprehended more of the concepts, then he would receive more conceptual power, and dust would be needed to actually wield that power. It was like increasing the size of a pipe. If the pipe was smaller, less water could go through it. Dream made the pipe just a bit bigger than the output, leaving room for growth. And with the rest giving him power from the star, he now had maximum power output. Dream saw his infinite power take another small leap, pushing him to yet another unfathomable height. Now, time to handle the gates. With a wave, 6 beams of mana shot out. They all reached the gates, and in mere moments reprogrammed them. Finally, Dream released his infinite power and surrounded Earth with a barrier of mana. Sophia smiled as the entire planet began to drift. Of course, this didn't go unnoticed. The portal had long since garnered mass attention from the planet. She spoke, her voice echoing from every device on Earth and reaching everyone's ears. Attention, denizens of Earth. Your planet is currently being relocated. Earth will now be placed within the inner universe, leaving its place in the outer cosmos. Additionally, it shall be directly connected with a secondary world, coming under the motherly care of a Terra core. This announcement is brought to you by Dream. We hope you enjoy your seamless migration into the wider universe. With a happy tone, Sophia alerted the 37 billion people that lived on Earth. Naturally, the entire planet seemed to screech to a halt. On the contrary, Earth drifted at surprising speeds through the portal. As Dream expected, it was a seamless transfer, no void shuttling required. From Tersa Prime, Tersa watched as Earth drifted toward her planet. Naturally, it was protected by Dream from the spatial turbulence, and soon enough, it had completely slipped through. Earth was graced by the large red star of this star system. After it slipped through, the portal shut, officially relocating the planet. Tersa felt bursting joy as she sensed the 37 billion souls on Earth. With a thought, mountains of nanites shot into space from the surface of her planet. When Earth was a mere 100 miles from the surface of Tersa Prime, the mountains she created connected to Earth. Then, the merging began. The nanites dug into Earth's crust, piercing to its core and tearing it apart. Earth seemed to bloom like a flower as the spherical planet unraveled, becoming flat. Billions of bots shot out of Tersa Prime as well. They all stabilized the catastrophic changes occurring, ensuring that nobody died. There were barely any buildings that were destroyed as well. For the most part, Dream cut out the continents as he flattened the planet, making it so no landmasses were falling apart and obliterating cities and such. Like that, Earth was lowered onto Tersa Prime, like a cut and paste. His infinite power made this process surprisingly easy, and Sophia was doing tons of calculations to ensure the planet merged correctly. And after a mere hour, the planet Earth was now a series of land strips on Tersa Prime. The two planets had become one. Master, Tersa, after handling the urgent merging, rushed over to Dream. He smiled at her. I've kept my promise. 37 billion souls, and they are yours to care for. Now this world isn't just cold metal. Master, in even billions of years, I can never thank you enough for what you have just done for me. For the rest of eternity, you shall be my master, my everything, yours to do with as you please. This world is forever yours to rule. Tersa could barely contain her overflowing joy as she almost fell to her knees. To her, Dream was basically her god, let alone her master. She had already devoted herself to him, and now, her undying loyalty and reverence were cemented forever. Instead of falling to her knees, though, she rushed forward and hugged Dream, squeezing him tight as if telling him to never leave. He chuckled as he returned the hug. Haha, there's no need for buttery words, Tersa. This is just what you deserve, and I'm happy that I was finally able to give you people to care for. Now you can fulfill your purpose as a Terra core. Of course, I do indeed still want you by my side. After everything that's happened, it looks like there's no longer any reason for us to separate. Master, you mean, wherever I go, you're coming with me. I can now move effectively anywhere in the universe with my infinite power. And as you just saw, I can move planets as well. Now there's nothing stopping me from just taking you with me. Plus, I'll need this place as my center of production. Inside of you is immense combat power that I'll need in order to survive an upcoming war. Tersa's eyes went wide. She didn't even care about his words regarding a war. Yes, Master, I want nothing more than to stay by your side. I will follow you anywhere and everywhere. Hee, then I'll gladly have you. Dream stroked Tersa's hair with a wide smile. He was very fond of her, this daughter-like girl. Granted, she called him Master, but he looked past that. This was a soul he nurtured, like a child. Now, they would march into the universe bearing the production of a massive planet. Dream knew a war couldn't be avoided. He would soon have many enemies. But with Tersa, who helped him produce armies in the billions, he was confident in facing any invasion. Of course, he didn't intend to just sit back and accumulate. With Dream's infinite power, he now had a whole list of plans for Tersa's planet and its military production. How powerful of a soldier could Dream make with endless power? And how many could he make? His current army was about to look like children compared to what he had envisioned in his mind. Chapter 278, Ascendancy. What the hell just happened? As Dream and Tersa hung around outside the planet, there was a ship that suddenly sped toward them. Out came a panicking Melody. Behind her in the ship was their mother. Hi, Mom. Dream waved like a child when he saw his mother, ignoring Melody's shock. She waved back, although a bit absent-mindedly. Seeing Dream's mother, Tersa became a bit curious, looking at Shannon with wide eyes. At the same time, Melody poked at Dream. What did you do? Since when do you merge planets just because? I didn't do it just because. I did it because I want to take Earth along with me. Now you can see Mom and Dad whenever you want. That's true. But at least make some preparations first. You literally just tore the planet apart. People are going crazy. Besides, you left some people behind. Left people? Oh, suddenly, Dream remembered something. Earth had advanced to create megastructures and navigate space. How could they have not colonized other planets like Mars? Looking through some data, Sophia found a few thousand people on Mars and Venus. Well, guess I'll have to merge them too. Saying that, Dream waved his hand again, power exploding out of him. A portal was instantly created once more, expanding to 10,000 miles in size. Through it, one could see Mars. As if grabbing the planet, Dream reached out and pulled, Mars drifting through the portal before sinking toward Terra Prime. Once it was through, the image through the portal changed, showing Venus. Dream did the same thing to it, two more planets merging into Terra. As they unfolded and merged, Dream closed the portal, Melody watching the show. The strips of those planets were placed around, but not right next to Earth's portion. Truly, Terra's planet was utterly massive. It could easily accommodate many dozens of planets Earth size. Problem solved. Dream smiled as if what he did was casual. His mother looked at him at the same time, complex thoughts going through her head. This display was that of a god, and it was her son doing all of this. Melody rolled her eyes at Dream. Then she pulled his arm. All right, you're coming with us. What for? I've got to construct a new army with Terra. You also need to spend time with the family. You didn't follow me down when we first arrived, and it's been almost a month since then. Everyone wants to see you. All right, I guess a little vacation couldn't hurt. Dream just chuckled a bit before following Melody into the small ship. Terra joined as well, introducing herself to Dream's mother. Like that, they landed back on Earth, specifically the Paradise Tree Dome that had always remained since Dream brought it over. It had always been located off the coast of the North American continent, and it still was even with the planet merger. Dream ensured the oceans didn't disappear even with the cataclysmic changes, and the Tree Dome Island was just about the only place on Earth that wasn't in chaos. While the landmasses weren't disturbed with Dream's skillful manipulation, and even the satellites were transferred over, the entire planet was still merged into a larger one. From any of the continents, one could see mountains that pierced above the clouds, some even a few hundred miles tall. The red star also painted the sky a different color, the like of which had never been seen on Earth before. More than that, though, there were now new lands to explore, and Dream had filled this wilderness with exotic animals and plants of all kinds. The planet had long formed its own ecosystems, with Terra's terraforming an artificial hand in the process. Thankfully, with the successive shocks that Earth had consecutively been introduced to, from the appearance of mana to the opening of the heavenly gates, this sudden change wasn't the heralding of anarchy. If anything, it meant that there would be something of a gold rush as the denizens of Earth rushed to explore new lands. Even the 6 heavenly gates experienced change. They were stationed above the earthen patch on Terra Prime, all its travelers realizing that Earth was now something bigger. By this point, not even half of the earthen population was native to Earth, most being of angelic descent or of other unique species. Still, Earth had basically become a new planet, and that meant new benefits to reap. Nobody wanted to lose out on the potential gains, angel or otherwise. It wasn't even a day before there were millions of ships being dispatched across the new planet. Other ships were launched into space, but they quickly realized that entering the depths of space had now become close to impossible unless one was around a Class 4. Thankfully, Terra was there to protect these curious cats from killing themselves. But the atmosphere still extended exceptionally far out, around 300 miles. This was enough for low-orbit satellites to operate, so those were quickly put to work. Ships manned with cameras and scanners launched in order to image the entire planet. While the new planet's gravitational pull messed certain things up, it was quickly and easily adjusted for with the high level of technology. Also, thanks to Terra and Dream, the gravity wasn't much different from Earth anyway, sparing the ordinary peoples from potential death or deformity. Ultimately, Dream decided to spend a week with the family, enjoying some downtime. Of course, he didn't actually waste away. The entire time, he was putting his infinite power to work, effectively re-enchanting the planet and all of his industrial plants under the surface. Within Terra Prime, there were millions of factories that were constantly working to produce bots. Dream already had legions of almost 1 trillion ordinary bots, most of which weren't being used in any way and were merely acting as shells for future enchantment. With Dream's foundational schematics and Terra's active enchanting power, these factories had been churning out powerful bots at the Class 3, 4, and even 5 level for months. As of now, Dream had around 3 billion Class 4 bots just sitting around. The Class 5 bots numbered much less, only around 500,000. It was difficult for Tersa to make that many. Despite her atrocious power reserves, she still didn't have infinite power. There were limits to her production abilities. Even then, 500,000 Class 5 bots armed with myriads of weapons and all functioning with a hive mind was an absurdly powerful force. Dream could steamroll the entire Azura planet without lifting a finger, even wiping out the Class Aegis. Only the lone demigod Kavra could stop this force, and that was due to his infinite power. But now, this insane army was skyrocketing in power. While Dream laughed and spent days with his family, he was simultaneously scrapping almost every factory within the planet and rebuilding it. With his new conceptual knowledge, Dream was able to build production facilities incomprehensible to the normal human mind. With sparks of electricity and bursts of magical power, bots seemed to be built from thin air. This occurred throughout the entire plant after Dream spent a mere day revamping his industry. Now, Dream didn't so much as glance at Class 3 bots. The bare minimum was Class 4, and he was primarily concentrated on Class 5s. Above that even, he personally formed the schematics for Class 6 bots. These Class 6 schematics were so advanced that Dream was incapable of making a factory for them that Tersa could power. This meant that she was restricted to powering Class 5 factories. And because of that, there wasn't a need for Dream to build Class 6 factories. Instead, he thought of something interesting. With a mere wave of the hand, Dream suddenly retrieved some material. Under the crust of Tersa Prime was magma, and below that was nanites all the way down until the terra core. Tersa watched as a chunk of these nanites about the size of Earth disappeared. All of these nanites appeared as a ball in Dream's inventory. Then, they formed into a metal cube. Borg Cube 2.0. Dream smiled as Sophia engraved these words on the massive metal cube. Dream's inventory was no longer just a simple inventory. It was its own dimension, and Dream could work with things inside of it however he wished. Everything inside was under his absolute control. It was almost no different from the outside world. Like that, he formed his own personal factory. Here, he would produce Class 6 bots. Naturally, these bots had to be extremely powerful. Technically, Dream could barely give them the destructive power of a weak Class 6. Because he only had dust and not ash, his capacity for destructive and chaotic actions was limited. That meant his bots would be highly durable and would use attacks taking advantage of this durability. Even with Dream's infinite power, producing even one of these bots wasn't easy. It wasn't about the quantity of power as it was the quality. Dream had to condense his power greatly before enchanting the bots, a process that stressed his soul greatly. It was like compressing water coming out of a hose. If you sealed the hose with enough water pressure, the hose could burst under the stress. Well, Dream was using this logic to condense power for the bots. It came at a cost of damage to his soul. Of course, Dream could easily heal from any damage, and damaging his soul was exceptionally difficult in the first place. Still, enchanting Class 6 bots was a tedious process that took time. After the week of vacation with his family, Dream had yet to finish a single one. He wasn't frustrated by this. Dream was just happy that he was capable of creating bots with Class 6 power. Even one of these would be an invaluable weapon. After all, they were different from the cannons or pistols Dream used to kill Class SIXS. These bots could dish out far more damage and could also take many times more damage than they dished. If Dream took a completed Class 6 bot to the battlefield where he harvested souls, a single bot could single-handedly kill every single one of those Class IXS, though at the price of its life. Such a bot was Dream's standard of Class 6 power, and Dream estimated a single bot to take 3 weeks of time to produce. After 6 months, the same time it took him to prepare before harvesting Class 6 souls, Dream could come out with 8 Class 6 bots. 6 months of his time now would give him power that could destroy his past self several times over. And Dream had plans even beyond Class 6 bots. What if he bestowed them with dust? What if he gave them some divine light, otherwise known as experience? Dream knew basically everything there was to know about souls. Could he create his own souls capable of leveling up under the system? Would that be considered creating life? Dream didn't know if it was truly creating life, but he did know that the potential power of one of such bots would triumph any weapon he had ever created. He got itchy thinking about it. Unfortunately, he didn't have spare dust, not even some to give to Aegis, who was the first candidate. He could have to harvest a few souls first. Hang on. At some point, Dream remembered something. Aegis' heart was that of a class 6. It had dust in it, right? It was capable of generating its own ether without tiring, so it had infinite power. Aegis, come here, Dream called. Not even a second later, Aegis walked out of the void before him, bowing at the waist. You called, my lord. You really do have your own source of dust. Dream was a bit surprised. He had to look closely, but he was able to make out a faint ball of dust within Aegis' heart. It wasn't the same amount as a normal class 6 since it wasn't the soul, but it still had a good amount. Suddenly, Dream reached out his hand, reaching into Aegis' heart. From his finger extended a faint, intangible strand. It was his own dust, and it stimulated the dust within Aegis. After that, Aegis seemed to burst with power. Currently, Aegis only had the soul of a class 4, constructed of soul strings, but that wasn't enough to contain the true power of dust. So without hesitation, Dream extracted some of his own divine light, building a divine sea and infusing it into the heart. Aegis' soul was also infused into this sea. Naturally, after such a shock to his soul, Aegis did what any normal person would do and went unconscious. It wasn't long, though, before he woke back up, and when he did, he seemed to be even more aware than before. Dream could sense a greater level of intelligence, and he could especially sense Aegis' will. That was when Dream sensed something. Aegis' mind actually saw notifications appear within it. It was the system, and perhaps because Aegis had gained a true soul and true experience, he was now a true being. Of course, Dream couldn't have him going under the normal system. Thinking, he activated his title, making contact with the Wanderer system. He then connected Aegis' soul to it, and things changed. Alert. New individual detected. Integrating under Wanderer system. Integrated. Welcome, Aegis. Profile. Name, Aegis. Species, synthetic Psyche. Class, unassigned. Level, 400. Title, Butler of Silas Dreamer. Chief Guardian of the Dreamer Ascendancy. Stats, Ethereal Pool, X-Mind, SS. Vitality, SSS Will, SS. Skills, Void Armor, Void Shuttling, Spatial Severance, Arcane Arts, Minor Particle Manipulation, Symbiosis. After Aegis was accepted under the Wanderer system, Dream was able to see his profile. He nodded pleasantly. Well, Aegis, it looks like you really are your own man now. A truly independent soul, an actual life. My Lord has bestowed this life upon me. It shall forever be devoted to you and your ascendancy. Aegis kneeled on the ground. Dream just smiled before helping him up. This ascendancy was a fancy way of saying Dream's family. His family and any future children would be a part of Dream's ascendancy. Dream, along with his wives, were the heads of this ascendancy. Suddenly, when Aegis stood, Dream looked at his forehead curiously. A mark had placed itself there. The mark was engraved outwardly as well as in Aegis' soul. The mark was of a circular void. Within this black circle was a figure of a man whose body was made of light, and above his head were 3 stars, a star of red fire, a star of frigid ice, and a star of illusory fog. They all radiated their own profound auras, and the man who stood under them seemed to be bathed in their light. The image seemed alive too, more than any painting or picture. It was like you could reach into the void that man and those stars floated in. Suddenly, Dream heard a yell. Ow, what the hell is this? Dream, don't tell me. Dream had a bad feeling as Melody came running over. The same mark had appeared on her forehead, and Dream felt an odd connection form between them. He could distinctly feel that she was a part of his family, or his ascendancy. But that wasn't the problem. It's creating the ascendancy for me? Why is my soul being marked? I didn't do it on purpose. Doesn't answer my question. Melody growled at him as the mark finished. A marking on the soul wasn't painless by any means, but it at least didn't hurt her either. This was good since Dream quickly heard a few other yells through the house they were in. Everyone from his parents to his brothers was marked. They even got titles cementing their position in the ascendancy. From this, Dream learned an important detail about this ascendancy. It was unlike anything such as a bloodline or a family dynasty. This was a familial connection rooted in the soul. It was a lineage that surpassed the flesh. Chapter 279, Schism. After a few hours, Dream was able to get a hold of the situation. Everyone in Dream's immediate family was marked. their souls taking on this symbol of the Ascendancy. They also gained titles, but since they weren't Dream's children, their titles were special. His parents had a title displaying their position above Dream, and his siblings received a title reflecting their position beside him. Of course, they didn't suddenly gain power equal or above his, or any authority. But surprisingly, they did still gain power. Dream's parents had risen to the Class 3 realm, while only one of Dream's brothers became a Class 4. While they couldn't compare to Melody's power when she was at the same level, compared to the general populace, they were actually normal. But now, both of Dream's parents spontaneously broke through to have Class 4 power. Even Dream's brothers had a burst in power. Not even Melody was spared, gaining more power than all of them. And Dream could feel his effects on them. The mark seemed to connect their souls in an abstract way. After all, what truly connected one to their ancestors or their parents? After being born, there was no such thing that tied them together. Only the genetics would resemble each other. But what about the soul? Was there an invisible string that tied them together? Turns out there was, and not in the way Dream thought. After a bit of digging, Dream actually found this string to be conceptual in nature. It tied Dream to his family purely due to the fact that they were his family. The mere knowledge of this fact created a bond between them. There was nothing in their blood, species, or soul that connected them, only the knowledge of their lineage. And somehow, this was enough to create a tangible bond. If this wasn't the work of the concepts, then Dream would never be able to guess what it was. And in fact, this little event gave Dream an interesting glimpse into the nature of concepts. There were things in the universe that just worked. They had no explanations, no reasoning behind their function. They just did something because that was the supposed way that it should go. This instance of connections across lineages was such an example. It just happened, and only the concepts of the universe could explain why. In fact, the concepts might not even have to explain why. Technically, if it were changed to be such, then it could be made so that when fire burned, heat was sucked away instead of being released. It was a reversal of the laws of physics, but if the concepts deemed it so, then what could anyone do? The concepts were the end-all be-all of the universe. It was the ultimate because I said so. The concepts were kings that ruled the universe with impunity. Only demigods and gods could begin to challenge them and step up to their level. Only they could begin to question why and actually learn why. And these unexplainable happenings, such as Dream spontaneously creating an ascendancy, could happen because of these concepts. The concepts made it happen through mysterious powers that couldn't be grasped normally. It was just a way of the universe. Dream could even feel 3 other connections be made. One's to Luna, Iris, and Alice. But because it was nothing more than a familial mark, Dream couldn't tap into this to make contact with them. It only told him that they were alive. Still, even when they were so far away, the connections were made. Anyway, Dream didn't worry too much about understanding how others could gain power from him. All he knew was that everyone in his family suddenly had not just a burst in power, but an explosion of mental abilities. Dream was a man of the mind. So everyone connected to him shared this power as if it ran in the family. Everyone suddenly became geniuses. Specifically, they all gained mind spaces. Within these mind spaces were catalogs that stored their memories and experiences, making their memory infallible. And although it was only Melody, she actually began to use golden script in her thought processes. This golden script came from Dream's legacy space, and each line of script could hold information of a higher level, beyond anything like computer data. For her to think with this script meant an exponential jump in her mental processing abilities. And because of these drastic changes, everyone passed out for a few days. Dream stayed and watched over them. And when they woke up, they did so with these new abilities. They looked at each other and themselves differently, almost like different people. And it took a day to acclimate. After all, even Dream had to slowly build up his mental abilities to what they were. To undergo such sudden changes was shocking to the system. They had to adapt to faster thoughts, to a smarter soul, and to the sheer amount of information they processed. But after a day, they had become functional again. You're a cheater. You were telling me to comprehend concepts when you had this kind of stuff with you? And I know this is a mere fraction of your true abilities. You're seriously a cheater. Melody was both fuming and exasperated. One couldn't know what they didn't have until they finally had it. Now that Melody got a glimpse of what Dream was capable of, she rethought everything she knew about him. Things began to make sense, like how he was able to get so powerful, but it also showed her just how high he was above her. What she was given was truly a fraction of what he was capable of. She couldn't fathom the power of just his mind. Of course, when she thought back to when he told her to begin seeking the concepts and deeper knowledge, she became pissed. How could she ever touch such knowledge without such a powerful mind? Was he just messing with her? Dream just chuckled at her. At the same time, he gave some information to his family, specifically ways to advance their power. Because they were now smarter, it could be said that their talent or potential had risen. While they would never become as obscenely powerful as Dream or even Melody, they could still walk a bit further down the conventional road of power. His knowledge would help them out a bit. Unfortunately, after another day or so of hanging around, Dream left to attend to his work. He didn't forget that there was a war looming on the horizon, a war that would span the entire universe. He finally received a response from the Redeye clan, and a positive one at that. They decided that they would migrate to his planet. With that, Dream needed to arrange their transportation. He also needed to finalize his deal with Kavra and get access to the primary world of the Blooddrop clan. After that, when he figured out a convenient way to move Tersa Prime, he would make the decision on whether to make contact with Versoid, the spear god and head of the calamitous Endajura clan. Not only that, but Dream had a great many experiments to carry out and concepts to comprehend. He thought that perhaps it wouldn't be bad to bid his time. There was nothing rushing the start of the war. If he could delay it, he would. While he wanted to find Luna, Iris, and Alice, he didn't know where to start. Wandering was dangerous for him, and if he were discovered, then it could be dangerous for them too. So he decided that he could wait a while, accumulating power and preparing for the turmoil. At the same time, there were two similar occurrences happening on opposite sides of the universe. Iris stood upon a massive mountain. There were rivers that flowed down this mountain, all of which seemed to be comprised of thick blood. The surroundings were deathly desolate. The only thing that gave this place life were the billions of demons that stood on and around this mountain. Iris was at the forefront of these billions. There were 5 others beside her, but despite being of a supposed similar power level, even they kept their distance from her. There was only one who stood in front of Iris, a lone man dressed in white like an elegant scholar. Iris was on the ground before this man. She was in her fox form, and 8 tails curled around her body, and she wasn't on the ground for any other reason than that she was sleeping, her body digesting the myriads of powers within her. The man didn't seem to mind. If anything, he glanced at her with a bit of apprehension. War is coming. Suddenly, the man spoke, his voice traveling into the ears of the billions, even at the foot of the mountain. Iris didn't wake up, as if she didn't care. But the rest of the demons smiled. They craved war, craved a chance to increase their power. This is unlike any other war before. All the demon lords are mobilizing under the banner of the 8 demon kings. We will be launching all-out war against heaven, and it's all to hunt a single person. There's been rumors floating around. A man, a seeker of the Wanderer faction, has become a demigod and broken the laws of the system. Suddenly, Iris awoke. The instant her eyes opened, the man stopped talking. The demons around her backed away as her aura flared, incinerating everything in the vicinity. It was an aura that stifled them all. The aura of a Class 6. Of course, Iris wasn't a normal Class 6. Her soul didn't follow the conventional rules of soul evolution. Her power to eat and accumulate forced her soul to break through shackles and become something greater. Many other demons also followed their own evolutionary path. After all, they were chaotic beings. To follow strict rules was against their nature. Iris looked at the man in front of her. In truth, he was technically more powerful than her, but nobody dared to assume she was weak. She had the ultimate power of gluttony and annihilation. Fighting those more powerful than her only made her grow endlessly. She was a monster among demons, only below demigods. And yet, even this was uncertain. Iris had been sleeping a lot lately, something that worried many. She was digesting power within her. Every day, the man could feel her aura growing, becoming infinite. This only meant that she had realized Ash and was close to contacting concepts. Perhaps it was only a matter of time. After Iris only stared at the man, he became worried. What is it? World Eater. He called her by her title. Iris had earned this after literally eating a world, swallowing everything upon it, terra core and all. It had only been done once, but it left a deep impression on every demon who witnessed it. She narrowed her eyes at him, her 8 foxtails becoming active. We're hunting a seeker? Correct. The 8 demon kings want his head. He's broken the balance of the universe by taking control of a concept without fully comprehending it. This only means that he's become unchained under the system. Even heaven is hunting him. Have they found him? No. Nobody knows his identity. They only have this picture. The man raised his hand. A picture being formed of energy atop it. Iris' pupils contracted. It was of Dream, in the same old-school outfit he always wore. This picture was taken from the conceptual world. He had obviously been seen before he had gone back to his transparent self. While looks couldn't be relied upon to find someone in the vast universe of trillions upon trillions, it was something. And Iris immediately confirmed her suspicions. She smiled widely, her sharp teeth looking like it would rip the man's throat out. Interesting. Is all of hell going to war? No. There are a great many demon lords who wish to protect this seeker instead of hunt him. He represents not just a broken law, but a new opportunity. If others can learn his power, maybe come under his system, then they too would be able to break the law and attain godlike powers. There are even rumors of a couple of demon kings forming a rebellion. Demigods of all kinds are dividing. Many want his power, that which can fight for concepts even before fully comprehending them. I see. In that case, which side do you stand on? Iris rose from the ground. Her body grew, easily overshadowing the man. She smiled a toothy grin. Obviously, if his answer didn't satisfy her, she would eat him whole. He frowned as he thought carefully. At some point, though, he smiled back, facing her without fear. The great demon king Asmodeus has called upon our sector. I plan to report to him and join the hunt. We will be battling heaven very soon. I thought as much. Iris smiled even wider, her maws opening wide. The man could feel his soul shudder, threatening to escape his body and fly into Iris' mouth. He didn't even speak of her rebelling. Demons ruled through strength. He had earned his position at the top of this army, that of a demon lord, by killing the previous demon lord. Now, Iris was just following tradition. Iris chomped down while lunging toward the man. He quickly retreated, but an arm was still torn off, a part of his soul going along with it. Seeing this, he grunted in pain while staring daggers at Iris. How? Not so much as a month has passed since you ate that demon lord. Don't tell me. That's right. Ash really is the most delectable meal. But even more so are the concepts that feed me like an unending river. Not even my husband can taste the concepts like I can. Iris cackled a bit as her power exploded. The man was horrified as he sensed endless power within her. She had touched the concepts. More than that, she had begun to eat them. The man couldn't resist as Iris' mouth opened wider. He clawed as he tried to escape, but his soul slipped away, his body turning to ash. Iris ate him whole. Truly, a Class 6 couldn't even stand before a demigod. Then, she turned around, facing the armies behind her. The 5 generals, which she had once been a part of, now kneeled before her. We welcome our new demon lord. Iris was silent as she digested the man's power. Not just his power, but his soul, his abilities, his memories, even his ash. The skills were annihilated, and her annihilation skill grew another level. Gluttony took his power for its own, converting it for her use. Before long, she knew everything about the man she ate, and should she face another like him, even without her new conceptual powers, she could kill them with ease. Annihilation learned how to destroy even better as it faced more. She learned everything that she needed to. We will find the other demon lords. They will bow to me, or be destroyed. From now on, we oppose those who hunt the seeker. Hell has been divided. And Iris' gaze turned to the sky, seemingly piercing through space and looking upon another person. She could see an angelic woman, though not an angel. She felt so familiar yet so opposite. She smiled as she caught her sister's attention. Call me Demon King. Luna stood atop a castle that pierced into the clouds. Before her were her generals, all of them restraining the auras of a Class 6 and bowing before her. This castle was located on a primary world. It was a primary world located on the vanguard of heaven, and one of the most prosperous primary worlds due to its militaristic value. On this world were tens of thousands of portals, all leading to secondary worlds that fought wars against hell. Gone were the days of Luna being a mere captain. Her plans back then had worked so perfectly. She led officers of all ranks around by the nose, taking control of vast wealth and troops. Back when she was a mere Class 4, she had gotten her hands on far more than just Class 5 souls to evolve with. Soul harvesting, although taboo, was bafflingly prevalent in heaven. So with enough time, she got her hands on Class 6 souls, and using them, her power exploded. With it, her ability to rule others, whether magical energy or souls, increased exponentially. Alice's power increased just as explosively with her support. And although she wasn't as monstrous as Dream, she was able to realize dust during her Class 5 advancement. From then on, she made use of it, touching upon concepts. She found herself drifting towards several, and because she was also under the Wanderer system, she wasn't restricted at all. She began comprehending them. Now, she was long at the pinnacle of the Class 5 realm, but she never advanced. She waited as her power only grew with her comprehensions. In this respect, she was actually far more monstrous than Dream. She was close to fully comprehending a lower concept, and she was making great progress in 6 others. But she felt that she shouldn't advance yet. She kept climbing up the ranks of concepts, touching ones that stood above all. She had set a goal to only advance once she touched upon the highest concepts. She could already see them. The concept of order, the concept of creation, the concept of life. Only when she touched the concept of order would she advance. But this made her far more powerful than she should be. Her Class 5 soul had 11 soul Cs, all of which pushed her abilities to the extreme. Alice was no exception with 10 soul Cs. Yet her path seemed a bit different. She seemed more illusory, as if she were trying to escape the universe and disappear. Luna didn't interfere with her path, only supporting it as best she could. Still, with the two of them, there was nothing that could stand in their way. This world Luna stood at the top of was recently given to her after the last overseer mysteriously disappeared. Given her absolute power and influence over a few other prominent angels, she was picked to be the new overseer. She had control over the 12 generals in front of her, and they all controlled the trillions of angelic soldiers underneath them. There were only 2 other people like her. At the vanguard of heaven, there were 3 primary worlds that acted as headquarters for the massive armies of heaven. Luna now controlled one. She could be said to be one of the most influential people in heaven, and it took such a short amount of time for her to rise to this position. Even then, Luna knew that her influence was shallow. It would take many years to dodge investigations and solidify her control. It was immense political pressure, and now, she too heard these rumors about hunting a seeker. Luna didn't even have to see a picture. She immediately knew it was Dream who was being hunted. She also knew that heaven had suddenly been divided. She knew more than even Iris on what would come about from this. But this was a good opportunity. Her power over the primary world was under question. Now, there was a great schism within heaven among the demigods and powers that ruled over the territories. If she joined this schism and sought to protect the Seeker, her husband, then she could solidify her power. As for her people, she had no doubt about their loyalty. Her power ensured that they would bow to her every command. It was why she could rise to power in such an abnormal way. She found herself both in a precarious position and at the crossroads of opportunity. She didn't even have to think before deciding on her path. Heaven and hell are dividing. Stop all offensives on the vanguard and retreat. We need to wait. For what? A general questioned. It wasn't doubtful, just curious. We will protect the Seeker. Let this position of mine be known. There will also be those in hell that protect the Seeker. We may make unexpected allies. Luna smiled a bit as she turned her head, her gaze piercing through space. Across the universe she saw her sister, that impossibly fiery soul that sought to devour and annihilate all. Both were given powers that made them explosively grow. Technically, they were more powerful than Dream, though they didn't know that. All they knew was that the time to reunite with their husband wasn't far away. They both stood with armies and power, and they knew which side of the great schism they would fall on. When the two looked at each other, they silently affirmed their decisions. They knew what had to be done. Chapter 280, Primary World. The Redeye clan was exceptionally busy. At the moment, they were making final preparations. Many just stayed in their homes as they were instructed, while people from all over the planet returned to their roots. Like that, everything associated with the Redeye clan concentrated on their cities. Patriarch Star sat in the capital city. Dream had told them to gather in a select few cities and wait. He also gave them a deadline. At that time, he would move them all, though he didn't say how. They were given plenty of time, and now they were finally ready. Now, they just waited. That was when Patriarch Star sensed something. Standing, he left the building he was in and looked at the sky. A mile above the city, a hole in space opened. This hole expanded from 1 mile wide to 1,000 miles wide, and it didn't stop there. Everyone on the ground was baffled as the sky became black, turning the city below pitch black as well. After a few seconds, though, everyone felt suspended before the ground rumbled. Many weaker people stumbled around, but quickly stabilized when the rumbling stopped. After that, the sky turned its normal color once more, light returning to them. Now, there was just a single man in the sky. It was Dream, and he looked at Patriarch Star with a small smile. "It's done. You're officially on my planet now. Here's a map of my current world. There are also some delegated from Earth that wish to talk to you. These wristbands will help with communication." Dream waved his hand with those words. At that instant, metal bands appeared on everyone's arms. Everyone could see messages appear in their minds, briefing them on the situation. "If you have any questions, ask the wristbands. I'll be off." And so, Dream disappeared. Patriarch Star was in a bit of a daze. Just like that, they had been moved? He didn't feel much of anything. Since when was moving an entire clan so easy? But when the wristband began giving him information, he could only believe it. The ships that flew over to them were the nails in the coffin. Sure enough, delegates from Earth quickly spoke with Patriarch Star, diving into a flurry of discussions about cooperation. Of course, Patriarch Star was a smart man, so he quickly captured his bearings and went with the flow. At the same time, Dream returned to his mountaintop. To move the Redeye clan, he had simply scooped them up and teleported the landmass over, transplanting it onto Terra Prime. They were right beside Earth's landmasses, so trade would be easy. With that, an item on his list was crossed off. Since the time Dream had his revelation that sparked universal war, about 2 months had passed. Dream had only been working on himself for a couple of those weeks, so not much had been done. But he did lay the groundwork for his future. Dream's biggest priority was finding a convenient way to move Terra Prime. He had already done what was needed in order to produce his armies, so he got to working on a new machine. Of course, this wasn't any normal machine. The framework for the machine spanned the entirety of Terra Prime. Across the course of only a week, everyone on the planet had gone from seeing clear skies to now a hexagonal cage. This hexagonal cage was constructed of Dream's nanites, turned to the strongest alloyed metal, and then enchanted. Terra directly connected to this cage that sat just about 400 miles above her planet's surface, running the enchantments. This did 2 things. First, it not only acted as a spatial lock, but it created an isolated magical environment for the planet. The second use was easy to understand. The cage kept the spatial turbulence from affecting anything below, satellites included. It also ensured that the planet couldn't be physically affected by things like a lack of a star for heat, making it survivable even by itself. But the spatial lock was special. Basically, this could be used as something of a defense. With this spatial lock, Dream could isolate the planet from normal space, keeping anybody but the most powerful from entering. Of course, it served a myriad of other uses. It could lock in on individual people and attack them. It could protect and negate gravitational influences, and more. And all these were just the basic enchantments for the cage. The second use was spatial shrinkage. This spatial shrinkage would basically make the planet smaller. Terra Prime was really big, and Dream didn't like things that were too clunky. So, making the planet smaller would help him a lot. This was the second function of the cage. With it, Dream could turn the planet, which was bigger than even Jupiter, to the size of a moon. At least, this was his theoretical guess. He hadn't fully laid the enchantments for such a powerful device yet, but it was only a matter of time. In fact, it only took him another week. After that week, the cage was complete, and Dream activated it. He and Sophia watched as the planet went from a behemoth to a pipsqueak. It was now only 2,000 miles in diameter, a size much more handleable than over 130,000 miles in diameter. Better yet, it didn't affect the people on the planet. Even the heavenly gates around the planet weren't affected, at least not in their function. To allow smooth entering and exiting, Dream enchanted the cage with a certain shrinking field. When the planet was shrunk, Anything that entered a certain radius would gradually become smaller until it could easily scale to the size of the planet. With that, the planet's cage was basically complete. This cage now forever rested above the skies of the planet. It was the largest megastructure Dream had ever created. Of course, the energy required to shrink the planet was astronomical, so Dream didn't keep it active. He couldn't constantly funnel it energy from his infinite energy pool, so he had to make do with the basic enchantments constantly being active. But this was enough. The spatial shrinkage didn't actually have much defensive value. It was only a matter of convenience. With that, Dream concentrated on other matters. He currently had 3 things on his priority list. First was comprehending his concepts, something he was always doing. Second was making his way into the Blood Drop clan. Third was contacting Versoid. Technically, only the second item would happen anytime soon. Dream had already made the decision to wait before contacting Versoid. He knew that doing so would kickstart the war. How he knew this, Dream wasn't actually sure. It was just a gut feeling of his, a warning in his mind that he could only guess come from the concepts. In fact, ever since taking partial control over his concepts, Dream had gained a unique attunement to the universe. At first, he just thought it gave him a greater awareness of the physical laws around him, but it extended much further than that. Concepts span the entire universe. If you were a part of the concepts, then it could be said that your being was inserted into every part of the universe as well. That, or you became aware of everything your concept was connected to. Either way, your awareness became universal. This was why Dream had his gut feeling. On top of that, he could distinctly feel something searching for him. It had no idea where he was yet, but it wouldn't be long before it found him. So Dream was on a timer anyway. But he wouldn't accelerate the clock any more than he had to, so he just sat tight. After spending a bit of time accumulating on his planet, Dream made his way over to Kavra. The demigod greeted him with a great smile. "You came so fast. Of course. How long were you expecting to wait?" At least a few dozen years. No. Anyway, I'd like to request you take me to the primary world now. As for my show of sincerity, I'll take it out when we get there. Very well. Kavra readily nodded before leading Dream to a portal. While Dream was surprised, he easily agreed. He just went with it. After that, the two walked right through the massive portal that was eternally busy. Upon entering, they shuttled through the void, exiting in a few seconds. And upon exiting, Dream nodded inwardly. He already had the map from Versoid that gave him all the coordinates to each of the Azura primary worlds anyway, but this confirmed it. And upon arriving in the primary world, Dream was surprised to feel the difference in the environment. The space all around him was stronger, filled with mana and ether that seemed both stifling and revitalizing. When Dream waved his hand around, he felt as though the mana slipped past his fingers like a thick fog. Only, all the mana present in this world was dyed a deep red, tingling the rest of the world a similar shade. Above all, Dream could feel the conceptual domain that this world had formed. Dream instantly knew that the terra core of this world had touched upon a concept, giving it infinite, undying power that cemented its place in the universe. Tersa was a child compared to this terra core, and possibly quite literally depending on the age of this planet. The only thing that overshadowed the conceptual domain of the planet was the billowing aura coming from the North Pole. Dream could sense an aura not much different from Versoid's. It was that of a god's, an existence that ruled over an entire concept. Of course, not everyone could sense this aura, only demigods. Still, it went to show how powerful this singular planet was. Not to mention, the planet was utterly massive. It was at least 3 times larger than Tersa Prime, and likewise, Dream could sense trillions of souls on the planet. He had never seen so many people in one place before. It was a bit eye-opening, even for him. Let's head to the capital. I'll put you in touch with one of the generals, and you can show him your army. All right. Dream nodded as Kavra led the way. The two rose to the air and shuttled through space, quickly approaching the North Pole. When they entered the bounds of the city, though, they descended to the ground before walking through the city gates like mortal men. Just a word of advice, flying is prohibited within the city. Everyone must walk to their destinations. In a city this big? Dream asked while looking up. Before him was the massive city, and he was quite impressed. From the North Pole ascended a tall spire that shot into the atmosphere, rising into space before branching out into a disk. The height was easily 300 miles, and its base was 50 miles wide. From base extended the rest of the city, as if everything had been born from this megastructure. Of course, Dream wasn't that impressed by the building. He had already constructed a megastructure that caged a planet, let alone construct a tiny office building. No, what impressed him was the obscene geyser of power that spewed from the North Pole. The geyser let out enough power to create a protective bubble around the planet, and the power was infinite. This meant that this planet couldn't be externally attacked by anything less than a demigod. And Dream knew that not even he had a large enough infinity to break that barrier. For the first time, he faced a magic of absolute power, and one he couldn't circumvent by any means. So this is a primary world. Impressive, isn't it? The Azura clans have never been more prosperous in all their history, especially the Blooddrop clan. They are tied for the most powerful of the 7 god clans. God clans? Just a fancy term. Only the name for a clan that has a god guarding it. And who are they tied with? The Calamitous End clan. Kavra spoke with a shrug, causing Dream to bob his head. Now, you said there are 7 clans. Yes, they are. Clan of the Sword, the Blooddrop clan. Clan of the Spear, the Calamitous End clan. Clan of the Mace, the World Cracker clan. Clan of the Scythe, the Soul's Harvest clan. Clan of the Dagger, the Void Severance clan. Clan of the Bow, the Harrowing Eye clan. Clan of the Axe, the Cracked Edge clan. These 7 clans all have gods at their heads, and they all control a primary world. Together, these gods and worlds comprise the strongest force of the Azura faction. Technically, their top strengths don't differ by much, but in terms of the youth population, there are frequent contests, and the Blooddrop clan has continuously fought for the top spot. Kavra explained all this as they walked through the city and toward the main spire. To this, Dream had some interesting thoughts, as did Sophia. So these clans all have gods that control the concepts of their respective weapons. To think a weapon could form a concept. Would it actually be that powerful, though? It couldn't be as powerful as your concepts. Well, to answer that, we'd need to find out how concepts garner power in the first place. But since a weapon can't be used without either magic or substance, I would say that my concepts, those that rule over the fundamental principles of reality, would surpass them. Or I'm totally mistaken, but the chances of that are low. Heh, so confident. It's just intuition. Dream smirked as he continued to walk. Despite the city being so massive, with a bit of magic, each of their steps crossed miles. It wasn't long before they began to enter the spire, and Kavra led him through the myriads of maze-like floors and corridors. At the very top of the spire where the disc was located, they finally stopped in a large clearing. It was a hollow portion of the disc the size of a valley, and within this valley were various residences looking like castles or mansions. Everyone could see the majesty of space through glass windows that covered the ceiling, giving off a dignified air. Kavra took Dream to a particular castle, entering it directly before shouting within a hall. "Hey, old hag, get your sorry ass out here." "Huh, is that Kavra? Did cutting your tongue out not teach you manners last time?" With a soft response, a woman came walking into the hall. At first glance, she was a mature beauty dressed in a flowing black dress that sparkled with stars. But by Kavra's words, she had to be extremely old. Then again, for demigods, what was age to them? If their memories weren't so good, they'd likely forget that number. The mature woman scoffed at Kavra's appearance that looked dirty compared to hers. Then, she looked at Dream. When she did, she was a bit surprised. Dream was in his normal form, so she could only sense the flesh and blood of a man. Of course, she could sense far more than the likes of a Class 6. From his body, she could sense the power of an entire star, and going further, she could sense the faint effects he had on the surrounding concepts. The entire dimension of material and magic seemed ready to bow down to him on a whim. It was subtle, but she was powerful enough to see it. "What kind of little monster did you bring to my doorstep?" "This is Dream, and he says that he is capable of building armies for us. He spoke impressive numbers, and I thought he'd become useful for the clan." "Armies? Well, we don't lack people at and below the Class 4 realm. Do you think I'm stupid, you hag?" "Yes, I do." The woman nodded as a matter of factly, causing Kavra to snort. Whatever. He said he'd show his sincerity upon arrival. So Dream, Now's the time. Kavra turned to Dream, as did the woman. He just shrugged before turning around, looking at the space outside the spire. Then, Dream's cosmic form was revealed. If not for their conceptual power, the woman and Kavra would have been frozen along with the rest of the dimension. Still, the woman was baffled while Kavra nodded knowingly. He had seen this form of Dreams before. Then, Dream brought up his arm, pointing at the space beyond the planet. At that moment, a massive portal opened up, expanding to about 2,000 miles wide. Then, this portal spun momentarily before collapsing in on itself. What was produced out of this collapse was Terra Prime in its shrunk form. But after being moved, Terra Prime had no need to remain small. The planet instantly expanded at Dream's silent command, filling everyone's view. Then, the planet suddenly opened up. The black nanites that swarmed under the crust were revealed for the world to see as the planet segmented open like a hatch. From this hatch came a dark swarm that descended upon the blood-drop world. It was then that the woman felt a small tingle go down her spine. The largest portion of the bots were Class 4, of which there were about 500 billion. Then, there were the Class 5s, which numbered nearly 100 million. And then, there was one lone bot that stuck out in the senses of all. It had power at the upper ranks of Class SIXS. While a single Class 6 wasn't impressive, the fact that a person could produce one was. Something like this was practically breaking the rules of the universe. Only souls could evolve to garner massive power, and this all relied on talent. Many people would never have the necessary talent to even conjure a spell, let alone evolve their soul to higher levels. But reliably producing powerful combatants? Sure, it had been done before. There were such things as golems, but in these numbers? At the very least, the woman had never even heard of such a thing. At that moment, though, when the bots lined themselves up in formation, there was a small ripple of power. Is someone trying to start a war? The voice shook everyone's souls, carrying undeniable majesty that beckoned others to submit. Then, a person appeared in front of Dream. It was a single man standing 7 feet tall, wearing plain robes with a single sword that floated by his side like a companion. He had a sharp beard that, by itself, could be crowned king with the lofty disposition it held. Combined with the man's sharp eye and medium-length hair, everything just screamed royalty. Seeing this man, Kavra and the woman fell to one knee. "We greet the sword's majesty. Rise." The man waved them up, and they respectfully did so. In front of him, Kavra and the woman had eyes full of fervor and spirit. The woman, especially, had a certain gleam in her pupils as she bit her lip. Yet, the man didn't have an eye for them. He focused on Dream and Dream him. "You're the sword god, Orin? I am he. And you are Silas Dreamer? Nobody really calls me by my full name. I could say the same. Yet here we are." Orin smiled, as did Dream. Truly, Dream was casual in anybody's presence. Both Kavra and the woman were a bit baffled by the exchange. Orin opened his mouth to speak again, but Dream quickly cut him off. "Well, Orin, I happen to be but a humble Azura craftsman who has come here to provide my services. My products are the bots you see out in space. I haven't come here to start a war, and I hope you can help me keep it that way. For now, at least." Dream looked at Orin with a deep gaze. There was no hidden message sent between them, just a statement that at first glance seemed to be a bit threatening. Orin also returned the deep gaze, almost frowning. He remembered a certain meeting he had not that long ago, and then looked through Dream's existence. As a god of a concept, Orin could easily see the profile of anyone weaker than him, but he couldn't see Dream's. He only knew his name, that which was tied to his conceptual existence. What this meant was that Dream was under a different system, and for him to be so powerful, he could only be a certain famous seeker the universe was hunting. So, of course, he got the message Dream was trying to convey. Dream didn't want his presence to be known, so the universal war wouldn't immediately start. Orin didn't want the war to start so soon either, so he remained ignorant.